Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. Throughout the history of YouTube, there's of course been no shortage of creeps on the platform. However, there's always existed one champion atop this mountain of weirdos, one alpha goober who is more laughably pathetic and cringe and more dangerously unhinged than all of the rest. His name used to send shivers down the spines of all parents who had teenage girls in their household. His name has long since been forgotten, like an ancient threat. He's like the Sauron of YouTube, the Thanos of online accused predators. His name is Onision. This is someone I've covered quite a few times on the channel over the years, and we're going to be talking about him again because he is now facing his biggest lawsuit yet for his alleged grooming and solicitation of pictures of underage girls, as well as a lot of other really awful things that he has been accused of over the years. Talking about Onision in 2023 is like talking about a 1970s obscure action movie villain that no one remembers. It's just been so long since anyone's actually talked about him outside of just mentioning all of his absolute degeneracy or laughing at him for when he embarrasses himself. Even though he's not active on YouTube, he is still active on Twitter and posts just unbearable, unreadable garbage. Things like, "What if I hugged you and then buried my tongue deep inside your asshole and then I fished around in there for dingleberries? Would you like that? Would you like that, my naughty princess? Would you get squirty for me?" Like, absolutely awful vomit-inducing shit. So he'd get dunked on Twitter still as just a little punching bag, but he wasn't really a YouTuber anymore for the last, 4 or 5 years. I'll go ahead and give you, a brief history of him, since I'm sure most of you don't even remember the shit stain that he left on the internet. I'll give you a little lore recap. He started making shit all the way back in 2007, but really what blew up his channel was this video, the banana song, "I'm a Banana." It was a viral video that really popped off, and it's during that era of YouTube where everything was just XD random and making silly songs like "Spoon, Spork, I got a spoon, a spork, sporky spoon," like that kind of awful shit. He capitalized on that genre and from there grew 3 channels with over 1 million subs each, one of them over 2 million, which for its time was unheard of. He was one of the biggest channels YouTube had for years. He was absolutely massive. And then he started letting that power get to his head. He started falling into a lot of controversies, but by far the biggest one was he had a website where his audience of mostly young teenage girls would send pictures of themselves that he would grade. He'd grade them on their attractiveness, on their bodies and shit like that, and he would critique them and talk about these pictures that little girls were sending to him. How the authorities didn't kick down his door and rip him out of his banana costume for all this shit, I will never fully understand, because there's a lot of substantiated evidence about all of this. So you can immediately see that this is a fucking awful person. This is a bad guy, and the controversies only continued to grow over the years. It got to a point where Chris Hansen investigated him. I think there's even a documentary about Onision and all the awful shit he's done. And he never really faced repercussions for these actions. He even still tried to capitalize off some of the shit. He started an OnlyFans page which focused on cuck porn of him. It's not even really worth going down that road, but yeah, he started an OnlyFans for even more weird shit that he was into and trying to sell. He had an appearance in court a couple years ago where everyone was laughing at him because he showed up in a bulletproof vest. He was actually suing Chris Hansen, but ended up suing the wrong Chris Hansen. And Onision is so unbelievably fucking stupid. He's an absolute bumbling idiot that he decided to represent himself in court. As you can imagine, this was a complete mockery of the legal system, and everyone was laughing at him because he went there in a fucking bulletproof vest, represented himself, and he looked like an extra out of a John Wick film. And now, fast forward to 2023, and he is facing by far his biggest lawsuit yet. They put out a statement a few days ago breaking down everything. The entire 48-page lawsuit is available to read and download if anyone really wants to see all of the details. Here are 5 counts alleged in the filing. This is just an article breaking down the situation, but this is all from the actual complaint. As you can see, it's very serious shit here. They're pulling no punches. This is the full knuckle sandwich they're coming after Onision with. And rightfully so. All of these allegations are disgusting, and he absolutely does need to be held accountable for years upon years of this kind of behavior. So I'm very curious to see how all of this plays out. This is a big deal for sure, and one that undoubtedly will be very interesting to see unfold. I am, however, excited to see Onision's newest breakdown video that he'll likely make for this. He's notorious for filming himself, having a meltdown, and leaning into the controversy where he tries to make like a mockery of it. So he like just has these over-the-top breakdowns, spitting and screaming and shitting and pissing, all about people, you know, being mean to him. But those are usually just trying to farm off of the drama, so he tries to like clout goblin his way into a couple extra views for some ad revenue. This one I think is far more serious for him, since this carries huge sentencing should he be found guilty on all of these things. Like, this is not a light lawsuit, at least not from what I've read here. This seems like this could be an absolute big one. So I don't know if he's gonna be his usual deplorable attention farming self off this case here, but I guess we'll just have to see. Anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit, and that's about it. So yeah. Today's story is on a YouTuber that I'm positive no adult knows or cares about, but it's just been quite some time since our last meaningless YouTuber beef that I thought this one was at least worth talking about because it's a nice little treat. It's beginning to feel a lot like 2016 with this one. So to break down the situation briefly, 2 YouTubers were staying at the same haunted hotel that they were using for content, but then it leads to a bit of confrontation, and then eventually just a truly sour relationship between them. And there's a lot of big YouTubers involved here, and it all leads to this giant fucking black hole of main character syndrome, so they all get aggressive and they all start filming each other, so they're saying all their aggressive shit towards their camera about one another. It's a big mess. It's very goofy. The main 2 players here in this soap opera are Brent Rivera, a channel with 25 million subs, and I guarantee you haven't heard of him if you're over the age of 18. Unless, of course, you're suffering from some psychological damage and actually enjoy watching an asshole babysit children, like actual kids, and for some reason make a lot of content specifically with 10 and 11-year-olds. His audience is very clearly like actual toddlers, like goo goo gaga, here comes the airplane with the vegetables level children. And a couple days ago, this tough guy puffed out his chest and threw down with another big YouTuber named Tyler Oliveira. And man, what a disaster that was. Now, I don't want it to get twisted here, I'll be very clear. I have no problem with people who make content catering to children. It's extremely smart to target that demographic because of how lucrative it is. But there has to be some level of self-awareness when you do that. Like, have some shame. You're not a tough guy like Brent Rivera pretends to be. Brent Rivera got confronted in the real world, and I'm using that word loosely because it wasn't really confronting. He got trolled in real life, and just for some reason acted far stronger and more badass than he is. Like, bro, you make videos eating gum off of a child's shoe. Like, why are you going to try and pretend to be like this fucking man's man when met with controversy or when met with conflict in the real world? So it ended up being a horrible look for him when Tyler Oliveira accidentally became part of a Brent Rivera video. I'll go ahead and show you the video that started all of this. Tyler Oliveira was doing a piece of content at a haunted hotel. Brent Rivera was doing one as well. And the 2 worlds accidentally crossed paths.
That's Brent Rivera calling security and then the cops on me after I asked him this.
Do you fake your videos?
No.
It all started when I was staying at the Shining Hotel, came out of my room, and randomly found these 2 girls in the hallway.
What is happening?
This isn't important by any means, but it's always so weird to me why someone like Brent will claim they don't fake their videos. Like, even children don't care. man. You can just be honest. You don't have to lie. Like, he hired these two women to pretend to be, like, the little girls from The Shining, and he tries to play it off as, like, legitimate, I guess, for some reason, which makes no fucking sense at all. This is just a nitpick. It doesn't compute with me. Like, why even bother lying about that? No one's being fooled, not even, like, an actual glue-eating 4-year-old. Like, there's no shot. You can just be honest. Plus, that kid's also probably not watching a Tyler Oliveira video in the first place anyway. Your secret's probably still going to be safe.
They're editing a video where he's pranking.
Who?
You'll see.
Who are you people?
What do you mean?
What is your name?
Brent.
Brent? Brent? Last name? Rivera. What is your name?
Dom.
Name?
Drew.
What are you guys filming?
Hotel video.
What is this? Who are you guys? Are you guys hired by the Brent Rivera group?
Maybe.
Okay, anyways.
You can immediately see Tyler's being very opportunistic about all of this. They just happen to both be on the same floor, and they were filming this video, and Tyler walked out legitimately right in it, like a pedestrian about to get hit by a fucking car in a crosswalk. But instead of a car in this situation, it's cringe. He's getting absolutely blasted by cringe beams from all directions, and he tries to make the most out of the situation. So he takes advantage of this by directly going to Brent Rivera and his team and busting their balls about the whole thing, which leads to everyone's ham getting steamed. Everyone gets very upset. Tyler's like, oh, what's your name? Brent Rivera. Did he hire you guys? Is this all fake? Is this all a sham, a ruse, a scam? And, you know, I can understand that being a bit of a nuisance from Brent Rivera's perspective. Like, damn, this guy's just coming over here, like, all up in our shit and just, like, interrogating us when we're just trying to film this piece of kids content. Like, it can absolutely be a headache, but the way Brent handles it is atrocious. He starts, like, shaming him for using an iPhone, shaming their equipment. At one point, someone on his team belittles his subscriber number. Like, he couldn't have looked worse in this situation if he tried.
So aware that I was in the middle of a fake YouTube prank, I wanted to see if Brent would admit it, because we all know his videos are fake and he steals everyone's ideas.
I have a question for you guys. Do you guys hire these people?
We don't know who those people is.
And unsurprisingly, they made a cameo in Brent's newest video. It's almost like they know each other.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you fake your videos?
No. Do you fake your videos?
No.
Film on an iPhone.
There's a big who gives a fuck moment. As Tyler even mentions, everyone knows he fakes his videos, steals ideas, steals thumbnails. Like, everyone knows that. So why do you need to get him to admit it? It wouldn't change anything. And it's not exactly like a great video either. He's just doing this to instigate a conflict, obviously. And Brent Rivera just keeps escalating it. So they both play into each other here, like fucking piranhas, and they're sniffing clout in the water. Brent Rivera, though, however, is a very fucking dumb piranha, and it all backfires on him.
Alright, okay. Have fun, guys.
I don't know what's going on here. Oh god, Brent Rivera's right there.
Hey, go have fun with your 100 subscribers, bud.
We get that louder.
You have a directional mic on my camera?
I don't know how people haven't realized that insulting someone's subscriber number, financial well-being, and all of that is just an instant L. Like, somehow, people will still say some shit like that guy who said, have fun with your 100 subscribers, bud, with their whole chest. Like, they'll just let that shit rip, not knowing or being completely oblivious to how awful that makes you look. You lose the second you go there. You look like an insufferable douchebag asshole, like just a fucking pure colonostomy bag of a person. Like, it's outrageous that people still do it, like shaming him for using an iPhone, insulting his mics, which they also bring up, is everything. It's so weird. Now, I want to make it clear, Tyler's not even following them around. He's on a tour. He's on his way to the tour, and Brent Rivera's crew just snipes him on the way by and hits him with, like, drive-by kindergarten insults.
Hey, we're filming our thing. You film yours. Okay?
Yeah,
Let's not be.
Okay, that's reasonable.
Let's not be disrespectful, okay?
Well, you guys shit talking the iPhone,
I don't
though.
appreciate the disrespect.
What disrespect? I literally walked out of my hotel room and nearly had a heart attack.
Why did you walk up to us, like, enter our space?
I paid $400 a night for the hotel. What do you mean?
Yeah, but if we were normal guests, that would
Whoa.
Okay.
Brent Rivera's henchmen, sidekicks, are already being disrespectful to Tyler, as Brent Rivera has also already been, and yet he still tries to be, like, the moral authority here. The girl does make a good point, like, hey, you did come up in our shit, But then she immediately follows it up with, if we were normal guests. So putting themselves on a higher pedestal than normal people. How can people not recognize that you are an asshole for saying shit like that? You're a narcissist. Like, oh, if we were normal guests, this behavior would be acceptable for the plebeians, which we are not. Look at the subscriber count that we have.
Normal guess. You think you're elevated beyond an average human being? You've ascended the human. Wait, what are you? Wait, who are you?
You're harassing our tours.
No.
You need to back up right now. Come on, dude, get moving. Have fun, guys.
We're not harassing. I want to say hi to my favorite YouTuber, Brent Rivera. Totally doesn't fake his videos, and it's totally awesome.
Hi. Why are you having trouble speaking?
I'm nervous in front of my idols. What do you mean?
Get out of here. All right, yeah, kick him out, bro.
Isn't that so inspiring? Brent Rivera is starting to chirp up a little bit now that security's there to make sure Tyler can't get close enough to Brent. So then he starts insulting him for fumbling words, I guess, even though I didn't notice him fumble any words. Weird thing to try and stand on, but whatever, I guess.
Anyways, great tour. We're back. Apparently, is it true you kissed your sister, Brent?
You're gonna kick out?
You're gonna get us kicked out? You're that powerful?
You want to stay or not?
Yes. He'll let us stay. That was nice.
So I start walking to my room, grateful for Brent's mercy.
Brent, is that you?
It was him. They were all staring at us and filming us on, guess what, an iPhone.
Bro, are you recording us? Did you guys film your video?
The pettiness just keeps going and going and going. It's all so fucking meaningless. The kiss your sister comment, obviously, of course, now just taking jabs at Brent because everything's bubbled over like a bad stew. And Brent and his crew are now recording him and saying he's lame and shit for their own TikToks or whatever. God, it's so goofy.
Did you guys finish your video?
No.
Oh, we're not gonna be able to finish it then.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, they're gonna come and get you guys. They're gonna kick you out.
What do you mean? We paid
Sorry.
$375, Brent.
I'm sorry.
I'm not as rich as you, Brent.
This is the third time harassing us. Don't harass.
Whoa, 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 whoa. You recorded me.
I'm recording you because you guys are coming up to us
Oh, okay.
every single second.
Whoa, we walked in. We're on the same floor.
It's super possible a lot of shit's edited out of Tyler's video, but everything that's here is them just literally having crossed paths and then both parties insulting each other. Like, it doesn't seem like Tyler goes out of his way, especially here in the hallway. They opened the door twice as Tyler was going to the room. That's entirely Brent Rivera and his crew playing fucking peekaboo like it's a goddamn episode of Scooby-Doo with the door opening and closing and then filming him. Now, maybe Tyler did go out of his way a couple times elsewhere that's not in the video. I guess it's possible. But it's also not like he was doing a ton of harassing of them that I've seen here, aside from the initial confrontation, which Tyler obviously leaned into and walked up to them in order to fucking troll them right to their face. Like, that one, Tyler did start for sure, but Brent and his crew were the ones that continued it, at least from everything that's present here. Of course, it is possible that there's a lot we don't see, but there's not like a hero in this story either. Both parties don't look good, but Brent Rivera and his team look significantly worse.
Cooperative and compliant with us, and I appreciate you being reasonable about it.
For sure. My apologies. Sorry, guys.
All right.
It ends as you'd expect. Brent does get them kicked out. The cops do show up, and I'm sure Brent finished that video and it sucks. I guarantee that shit is trash. But that's the conclusion here. Just some petty YouTuber beef that I thought was just at least silly enough to talk about. That's about it. See ya. I just learned about a really weird situation involving Pokimane and a creepy employee of a major company, and it's left me feeling the same way I felt when I was a young sprout that watched Inception for the first time. Confused. Usually when I'm talking about things on the internet, I like to set the dinner table to prepare all of you for the meal we're about to consume together, give you like little cliff notes on what the whole thing is about, but in this case, I just can't. My tiny little smooth reptile brain can't fully grasp what exactly happened here. It's such a wild web of wacky, shady, sketchy shit that it's just not computing in my little noodle here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and start playing some of the clips and do my best to break it down because it's a really interesting and strange case.
Someone that I and many streamers have been working with for years, someone who was also employed at a large company in the industry, has targeted and manipulated girls, specifically in my community, by falsifying a romantic and sexual relationship with me.
Now, Pokimane treats their name like Voldemort. She doesn't speak it. She doesn't talk about who the employee is in order to protect the anonymity of the victims. Admittedly, I don't really understand that concept, considering if this is a powerful, prominent figure in the industry, I feel like it would have been a great service to actually name and shame them so that way people know to avoid them in the future. But I'm not familiar enough with the situation to say for sure if that actually was optimal. Maybe this is the right way of playing it to keep it clean and safe for everyone. I don't know. But anyway, this Sith Lord of Cringe was a high-level employee at a company that was big into the streaming space. Most people are speculating it was a former Twitch employee, and if you held me down and waterboarded me and forced me to make a guess, I would also say it was most likely a former Twitch employee because Pokimane mentions that this person had a lot of connections with a ton of streamers, and there's just not many brands that work with a lot of streamers that they'd share in common. So I feel like the most likely answer is a former Twitch employee. And let's just face it, let's just be honest with each other here, alright? There's no reason to beat around the bush. I don't need to serve you syrup on your pancakes, I'll give them to you raw. There are some fucking creepy Twitch employees that have worked there. It's just the facts. This would not be the first Twitch employee to be a weirdo that has abused their power. There have been cases where some lower level employees have done very sketchy things in their position. And this would kind of fit that modus operandi of someone doing something similar.
Leaking privileged information he gathered from his job, as well as threatening to harm himself if these girls turned against him. He is well networked in the industry. He knows many streamers. He has helped us with many things. This was someone that we were genuinely grateful for their help. A few months ago, a few girls in my community came forward to me with some concerns and asked to speak to my manager. They proceeded to send my manager countless screenshots and videos of their conversation with him, proving the lying and manipulation that was going on.
The more Pokimane explains this person, the more I picture them as an unhealthily obsessed parasocial weirdo Reddit fanfic loser drooling all over themselves for a streamer because they're so delusional that they think they're entitled to a relationship with him because they donate money. But in this case, that stalker creep type actually had power. According to Pokimane, this was someone that they had worked with for multiple years now and had actually used confidential information from their conversations to try and manipulate Pokimane's female viewers into liking him somehow. This is where his supervillain plan makes no sense to me. It is more confusing than quantum science. So his plan is to reach out to Pokimane's female viewers and let them know that he is dating and having sex with Pokimane, and then fabricating screenshots to prove it, in order to what? Like, how does that further his goal of getting laid, I guess? It makes no sense. We're dividing by zero trying to understand what this guy's thought process was. Pokimane explains that he would reach out to the female viewers, inform them of his relationship to her, and then what? Like, what was his end goal? I don't get it. Like, if it was other streamers, I would almost understand it, where he reached out to them to try and, like, form some kind of business relationship. Like, oh, hey, I saw you in Pokimane's chat. Well, I actually fuck her. So, you know, you can trust me. I know what I'm doing. And I also work at this company. Like, that would almost make sense, and I guess maybe that is part of it. But she doesn't single out that he only reached out to streamers. He apparently reached out to just anyone in her chat that was female. So, like, this guy was casting the widest net imaginable, just swiping right on everyone on Tinder in Pokimane's chat. And then letting them know that he's dating her and they're sexually active, making love together, I guess. And then he'd even trauma dump by saying that he's suicidal in order to try and force them into a sympathetic situation where they'd feel obligated to communicate with him and stay in touch with him. Otherwise, they'd be afraid that he'd fucking kill himself, throw himself off of a goddamn rooftop or something if they ignored his Discord message. Like, this guy is just a fucking weirdo scumbag, and his plan doesn't make any sense.
So basically, he would reach out to girls that he knew were, like, in my chat or viewers of mine. He would approach them, and because of his connections with streamers and the company he worked at, he seemed like a very trustworthy individual. He would then tell the girls that he's suicidal and deals with mental health issues, which of course would garner him a lot of sympathy. And again, these girls are so sweet, so of course they would hear him out. And then once he felt that he gained their trust enough, he would start sharing these photoshopped Discord conversations with me. Like he would share it with them, but they were of me and him, as well as making up like wild stories about me. He acted like he knew and hung out with me and my friends in person. This is someone I've never met.
Again, what the fuck was his plan? It doesn't make sense. If his whole thing is about, I'm dating Pokimane, so you can trust me, and I also work at this company so you can like turbo trust me, give me a big fist bump, I'm just here looking out for you. I saw you in her chat, and I thought, man, being the benevolent saint I am, I can help this girl. That's why I'm reaching out to you. But then what? Like, you're already conveying you're in a relationship with someone, so why would they then be enticed to try and, like, hook up with you if that's the goal? If the goal was, like, to get pussy or whatever. It just, none of it makes any sense at all. This is, like, actual, like, deranged lunacy.
He fabricated all of this just to manipulate these girls. He claimed that his relationship with me made him suicidal, and he used this to make the girls feel like they couldn't turn their backs on him. He told elaborate stories of our alleged sexual encounters in detail to girls that are like in my community, use like inappropriate photos, like nudes that weren't of me, and he would send them to the girls and say that it was me. He also leaked confidential information to these girls to gain their trust.
What a master scheme from Megamind here. Hey, here's Pokimane's nudes. So, do you want to work with me? Like, I don't get it. So he'd Photoshop nudes or deepfake nudes, potentially, and claim that they're Pokimanes to the girls in her community to try and manipulate them into being his friend and then romantically getting involved with him. Like, how does that work? Like, how does sending nudes claiming that they're Pokimane lead to those girls you're sending them to being like, wow, I can't wait to fuck this guy. This guy's having sex with Pokimane. I need to have sex with this guy. Like, what in tardation is going on here? What a load of hooey. This dude ate way too much glue growing up and then got addicted to porn or something because what the fuck? It doesn't make sense. Now, it's not that I'm doubting it happened. I absolutely do believe this happened. And it does highlight an issue where when someone like this guy does get in a position of power, they have the ability to abuse it. She mentions that he'd leak confidential information. She goes on to give an example where he would leak what she'd make off of a brand deal. So he would tell these girls in Pokimane's community, here's what Pokimane's making off of this brand deal. As a way of being like transparent and making it seem like, wow, this guy knows his shit. So he would leak confidential shit, which you can't do, obviously, and faking the nudes and everything in order to, for some reason, manipulate them into wanting to be with him. All of it is so fucking weird. So bizarre.
Afterwards, he would then try to develop romantic and sexual relationships with these girls after gaining their trust. He would hit on them, offer to fly them out, meet up in person, buy them gifts, ask for inappropriate photos of them after sending them fake inappropriate photos of me.
This is so fucking stupid. This guy is an absolute imbecile. Here's some naked photos of Pokimane. Now, can you send me pictures of your boobies? I'd like to see your titties, please. Madame, would you like to come out to my neck of the woods? I'll fly you out, and we can discuss more of Pokimane's nudes together. Because as you know, I'm in a sexual relationship with her, of course. Like, none of it makes sense. Like, it is so wild and such a shitty thing to do, and it doesn't even make sense why he'd do it in the first place, because the plan itself is nonsensical. It's so weird. So weird. So he disclosed the confidential information about, like, brand deals and money like that after reaching out, like, cold calling like a fucking telemarketer to just women in Pokimane's chat, to try and earn their trust through pretending to be suicidal and in a relationship with Pokimane, and then somehow that's supposed to translate to them flying out to him to have sex. How? Why? So fucking weird. So yeah, I just wanted to go over this because I've been racking my brain on it for a couple hours now. I heard this, or I saw these clips a couple hours ago, and I've just been stewing on it, just marinating, trying to really get a grasp on what the fuck actually was going on in this dude's fucking brain to do this goofy shit. It's so weird. So I just wanted to share it. That's about it. See ya. Get excited because HBO Max finally dropped the trailer for what's sure to be the hottest comedy of 2023. Maybe the best comedy ever. Since human beings have evolved to laugh, giggle, smile, it's all been leading up to this moment where we get to witness pure humor from a show called Velma. This is the latest in this never-ending trend to take beloved IP and change everything about it and create something abominable from it. This follows in the footsteps of the greats that came before it, such as the Halo show, the Resident Evil Netflix show, Witcher Blood Origin. It's got big shoes to fill, but after this trailer, I'm convinced that it might be the worst out of all of them. And you know what that means. I'm going to sit down and waterboard myself with the horrible jokes that this show is going to let rip. I'm going to watch it. Now, of course, you all know Velma is a big character from the Scooby-Doo franchise. She's been around for many decades now, and this is now her standalone adult animated spin-off. And now, I've said this many times in the past, and I'll say it again. I'll scream it from the mountaintops. Taking an IP and then telling your own unique story within that world, or even using the characters in different ways, I always think is totally fine, and I welcome it. I'm always excited to see new interpretations of this work that I like. But there needs to be a level of respect paid to the source material, as well as it making sense for it to exist and justify its own creation here. And Velma, from everything I've seen so far, does the exact opposite. It proudly shits on the Scooby-Doo franchise. It even takes Scooby-Doo completely out of Velma. Scooby-Doo's not here, apparently. So it's about as far from being respectful to the IP as you can possibly get. Now, even before this trailer dropped, Velma was catching more shit than my toilet, and this led to a lot of debate and controversy. People were upset that all of the characters have been completely changed in every possible aspect imaginable, and it didn't help that the first promotional material was Velma proudly, insulting fans. So it almost seemed like a Two Girls, One Cup situation where they were just proudly eating the shit. But regardless, when all of this controversy started stirring in this cauldron here, this stew of hostility, a lot of people were just calling everyone who disliked it racist, which I always find to be an extremely scummy thing to do. There's nothing wrong with just asking, why not make this an original cast of characters instead of taking the names of characters that have existed for fucking decades and then changing everything about them. It could have just been an entirely different team set in the Scooby-Doo universe. Let's say they didn't call this Velma and they just took all of these same character qualities and everything, and they just had it be a completely different set of mystery solvers in the Scooby-Doo world. You have Scooby-Doo and the crew going around solving mysteries, boofing Scooby snacks in a bathtub, whatever. That's all very family friendly. And then this follows the more adult crew that's also solving mysteries, maybe a rival of the Mystery Inc. gang. You know, this could be the Murder Master Ass Blasters Detective Force, and they're very, adult-oriented, no-nonsense kind of shit. It's gory, it's bloody, they say bitch, they say ass, tit, fuck. All the things that they're clearly striving for here. Why take all of that and then put it on characters that have already existed for so long? You could have just told something original with these same characters and it would have been totally fine. But regardless of where you stand on this stuff, the biggest problem with Velma is the writing, at least judging by the trailer. If the humor in the trailer is indicative of the quality of the show, they need to fire all of those writers ASAP. Cause my god, that shit'll rupture your eardrums from pure fucking cringe. It is miserable. Yeah, so I did want to watch the Velma trailer. I saw clips of this on Twitter. It's about as horrible as I think everyone expected it to be. This is like HBO Max's version of Big Mouth.
Told my way. She has no brain! Oh, I'm not dissing her. She has no brain!
So that's the clip I saw first today. I have to wonder who the fucking audience is. Because it's supposed to be like an adult cartoon, but that's a joke you'd hear out of Ed, Edd n Eddy or something. I don't know who this is for. Yeah, this has nothing to do with Scooby-Doo or the characters at all. They have a completely rewritten history, background, everything. They only share a name. And Scooby's not even in this. So it shouldn't even be compared to anything even remotely associated with Scooby-Doo. That's clearly them just slapping this name on it for a cash grab. 100% they're going to have the original cast in the last episode. You're giving them so much credit, Dankin. 0% chance. I'm willing to bet on it. This show, I guarantee, hates Scooby-Doo. The people behind it fucking hated it. They probably were forced to by the network because this IP wouldn't have sold on its own 2 feet. So they were forced to roll with Scooby-Doo. I do not think they will include them. I would normally agree with you because that seems like a pretty predictable thing that they would do, but not for this one. You have to remember their very first trailer was literally shitting on people that like Scooby-Doo, so I just don't see it happening. But I'm willing to be proven wrong. Maybe they will go with the basic one there. But yeah, it's fucking rough.
Starts with a murder, bitch.
Thing to do with drugs, which I hate.
Hey, Fred.
Do I know you?
It's Velma from school.
I have a disease where I can't recognize people who aren't hot.
Is it called rudeness?
I have an illness!
Hey, Daphne. I need a
Yeah,
stop.
yikes, Jesus.
I'm a huge bitch.
I don't think anyone was expecting it to be good, but I also don't know if anyone was expecting it to be this awful either. It really feels like they went to ChatGPT and asked it to generate jokes for it. Setting aside all of like the wild changes for no reason, the actual humor of it is horrible in the trailer. Like, even if you set aside everything else, the actual comedy of it is miserable. It maybe is better in the actual show and they just chose the worst jokes to get people hype, I don't know, but if nothing else, it can be absolutely destroyed for how awful the writing is.
Danger.
Oh. Whenever I see this, whenever I see like twerking in a show, I know the person who wrote that is like 50 years old. What do kids like? Twerking. What if she does it poorly? Oh, that's good. That's good, yes. Write it down. Please, write it down. That's gonna be a hit. Huge.
All our classmates are idiots, so
What a
let's
banger.
assume they're high.
You know what 420 is, right?
Yeah, it's code for adults who still watch cartoon.
I have no doubt that's gonna be a hit. I feel it in my bones. Look how excited Kate is. Velma's coming! It premieres tomorrow. They forgot about Scooby-Doo. No, they proudly celebrated that Scooby-Doo won't be in this. So, they took Scooby-Doo out of the Scooby-Doo. Again, if you set aside every dumb decision that they've made with like taking Scooby-Doo and just not using anything even remotely associated with it, at the very core, it is so awful with the jokes in this trailer. Maybe the show's better, I highly doubt it, but you bet your sweet Bippy I'm gonna watch. We need a moist meter. Oh, I'll moist meter. Oh, I probably won't. This is gonna end up like She-Hulk where I don't finish it. I already know. I have a very difficult time pushing through horrible comedies. So I probably won't finish it. But I will make a very stern effort. It is getting so wild just how frequent they just use IPs and then change every single thing about it. Just don't use the IP. Just make something original. Just make something of your own and then you don't have to worry about like angry fan backlash. Let's say this wasn't called Velma. If this just didn't even have the name Velma, no one would know this was supposed to be Scooby-Doo. They could have called this High School Blows. Or, you know, and nobody would have known it's Scooby-Doo and it wouldn't have got nearly as much pushback. But they use these IPs because they think it has a built-in audience. Yeah, I saw that review. There was a scathing review that some people were posting as the synopsis. The review was like there was a big focus on Fred's small penis or something. I think the exact words were, Fred is the personification of white richness and his small penis or something. I don't feel like pulling it up, but yeah, it was a review, not the synopsis. SNL humor. I'm gonna say something I never thought I'd ever utter. SNL humor is better than this trailer. I said it, and I mean it. I'm not exaggerating. It really does feel like every joke in this was something that was like calculated with an algorithm that only studied TikTok and Tumblr trends. You've gone too far. Yeah, that may have been a little too hot, to be honest. Maybe I flew a little close to the sun with that statement. A couple months ago, I made a video pitching an idea to all of you. Now, I know when you hear YouTuber and idea in the same sentence, you probably get a little concerned. It's a very dangerous combination, a recipe for disaster, because the majority of the time, it's likely pitching an NFT or metaverse Web3 project, which is always just a load of dirty barnacles. I'd sooner invest my money in the silly bands economy than anything metaverse NFT related. So this wasn't the case with this idea. It was kind of like an episode of Shark Tank where I nervously came into the tank and just told you about an idea that I thought was really good that my friends and I had. But we weren't asking for anything from you guys other than just your beautiful little noodles up here for all of the ideas that you usually give away for free. The whole breakdown of the situation was we created a Google form for people to just submit video ideas because for a long time, people have just always given ideas out for free, whether it's during Twitch stream or in the YouTube comments, and we actually have made content based around some of those ideas, or at least heavily inspired by. So we just thought it made sense to actually pay you for those ideas if we ended up using them for content. You know, it's kind of like when you take a picture of your feet and post it on Twitter. Like, why are you posting that shit for free? You know, take it elsewhere and charge for it. Like, your ideas have a lot of value, so to just drop them for free, you know, I just felt like, why not pay you for it? So we came up with this Google form where people submitted ideas, and if we used them, we had a whole payment plan that I illustrated in the video. I'm not just going to repeat myself there, but I want to talk about where that's at right now, because obviously a lot of people are wondering, you know, what's the status of all that? Have you even used any of the ideas? And the answer is no. This actually turned into a wild, wacky web of weirdness. Tens of thousands of emails came in. There were more emails coming in like it was a scene out of Harry Potter with the owls dropping off acceptance letters through the door. They were just coming in all over the place. And we've gone through every single one of those emails now. And I've actually learned something quite fascinating. It's a discovery that's so mind-blowing it's going to rival the day Isaac Newton proposed the theory of gravity. And that universe-melting revelation is that money changes everything. So, what I've learned is when you put money on something like this, it no longer becomes about submitting a good idea. It becomes about submitting an idea that most likely will make you money because it's a general idea. So of the tens of thousands of emails we received, the vast majority, and I mean the overwhelming majority, at least 95% of those emails were things like, do a moist meter on Avatar 2, do a tier list of a type of food, talk about pink sauce, make a Christmas-related piece of content. Just casting the widest, broadest net, so that way when inevitably I do make those videos, because they're just videos I was always going to make, a fucking moist meter on Avatar 2, I moist meter like everything that comes out. Of course I was going to do one of the biggest movies of all time, because the reason they submit it is because when it gets made, they can now argue that that was their idea, and argue they fucking have. There are people that are emailing every day wondering why they haven't been paid for the Avatar 2 moist meter. Like, fucking zoinks, Scoob. It's really disappointing, honestly, more than anything, that we didn't expect this. I don't know why we didn't foresee this, because in our heads, when we cooked this thing up in the kitchen, we put all of the ingredients together, we're like, yeah, it's a really cool idea for the community, since they're always just dropping heaters in comments, you know, why not at least pay them for that? We didn't realize that this would pervert the entire ecosystem of it, where instead of just submitting cool ideas, they're submitting ideas that they know we're already going to do. Like a moist meter on a massive movie or a massive game. Another one was make a gameplay video on big game coming out. It was crazy. Like, it was really fucking wild. And then to have the gall, the chutzpah, to then argue that it's your idea and that we stole it from you is sickening. I'm not kidding. Letters to Santa Claus from 4-year-olds have more words in them than half the ideas that got submitted. There's like 2 sentences of an idea saying, make video on massive topic in the news. Make video on absolutely huge thing that just happened. Content that I was already going to make. I talk about fucking everything that happens in the world. I made an entire video going over the M&Ms no longer being fuckable and all the drama that followed from that. Like, I already cover a large chunk of everything that happens. So when people submit 2 sentences and then their PayPal link, the idea that they're portraying is one that I'm already going to do, but they submit the idea because they know I'm already going to do it, thus they can then argue that they should be paid for it when the video inevitably gets made. And that's frustrating. And it's more frustrating because I didn't see it coming, I suppose. I don't know why I wasn't expecting this to turn into some kind of gamified scam where people will just submit thousands of ideas on the most general topics, knowing full well that that video is going to get made without that email ever being submitted, but it just gives them an angle to try and get money out of it, which sucks. Now, it's not every email, it's just almost every email. A couple of them are just genuinely unusable. Like, there's one guy that continues to submit an idea that just says, eat a frog, and then putting his PayPal there. The dude just really wants the video to be eating a frog. So, that guy's got a very specific taste. Very odd fetish, I guess. And there's a lot of them kind of like that are very memey, which, of course, we would have expected. And there's a couple in there that are almost doable if we had infinite amount of money. One of them was to get a garbage truck empire, like literally start our own trash collection business and start collecting all the trash cans around Tampa to overthrow the local Tampa garbage truck empire. How the fuck are we supposed to do that, and what is the video? Running a business at that point? Like, what the fuck? Like, there's a lot of ideas that are, like, on that scale. Like, have you ever considered public transportation industry and making content around a newly formed airport? It just seems like some people think that this is a game of Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, and they're just submitting the ideas. It's fucking wild, the level of some of them. Completely unachievable. Now, of course, it's just the sheer quantity of emails that came in. There were a few that weren't outrageous and they were actually in the realm of possibility. Like, they took place in this dimension on things that were physically possible. But we haven't been able to follow through on any of those yet because they also still do require a huge amount of setup. Most of the ideas that were submitted that are actually possible are still ideas that are going to take a long time to ever come to fruition if we do decide to pursue them. But we have marked those and might do something with those in the future. So if you are one of those people that submitted something that's actual fire, but haven't seen us do anything with it yet, maybe it's because we're still trying to cook up exactly how to pull it off. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this whole subject because a lot of people have asked about it over the last couple months since I haven't said anything about it because we haven't used any of the fucking ideas. But hopefully in the future, we will actually use some of them, and if we do, you will be paid for those, the ones that we do use. Also, special shout out to the couple of people that kept sending their grocery list and said that the video would be super hype if we bought their groceries for a week and made like a Mr. Beast style video out of buying their groceries. Actually kind of fucking genius. Hopefully you got your groceries regardless though, even without the content being made around it. Oh, and also one big shout out to the absolute madman, the maniac that suggested a couple times to do a bulletproof vest tier list where we each wear bulletproof vests and then we shoot each other in the chest and see which one does the less damage underneath. So like, who has less broken ribs? So, you know, what a fucking idea. Anyway though, that's really about it. That's the update on the whole crazy ideas situation. That's about it. See ya. It's always wild and sad to me that we live in a time where no matter how vile the actions that you witness are, there will be people that will fight to defend them tooth and nail, as if their life depends on it. And these aren't actions that have any justifiable explanation, just truly evil things that are 100% confirmed real with video evidence backing it up as well as confessions, and yet still, there are people, brain rot little worms, jumping through these hoops, performing the most outrageous mental gymnastics that would put Cirque du Soleil to shame in order to somehow spin it as a good thing and that everyone else is wrong for criticizing it. This phenomenon has never been more infuriating than today, with the Dalai Lama situation. For those that don't know, the Dalai Lama recently, and there is a video showcasing all of this, I won't be playing any of it for obvious reason, you'll understand once I explain it. He had a child up on stage. He then kisses that young boy on the lips, the full-blown Tom Brady experience. But unlike Brady, this is not the Dalai Lama's kid. And he's also not done. He then says, "And suck my tongue." And he sticks his tongue out and then puts his tongue right in the face of that young boy and holds it there for a moment, like he was waiting to see if the kid would suck on it, like he's trying to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop. And then when the kid doesn't, he then leans back and he starts giving a big hearty belly laugh like fucking Santa Claus on, on his sleigh, like, ah ha 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 ha, trying to play it off like he was just kidding. It was just a prank bro energy. And it's fucking disgusting. Obviously, I'm not going to show the video, but there is a video showing all of this. And somehow people are actually defending his actions. Now, I'm sure most of you know who the Dalai Lama is. You may even know him as His Holiness, though after this I imagine a lot of people will call him His Horniness, because this shit is fucking foul. So, like, I just don't understand, and we're gonna get to his apology in a moment, but let's just break it down to the very immutable facts. He kisses a child on the lips that is not his kid, which I think is just a full stop fucking weird thing to do. Maybe, like, it's a cultural thing where that's more normal elsewhere, but even still, I find it very fucking odd. Especially with the way that he does it. The kid is pretty reluctant. He doesn't want to, but the Dalai Lama takes his, like, hand under his chin, pushes his head up, and then kisses him on the lips. It's like a fucking scene out of Twilight, or like some kind of really uncomfortable anime moment. Like, it's so gross. But what's indefensible, 100% indefensible, is him then sticking his tongue out and telling that child to suck on his tongue. So then he's got his wrinkly old tongue that he's hanging out like a dog who's panting after running around, and then he just wiggles it on up in there, right into that child's face, and holds it steady, waiting. Now here's the official statement from the Dalai Lama and his team on his Twitter, which I didn't even know he had a Twitter. That's already kind of fucking wild that the Dalai Lama Twitter's got like 19 million followers and all that. But anyway, it says, a video clip has been circulating that shows a recent meeting when a young boy asked His Holiness the Dalai Lama if he could give him a hug. His Holiness wishes to apologize to the boy and his family, as well as his many friends across the world, for the hurt his words may have caused. His Holiness often teases people he meets in an innocent and playful way, even in public and before cameras. He regrets the incident. So that kid wanted a hug, and he gambled and lost. He got a lot more than a hug out of this interaction. He got fucking trauma from it, no doubt. So let's break that down. They're unironically using it was just a joke. He was just kidding. Well, like, what's the fucking joke? He was only pretending to be a pedophile and a predator? Like, I don't understand what the joke is. If that kid sucked his tongue, if he actually did suck his tongue, then what? Like, would the Dalai Lama be like, haha, dude, you sucked my tongue, haha, oh, you little rascal, you idiot, you fell for my joke, pranked, fucking pranked, welcome to TikTok. Like, this makes no sense. This isn't a joke at all. Kissing a boy on the lips and then telling him to suck your tongue? What? That's like the worst true combo joke ever told, ever. If you wanted to make a joke in an innocent and playful way, why not stick to the classics like pull my finger and then you shit your pants when they pull your finger? Like, this is stupid. This is the worst defense I've ever seen. Actually trying it was just a prank, bro. But what makes it even stupider is the fact that there are people, granted not the majority of people, but there is a not small amount of people that are defending it, saying like, you guys just don't understand his sense of humor. This is ridiculous. Everyone's overreacting or it's out of context. Like, holy shit, the amount of stupid juice that must be being pumped into the water supply is getting to dangerous levels to actually start justifying open pedophilia and predator behavior like this. This is fucking gross. People are actually saying that he was clearly just kidding. Let's assume that you really believe that. Would you be okay if he did that to your kid? If, like, out in public, right? If a stranger comes up to you and kisses your boy on the lips, and then he's like, I was just kidding, bro. Let him suck my tongue real quick, as part of the joke. Would you be, like, okay with it and fist bump the guy? Be like, oh, that's a fucking great joke, bro. I doubt it. I fucking doubt it. So why is the Dalai Lama getting a pass? The action is still the same. It's ridiculous. It is absolutely disgusting. And to go even further, there's a lot of people that are using one defense in particular, saying that it's a greeting. He was using the kissing on the lips and the tongue sticking out thing as part of a greeting. Let's run with that idea for a moment. Does the greeting then extend to sticking that tongue in the child's face and telling him to suck it? Is that part of the greeting as well, like a secret handshake? I don't think so. I've never seen that before. Like, I highly doubt it. This isn't action that has any justification for it whatsoever. Full stop. There is nothing anyone can ever say that would justify what the Dalai Lama did to that child on stage. It's fucking disgusting and it's inexcusable. And I'm really tired of seeing people try and argue that it's okay. Like, there's nothing about that should even remotely be, like, normalized or encouraged or written off as just a joke or goofing around. And honestly, this little apology that they whipped up in the Notes app in like 5 minutes here is making me even more concerned for how long this behavior must have been going on for, because they're writing it off as just, The Dalai Lama being the Dalai Lama, he's a little quirky, he likes to tease, even in front of the cameras in public. Well, what the fuck does he do in private then? Like, holy shit, if this is something that they're trying to just say, it's like, it's just, part of what he does, you guys just don't really get his sense of humor. Like, holy shit, what kind of awful things must be going on in private? A lot of people raise that point as well, like, damn, if he's willing to do this in public and then say, like, it's just, him being him, like, my god, it must be even worse in private. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about this whole situation a little bit. That's about it. See ya. Pardon my sweaty grease, I just got back after playing pickup basketball. I was an unstoppable force of nature on the court, a three-point machine, and also my drives were second to none. I was a wheelin' and dealin', squirtin' and squealin' animal out there. But anyway, that's not what I'm here to talk about. I just wanted to explain why it looks like I just took a bath in a vat of cooking oil. What I want to talk about today is E3, and even more than that, gaming conferences in general. E3 used to be the biggest name in gaming that everyone would look forward to every year. It was a huge convention that'd be held where they'd show the latest and greatest from the industry, trailers, they'd even have playable demos and everything out, all these booths set up where you get to meet people in the industry, and just a really big celebration of things, and some unforgettable moments have happened at E3, some huge announcements, and of course, who could forget the iconic time that Ubisoft brought out Mr. Coffee, who used to do this. So, E3 is something that used to be beloved, but now is kind of just this fossil. Most gaming studios just hold their own conferences now where they play their trailers. You have like the State of Play for Sony, Nintendo Direct, where they talk to you like you're actually lobotomized, but they always get out all the information they want to. So it's kind of just obsolete to have E3 in the modern landscape. And even still, there is Jeff Keighley who hosts something very similar. He hosts multiple productions that are kind of similar to E3, like the Summer Games Fest, where he gets a big bunch of developers together to, do world premiere trailers and stuff. And he kind of dances on the grave of E3. He has stepped in as like the savior of these kind of gaming conferences. He streams them all and he crushes it. But E3 itself just can't find its footing anymore. Most people just don't care. It was supposed to be coming back around this year for the first time since 2019, but a few hours ago they announced they're going to be canceling it yet again. And the reason for its cancellation isn't surprising, but it is pretty sad to read. They're canceling it because they said there's just not enough interest in it. And that's super true, but man, reading that it feels bad. Because this used to be a titan. E3, I mean, even non-gamers had heard what E3 was and probably even watched it still. It used to be so big. And obviously it went away for a while because of COVID. They couldn't have these big convention spaces to be holding E3, so that was the reason why it was gone for a couple of years. But, since then, they just don't have the interest. And since there's not interest there, it makes it pretty unreasonable to try and do it anyway. That just feels even more pathetic if they were to do it and no one really cared or showed up or watched it. So I do understand it, and I just kind of wanted to talk about it a little bit because where did it all go wrong for gaming conferences? It's a question that nobody is asking because we all know the answer to it. The reason gaming conferences have kind of died out is because there's just no reason for them to exist anymore. Everyone has unlimited access to information at all times, at every hour of every day. And it's actually probably just more beneficial to just drop the trailer yourself or do it at like your main developer conferences that they all now do, like, Sony with the State of Play again, for example. There's just no reason to wait for E3 to do the grand reveals because you don't really stand to gain too much from it. Back in the day you did because that was the event that everyone would watch. You couldn't really just stealth drop your trailer on, E-Bomb's World or anything. No one would fucking see it. So you'd wait for E3 to roll around to get people hyped, get people interested, and reveal your projects. But now, you just don't need to. It's unnecessary. It's redundant. In the emails, they said that the 2023 version simply did not garner the sustained interest necessary to execute it in a way that would showcase the size, strength, and impact of our industry, but they remain committed to the advocacy work, but it doesn't mention that they're going to undertake the show again in the future. So they don't make a mention like, all right, this year was a bit of a stinker that kind of flopped, but next year, 2024, E3's coming back with a vengeance. They didn't say anything about attempting it in the future, so maybe this really is the end of them trying E3. Who really knows? But again, E3 has kind of become like YouTube Rewind. No one really cared about it and just kind of fizzled out. In fact, YouTube Rewind went out real sad as like the most disliked video on the entire platform, and then they canceled it then. But it was something that was already kind of like on its way out in terms of public interest anyway. They continue in the email saying that it was a difficult decision because of all the effort that them and their partners put toward making the event happen, but they had to do what was right for the industry and what was right for E3. So they said, we appreciate and understand that interested companies wouldn't have playable demos ready and that resourcing challenges made being at E3 this summer an obstacle that they couldn't overcome. And for those that did commit to E3, we're sorry we can't put on any showcase you deserve and that you've come to expect from ReedPop's event expertise. So again, just shedding more light on it. They didn't have the interest, and as well as a couple other obstacles, it just didn't seem worth it for them, and I think they made the right decision canceling it. I probably would have still watched it regardless just because of the nostalgia. It has been a long time since it's come back around, and I would have liked to see, you know, if they brought out the big guns. You know, they announced fucking GTA 7, right? Like, they go crazy. Maybe they finally show something from the new Elder Scrolls. But apparently that was not going to be the case. They also didn't have playable demos at the convention center ready or anything, so it looked like it probably would have just been a weak event if they did try. It probably was the right call not to. And I think the obvious big reason why this was never really going to work out well this year for them is because when E3 was announced, Xbox, Nintendo, and PlayStation all said, nope, we're not going. So taking the wind out of their sails immediately, and then Ubisoft apparently also said they wouldn't be going either. So they already just didn't have huge players in the industry going, so the lineup wasn't going to be strong regardless, which is just, you know, that's rough. You can't really make that work. Like I said, it really is pretty sad that no one gives a fuck about E3 anymore, because I remember how cherished the event used to be and the prestige that it used to have. So it is, you know, just a little upsetting to see where it's ended up, but it's for the best. It really is. The times have changed a lot. It just doesn't offer anything special anymore. There's no real reason for them to keep trying. Jeff Keighley's kind of put the stranglehold on big gaming conferences outside of the developers. So it's just a tough space to compete in now. And I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because I know a lot of people watching this probably also used to love watching E3. So I wanted to give you the latest from, you know, the fallen behemoth here. And that's really about it. So yeah. I've been on a bit of a binge of bad inventions. Wacky, silly, stinky inventions. Just garbage that Jimmy Neutron would have thrown in the dumpster. I've just been glued to it. Down this rabbit hole of finding the wildest products ever. And wondering why. And today I want to share a pretty special one with you. And I want to start by asking you a question personally on a level that, you know, maybe people don't talk to you normally. You lonely? You ever wanted to kiss someone, but they're too far away? Man, do I have the solution for you.
Pucker up. When your love is far away, you can still get a smooch with this new invention.
Welcome to the future, asshole. We're dragging you kicking and screaming into the 21st century. This puppy's about to revolutionize dating in RuneScape. Your RuneScape girlfriend and you can just purchase these bad boys, and you can be making out all night long. And man, what a utopia. So it's an attachment for your phone. It's called Long Lost Touch, and you can transmit kisses back and forth, and the lips, the silicone lips, you can kiss, and it'll be like kissing your partner. In fact, it might even be better. Anything human lips can do, these can do better. And that sound you were hearing, that sounded like a fucking birthday party kazoo going off, that's just another one of the handy-dandy features of the Long Lost Touch where it can play kissing sounds back to you in the lowest quality you've ever heard. I swear to God, the kissing sound quality is straight out of like the late 1990s on like a fucking floppy disk kind of shit. Like, I don't know what went wrong there. It actually sounds like a frog being strangled when it's playing kissing sounds back to you. But before going deeper on this product, I want to tell you something that I think deserves kisses, and that's Opera GX. Big thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring today's video. Opera GX is by far the best browser available right now. I know you've heard me talk about them a lot over the last year or so, and that's because I fully made the switch from Chrome to Opera GX and I have never looked back. One of the main reasons I did that is because Google Chrome is an unbelievable resource hog, whereas Opera GX is not. And even beyond that, they have so many beautiful features that I really appreciate. Like just fun customizable things as well, like custom wallpapers. There's also a new wallpaper, the Where's Charlie one, which is a goofy, fun little one that's available on Opera GX as well. They even have something like the GX Corner. A great thing about the GX Corner is it has my latest 12 uploads on it, which is fantastic. You can have your messengers on the side, so that way you just have everything in a nice, convenient, easy, just really intuitive way of using all of your common programs while browsing the internet. It, of course, is also a seamless transition from whatever browser you're currently using to Opera GX with your add-ons and extensions and everything like that. Everything about Opera GX is just by far the best in the industry. I could be here all day just complimenting Opera GX, and I've only briefly touched on some of the features. Like, I haven't even talked about the one that I use the most of, which is Forced Dark Mode, and also just Hot Tabs Killer. There's just a lot of great things Opera GX offers, so I highly recommend it. If you want to get started on Opera GX, you can click the link in the description below. It's of course free, so click the link in the description below if you want to give Opera GX a whirl.
The device, which has a name that translates to long lost touch in English, was created by Chinese college students. They were inspired by the stories of sadness and isolation that came out of pandemic lockdowns.
I've got to be honest with you, I feel like this would only add to the loneliness and then couple it with a side order of shame. Just this true combo meal of, man, I feel awful being away from my partner, and man, I feel even worse because I'm now making out with these fake fucking lips off of a mannequin. I really just think it'd be a lot less lonely to just do a FaceTime at that point. You don't need, like, the physical silicone rubber on your lips. I feel like that just makes everything much worse. And it's even worse because you can't even put your dick in it. You can clearly see that it's not deep enough unless you have a micro penis, and that's just not going to get the job done by any means for most people. So it's just one of those things that doesn't even serve like the most basic purpose of it, where it could have been used as like a sex device. It can't even accomplish that functionality, and you can't even put your tongue in it. It's not even deep enough for that, and it doesn't have a tongue of its own to be sticking in your mouth and wiggling around.
This is what can happen when video calls simply aren't enough. Each long-lost touch is paired with another device. Users have their kissing style recorded and then transmitted to the other set of lips.
But every time they show the kissing, it all seems the same, like just generic puckering and pecking. It doesn't seem like it's recording kissing style, because it's not getting in there in like a, you know, like a fucking feral animal type kissing. It's just like really by the books vanilla type pecking. So I don't think it's actually recording your kissing style. That just seems like marketing mumbo jumbo here that they're not actually fulfilling, because they're not showcasing those capabilities at all. It's not morphing and distorting and getting really deep in there with any kind of kissing styles. All it does is just continue to push the lips out a little bit and then retract. Looks like a fucking fish blowing bubbles underwater.
It even makes kissing noises. For a more realistic feel, the silicone lips warm up as the lover sends their kisses.
So that's what I was briefly mentioning a moment ago about how you can send the kissing sounds, but they clearly didn't put a whole lot of tender love and care and passion behind that functionality, because it sounds fucking horrible. It sounds like a snuff film. Those kissing noises there, I would have mistaken for some kind of wounded animal, like trapped under a car tire. Like, that is frightening, if that's the kind of audio quality you can expect when using this device. If it's spitting that kind of shit at me, I'm gonna think it's some kind of cursed demon object, as opposed to like a sensual lover's kiss lips type deal. Like, however, we can't downplay the importance of the lips having self-heating capabilities. I think that's huge. So, at the very least, let's say you don't have a significant other and you're completely alone, this still may be worth picking up as like a little finger warmer. Like if the tips of your fingers get cold, you could put it in that mouth right there and heat them up for a little bit, kind of cook them there. So, that might be useful.
Whether you think this idea is crazy or genius, these lips are in demand. The company sold over 3,000 kissing machines and received about 20,000 orders in just 2 weeks after opening. Send your long-distance kisses, but keep it classy. No tongue, okay? This is Inside Edition Digital.
What the fuck do I know? Clearly, this has become a smash hit, top-selling item. I bet you didn't expect that plot twist, because I know I didn't. My fucking jaw was on the floor when I heard those numbers, those sales. You wouldn't have been able to replicate my fucking kissing with how fucking unhinged my jaw became when those numbers were revealed. I couldn't believe it. Absolutely shocking, but congratulations to the team for financially crushing it. I can't help but feel this invention is very odd, very weird, and I don't think it really successfully helps with couples that miss each other and just want to kiss each other again. I think this would only make that problem worse. I don't see it really being successful there. Maybe I could see use for this in a couple that wants to, like, go out to dinner, but, you know, they're too far away and, you know, it's long distance, so they start feeding, you know, spaghetti to the lips here and they pretend like they're eating it on the other side of the phone. But overall, I just don't understand why you wouldn't just do a FaceTime, like, by itself. Like, you don't need the lip attachment. You could just do a normal FaceTime and just have that be that. I mean, you could even still take the same concept if you want something physical. You could just pick up, like, any household item and be like, these are your lips, babe. You know, like, you don't need the lip attachment. And I don't know what it retails for normally. Though I can't imagine it's super cheap. This seems like technology that they're probably going to be upcharging quite a bit on, so they are probably absolutely going hog wild with the financial profits off this. I just find it very silly. The whole idea of it I find very silly. And I just wanted to share it. That's really about it. So yeah. I recently got into a massive argument with my own chat about aliens visiting Earth, which is a crazy war to have fought. You know, it was a bloody battle. I'm sure most of you know, because I've talked about it before, my dad is super into aliens. He firmly believes they've helped us build the pyramids, given us fiber optic internet. You know, I'm surprised he hasn't started talking about aliens, how they farted 5G onto our planet or something. Like, he's big into the aliens thing and always has been since I was a kid, so I've been inundated with all kinds of alien stuff ever since I was young. So I have loved the field. But I have never been a believer that aliens have ever visited this planet, ever. I do think there is life outside of our planet, obviously, in the massive, unfathomably huge scope of the universe. I think it's unlikely there's no other life out there, but I don't think it's ever visited us. It would have to have somehow found fast and light travel, wormhole, something, which is so far above our comprehension that if they did actually do it, we wouldn't have even been able to process them visiting us, I imagine. Like, it is just so well beyond us that I just don't think it's happened. So I have been firmly against the idea that aliens have visited us, but I've always been open-minded in wanting it to be true. I would love to be able to fist bump my dad, be like, hey, Pops, you were right. And here's proof of the aliens having visited us. I did a keg stand with one of them at my frat brother's last party. Like, that'd be great, you know? But I've just never seen any compelling evidence about it. And we got to talking about it on stream, and a couple of chatters were very adamant that I was off my gourd for not believing every single abduction story ever told and every single sighting ever made, including the recent Las Vegas one, which was confirmed to just be casino lights reflected in the fucking sky, but they're writing that off as it was like a cover-up for aliens. Like, it's outrageous. In order to convert me to their side, to believe in them, to persuade me, they would tell like these anecdotes. Like, I read this story once on these forums where, you know, this guy's friend Eric was playing basketball in his driveway one evening, and then all of a sudden everything went white and his memory was erased, but he had his butthole prolapse. Like, the anal prolapse is signs of the aliens having experimented on him, and he lost 6 hours of memories. How is that proof? Why am I supposed to take that at face value? But they would drop these things like the Eric butthole incident and have me look it up and be like, how can you not believe us? This is ridiculous. You're spitting in the face of real proof. So I was losing my goddamn mind having this argument with them, and eventually we ended up going to something called like the Ariel School incident, which is a school in Zimbabwe which claims to have been visited by aliens, where 62 school children drew in crayon their encounter with a UFO and aliens who warned them about the future. And I got called crazy for doubting the legitimacy of it because you have 62 school students that drew very different crayon drawings that don't agree with one another. Some of the drawings have them coming down in a goddamn space potato. Others have like this elaborate, huge UFO, very generic. And then the aliens, they can't even agree on what they looked like. Some claim that they had long black hair. So literally fucking looking like me coming out of the spaceship. Some of them drew the aliens bald, like very generic alien baldness. Like none of the kids' drawings even like agree with others. Like it's such weak evidence, but they're using it as fact. Like how could anyone doubt us when this exists? So I'm just going to show you some of the clips from the stream because it got heated. And then we opened Pandora's box and started talking about warp drives for some reason. It got off the rails. It got a little crazy. So I just wanted to show some of that. But I want to make it clear. I would love if there was real compelling evidence of aliens having visited us. Like actual encounters with aliens. That'd be great. And there have been government-released documents and footage from pilots and shit from unidentified flying aircrafts, this unidentified air phenomenon, but none of it's like aliens per se. It's just we don't fully understand exactly how it works, so it's unidentified as of the moment. It's never definitive proof of aliens being here. It's just we don't have a full explanation on it yet. But it could be. Yeah, it could be, and I find that stuff to be pretty interesting, but I don't view that as, hey, here's proof that extraterrestrials are here for some reason. But anyway, let me just show you how the stream went. A leading UFO expert has investigated dozens of sightings over an impressive 45-year career and says aliens don't come in peace and have an agenda. I wonder what the agenda is. They come down here just to read our dank memes, shitpost on Twitter. I wouldn't say they're peaceful due to the thousands of UFO abductions worldwide. I woke up and my ass is sore. Damn you, aliens! Not again! I've been a big fan of aliens shit, UFO investigative shit for a long time. I have never once read, watched, or listened to a compelling abduction story that made me be like, this man actually he got abducted. At no point did I ever once even remotely come close to believing any of the abduction stories. Have you seen that documentary about a guy with 9 alien kids? What is that? What are we talking? What? No, I can't say I've seen that. What the fuck does that? He has 9 kids with extraterrestrials? This man's spreading the humanity seed throughout the cosmos? There were 30 plus kids who saw aliens at their school and drew them. If there is one group that I trust more than anyone, it's kids. They're notorious for not having an imagination and not just going with what everyone else is doing. That's what I would hinge my alien evidence on, is children's drawings. Being in all black, possibly showing medium-long black hair. Were the aliens just clones of me or something? What do you mean? The aliens have normal human hair? Well, there's no hair here. One of them was bald, I guess. Maybe he got made fun of on the ship. Not only would the beings have to have somehow discovered faster-than-light travel to make it here, it would have somehow had to elude everyone else's gaze and have only a couple people, in this case 62 school children, see them. Like, the amount of crazy coincidence that must all occur for only a small group to see that is very unlikely. I'm ready to... There is nobody on the planet that wants alien encounters to be real more than me. If this has compelling evidence, I would be elated. I would love that. I want to believe. But it is so unbelievably unlikely, and all of the evidence is so shit that it's impossible, in good conscience, to believe that there are aliens that visit us periodically. The circumstances for such a thing to be true are very, 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 very low possibility. So for multiple days, there have been headlines of UFOs hovering over the skies of Zimbabwe. And the only evidence we have is some children's drawings. Surely that would be major fucking news. And also, why would the aliens just be hovering over Zimbabwe? What are they doing there? They're just hovering there, doing nothing. Standing there menacingly like the hash-slinging slasher. What would be the purpose? Why would they have come there? Let's let's go down this for a minute. So the aliens came here to warn us about the future. And the optimal way of warning us was to go to a small school in Zimbabwe and tell a group of children. That was the best way of delivering this warning of the future. They were talking about COVID. Imagine this is all very true. The aliens actually did just fucking boot, scoot, and boogie all the way down to Earth just to land here and be like, hey, there's this little thing called COVID. I'm letting you know it's right around the corner. No good. No good. Alright, good luck with that. We're out. We've done our job. Message delivered. I don't think they were visited by aliens warning us about the future. Let's play with that for just a moment. Going back to that. Not only were they intergalactic travelers, they're fucking time travelers, warning us about our future. That's another crazy technological leap. And if they're that smart, that advanced, why would they tell a group of children at a small school? And also, why would they ever even make direct contact with people? They could just transmit the message. There's millions of cases. So what you've just shown to me is you believe what everyone says. You don't believe anyone's making things up. You don't believe in people having, for example, a sleep terror, which a lot of it boils down to sleep paralysis, where they have these very real feelings at night, where they're half asleep, half dreaming, and a lot of it gets chalked up to sleep paralysis. So you don't believe in any of that. You don't believe in mass hysteria, I would imagine then. You don't believe in manifested group thinking, where if someone believes they saw something, other people mysteriously start to have memories or visions of the same thing. You just take everything at face value, and no one's ever lying. Oh wow, Jesus, you're having a full meltdown. Anal probing isn't even a real thing, you moron. You get all your UFO info from fucking movies and TV. You get all of your UFO info from fucking TV too! What do you mean? All of your sightings are on TV. What are you fucking talking about? And then you said reptilians are part of the aliens. And faster than light is an outdated theory. Warp drives are proven. You're misinformed. What are you... What? Are you having an episode of psychosis? Jack Sarfati talks about the technology behind warp drives. Who mentioned fucking warp drives? I don't know why you're harping on that subject. That word had not left my mouth until I read your comment history of your 86 message meltdown. I'm not talking about fucking warp drives! Why do I need to do research on warp drives? That goddamn name didn't leave my mouth. He brought it up. But warp drives are an important part of alien lore. Maybe, but I wasn't talking about fucking warp drives. Jesus Christ. You asked for answers. On what? Warp drive? When did I ask for answers on warp drive? I want alien evidence. What the fuck are you talking about? Who am I talking? That is evidence? So, let's assume every alien has their own warp drive motorcycle. Why are they visiting trailer parks and fucking small schools to warn us about the future than only telling children? That isn't an answer. You weirdo. That chatter didn't read jack shit. It's theoretical physicist, meaning it hasn't been put into effect and there's no way to test any theories. I don't care about warp drives if they're real or not. God damn it. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm not here to scare you, but what I'm about to share might put the fear of God deep in your soul. And by God, I mean AI. It is advancing so fast every day. There's new groundbreaking developments in the AI field. You remember the expression, seeing is believing? I think it used to be used for really bad horror movie titles, like their catchphrase, as well as talking about Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. But it was really applicable to evidence. If you can see something, if you can hear something, it's real. It's hard proof. But not anymore. Just like the dinosaurs, that shit is extinct. Because a video or audio evidence no longer means it's authentic, no matter how real it looks. AI is getting scarily close to making fake videos that are indistinguishable from real ones, and alarmingly close like right on the edge, like one fucking pubic hair of a bumblebee's sack away from delivering perfect audio synthesis. In order to demonstrate this point here with how good AIs become with audio, let me show you Obi-Wan Kenobi talking about some space pussy.
Luke, did I ever tell you about Ahsoka Tano? She was your father's exotic teenage alien apprentice, a fine piece of jailbait from a more civilized age. She had the tightest body and the perkiest little breasts in the galaxy, barely legal in most systems. Anakin and I used to double-team her at the end of every successful campaign during the Clone Wars, and once in a while we'd even have the entire 500 first run a train over her, part of official Jedi training, of course. In time, she learned how to handle a meat saber better than anyone in the Jedi Temple. She wore a miniskirt every day, so we told her there were no panties in space. And since she was constantly doing acrobatics, you'd get a glimpse of her orange pussy mid-fight as she'd do a flip while slicing a B-2 super battle droid in half.
This legitimately sounds like a behind-the-scenes gag that the real actor delivered that was leaked onto the internet. If you had told me that this was a cameo that the actor did, kind of like Hank Schrader saying sussy in Big Chungus, I'd be like, oh wow, that's so cute that the real actor did this. Because it sounds so good. The intonation, the inflection, the pauses, the deep breathing, it is all one-to-one with Obi-Wan's performance in the movie. It is crazy how good that is, at least to me. I can't find a difference listening to him monologue about Ahsoka being the finest meat saber wielder in the system, and Obi-Wan lecturing Luke in the film. But by far the wildest part about all of this is that it's not just specific to Obi-Wan. It's not like they developed the Brazzers Obi-Wan protocol to just generate goofy scripts using AI Obi-Wan voice. It's extremely flexible and can do pretty much any voice that you feed it. It's a service called 11 Labs, and you can just upload your own audio as long as it's like a minute long and clear with no background noise, and it can make you a generated AI voice just like Obi-Wan's that sounds super, super close to the audio sample that you provided it. Like, the sophistication of this technology blows my fucking mind. Now, of course, this example is all in good fun. Who doesn't giggle listening to Obi-Wan passionately recall his sexual adventures with the rise of the Skycocker? But let's extend it beyond just silly, fun monologues about alien milkers button cock. Let's talk about what you can do if you're a bad actor and there's someone you don't like. You know, let's say there's a celebrity you don't like. You could take a voice sample of them, plug it into this program, and write up some horrible shit and post it online, claim it's a leak. And there would be plenty of people that believe you, and it's kind of hard right now, at least for most people, to prove that something like this is fake. It's pretty advanced in that regard, but you can. Of course, it can still be debunked, but it can still do damage just because of how convincing it is to most people who aren't going to bother delving into it and looking for the evidence to confirm it being fake. And you can take that, and let's extend it beyond celebrities. Let's talk about someone in your personal life. Like, let's say you really don't like your criminology professor. You could just take a voice sample of them that you've recorded in class, plug it into this program, and then type up some racist shit, and then present it to the university board, saying like, look at what this professor is saying in our class behind closed doors. This is unacceptable. I can't tolerate this anymore. This is fucking garbage. It is awful. And then that professor can get in huge trouble, maybe lose their job, get fired. It could be a massive issue for them, even though they haven't done any of that. It's all just been AI-generated voice cloning. It's a very powerful tool, and perhaps an even deadly weapon, depending on who's wielding this Excalibur here. Right now, most of the uses are people goofing around with it, having their celebrities deliver monologues, like Tim Allen coming out about his addiction to eating cat litter, or Jared Leto tearfully apologizing for consuming the blood of orphans to stay young. It's just this Pandora's box that's been opened, and no one's really entirely sure the implications this will have for the future. But it's as Uncle Ben famously said to Peter Parker, with great power comes great responsibility, and even greater tits.
Right from the beginning I said she's got to have tits, even though that makes no sense because her race, the Na'vi, aren't placental mammals. We had a shot in which Neytiri falls into a specific position, And because she is lit by orange firelight, it lights up the nipples. That was good, except we're going for a PG-13 rating, so we wound up having to fix it. We'll have to put it on the special edition DVD. It will be a collector's item. Maybe I should have considered a Neytiri Playboy centerfold. That would have been a good idea.
That's James Cameron giving an interview about the importance of the breasts in the Avatar Way of the Water. Now, if I had just heard that, I legitimately would have thought this was an interview where James Cameron just went fucking full mask off, unhinged, fawning over the Na'vi honkers. But it's AI generated, of course. Like, that's just the power of it. And if you think it's only like one person being able to do this, you're wrong. They can generate entire conversations. Here's Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson talking about 4chan janitors.
So it's saying in the genetic lottery that we call life, clearly some were more successful than others. And 4chan janitors in particular certainly belong to the latter group. So can you tell us what that means exactly?
It means if you take a large group of individuals, internet users in this case, you would expect a spectrum of abilities each individual possesses.
Okay, that's interesting. But what about 4chan janitors then? Where would you find them on the curve?
Well, you would find them at the end of the spectrum that the negative end, the bad side, you know?
Like they possess no valuable qualities whatsoever?
No, absolutely not. Look, if they did, you'd think someone would pay them.
Wait, are you saying 4chan janitors are not getting paid?
No, they're doing it for free.
No fucking way, excuse me. But that's like really...
Well, it's true. And I mean...
The AI is exceptionally good with Joe Rogan for some reason. I think there is like a ghost in the machine and it's gathered sentience and become a fan of Rogan because it fucking nails everything involving his voice.
Actually, Fuda can be made less gay than straight porn. You see, straight porn has one guy and one girl. Because you're fapping to something with one guy in it, that's 50% gay. If you watch Fuda fuck a girl, that's one girl and a half girl. Thus, only 25% gay. You could make it 0% gay with two girls, but the problem is that makes them lesbian, which wraps back to being 100% gay.
This one just sounded like a legitimate debate an argument had on his actual podcast that was clipped here and pretending to be AI. It was so fucking convincing. Like, you start to question what's real, obviously. Like, where does flesh, blood, and brain, real, organic Joe Rogan end and AI begin? It's blurring the lines of reality. And it's not just voices. At this point, they can do so much more. You may have seen there's a Twitch channel blowing up right now called Watch Me Forever. The program they're playing is called Nothing Forever. And it's 24/7 AI-generated Seinfeld episodes.
So, did you hear the latest news?
Not yet. What is it?
Scientists have developed an artificial intelligence that can do stand-up comedy.
Wow, that's amazing. Are they sure it's funny? I mean, what if it's really only funny to robots?
I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. In the meantime, let's stick to what we do best, making people laugh.
Agreed. To the funny people. Let's get out there and show him how it's done.
I've tuned into a lot of this content, the AI-generated Seinfeld, and even just from me watching it over the last, 24 hours, I've noticed it getting more and more meta and sophisticated with its, comedy writing. It's almost learning how to make better jokes to a certain level. Or at least sometimes. Maybe I'm just starting to get lost in my own delusion here from all of the AI advancing this quickly, and I'm starting to imagine it improving itself in real time, but I don't know. That's from the first couple of times I tuned in to minutes before I made this video, there was a drastic change in the writing quality, where before it was just saying a bunch of random shit. One of the jokes it told was, I went on a public bus and I sat on a stranger's lap, and it turned out it was my 3rd grade math teacher, and he whispered to me that I was his favorite student. And then he said, and then I saw that 3rd grade math teacher later on, and he said, heh. That was the punchline, then the laugh track. And then you fast forward to right before I made this, and also, don't get me wrong, that's a banger joke. That shit would slay in real life to a human being said it. It's killing it. It's doing a great job. But fast forward to right before I made this, and it was setting up entire punchlines. Like it feels like it is learning at a rapid rate. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this because it is so fascinating. We are in a wild point in history right now. I think everything that we're witnessing right now is going to be instrumental in humanity 10 years from now. Like, it's going to be in a place where it changes the landscape of pretty much everything we know in our day-to-day lives. And that's very, very interesting if you ask me. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. This is what it looks like when a man is operating using 100% of his brain power at all times. It's like I'm perpetually taking that pill from Limitless. I just came back from pickup basketball, and hooey, what a performance I put on out there. That's one for the textbooks. It's really a shame that I was cursed to be 5'6", because if you take my raw athletic abilities and my pure prowess at basketball, and you just scale me up, like if you slide the slider on my character creator sheet just a few inches to the right, I'm a real threat in the NBA. But regardless, I'm getting carried away. That's why I look all disheveled and shit, because I was out there going hard. I was grinding, and if you want to know what a real man smells like, take the side of your hand and rub it in between your ass cheeks like you're swiping a credit card and take a sniff, because that's what it smells like right now for me. But I'm not here to talk about basketball, though I am here to talk about something just as stinky, if not stinkier, than myself right now. The banning of books. We're going backwards. The human race is devolving. It's pretty clear we've learned nothing from history, since it continues to repeat itself, and right now, there's been a lot of books that have been banned, but one that I want to focus on today is a really, really wacky target for this. Assassination Classroom. It's a manga, and you've probably seen the anime because a few years back it was a very popular anime. And yesterday it was announced that it's been banned in at least one middle school, removed from their library, and faces potential bans in other schools throughout the district. To quote Jennifer here, the local chair of Moms for Liberty, she states, "We don't want students to think it's okay to kill their teachers." Hey pal, you just blow in from Stupid Town? This is their real reason. They think that this manga is somehow going to encourage students to kill their teachers or become school shooters or some shit. If you don't know what the plot of Assassination Classroom is, I'll break it down real quick. Basically, there's an alien, he's already fucked up the moon, and he's threatening to destroy the Earth. But he won't do it on one condition: he be allowed to teach a class. He wants to be a teacher. And all of the students in that classroom are assassins that are determined to kill the alien before the end of the school year, before he has a chance to, wreak havoc on the Earth. And it turns out the alien's an amazing teacher, and the students all take their attempts to kill him. That's fundamentally the story in a nutshell, just like really simplified. I can also 100% guarantee you, I fucking promise that the people that have banned this book and are lobbying to continue to ban this book have never read it. They probably never even opened it. They read a single paragraph plot synopsis, most likely on a fucking Reddit comment somewhere. They probably have no fucking clue what the story is even about or what goes on in it. They just immediately went into this frenzied panic and decided to just slap the ban hammer on it. And the worst part is, I'm not even surprised. Like, the caveman brain activating here and using absolutely no rational thought process to just ban this book doesn't shock me in even the slightest. And I understand school shootings have become more common than free food samples at a mall food court, but I'm gonna tell you right now, you didn't just stop school shootings by banning Assassination Classroom. I don't think there's a single human being on this planet that opened that manga and was like, I might need to kill my teacher. What if they're a fucking alien? Oh my god! Like, that's never happened in human history. And it never would. If you genuinely think your children are at risk to becoming school shooters after reading a fucking manga, there is a lot more problems at play there. You're gonna need to really step up your parental duties and really get involved in their life to ensure that they're staying on the straight and narrow. If you are actually concerned that they are going to read this and just bring in a fucking Glock to school to blast the teacher. It's a crazy thought process. Growing up, I always heard the expression, history repeats itself, or we have to study history or else we're doomed to repeat it, and I just never subscribed to that belief. I thought it was all just a bunch of baloney, a whole load of hooey. But now, I see how true that is. They legitimately are going backwards into like the panic in the like the 60s and 70s or whatever, 50s, whatever, with rock and roll, where they're like, fuck, it's the demon music. This is gonna cause everyone to go fucking loopy and start causing violence. Or with video games are causing violence. They're responsible for so much violent crime. Like, it's mind-blowing. And now we're banning manga. A manga that is about a fucking alien. We are reaching like a comical status with the shitty decisions being made with decisions like this. Now, Florida and that other school district aren't the only two places that are looking to ban this manga. Apparently, other states like Virginia and North Carolina are also up in arms about Assassination Classroom, and various other counties have reported complaints against it. So honestly, at this point, this almost feels like a marketing campaign for Assassination Classroom. It hasn't had this much buzz in years. It's gonna pop off in popularity, I imagine, as a result of all of this. But yeah, it's tragically silly. This is so fucking stupid. Using this manga as some kind of like scapegoat for school shootings, like, oh, finally, we figured it out. This is what went wrong. We've had Assassination Classroom manga in our libraries. That's what's contaminating the kids' brains and turning them into school shooters. It's this manga. We've done it. Eureka. School shootings are solved. Ban this manga and we're good. It's so fucking goofy. Like, this is gonna do nothing to help anything. And I really hope they continue down this line of logic. So, like, the next thing they start going after is, like, Romeo and Juliet, because it might encourage their kids to commit suicide. So they need to start banning every single thing of Romeo and Juliet. Like, there's just so many ways that you could explore this absolute insanity. You can extend this to everything. Like, oh, we have to ban every book because something bad happens into it that might make the kids want to do something bad. Fuck. No more books. Words are the devil. It's getting stupid. It's getting real stupid. And since we're on the topic of books, there's another thing I want to complain about real quick, a little bah humbug in here for something that's a little different but still related. I am getting sick and tired of books being rewritten to fit modern sensitivities. I don't know how many of you are aware of this, but right now there's this movement going around to rewrite classic books in order to fit modern sensitivities. So, for example, Roald Dahl is an author I'm sure many of you are familiar with. If you don't know his name, you definitely know his work, like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It's been getting some revisions. They've taken out a lot of content from some of them, changed some words around, like really trivial stuff, but then sometimes outright removed not insignificant moments, like completely like changed it. All because they believe that it is no longer fitting for the current climate, our modern society. So they've taken it upon themselves to just rewrite it. What fucking heroes? Just rewriting books, huh? Amazing. Surely there's nothing wrong with that. Just completely changing the author's words around. Why fucking not, I guess, huh? I think it's ridiculous. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. I'm not a big book reader anymore. I've made that very clear. I don't really read a whole lot of novels or anything like that. But that doesn't mean I never did. I used to read a shitload. Up until, like, late middle school. Well, yeah, like, late middle school-ish. I used to read a lot. And, of course, I hate the idea of just changing shit because it no longer fits in modern sensitivities. Like SpongeBob. SpongeBob, for example, had 2 of its episodes just completely scrapped when it made it to Paramount+. One of them being the iconic Panty Raid episode, all because they no longer believed it was appropriate. So they gave it the old 1-2 buckle my shoe to the shadow realm with you. They fucking axed it from the service, and you can no longer watch it on, like, Paramount. It's gone. Because they thought it was inappropriate now. I think the obvious solution, instead of just banning episodes if you think that it is offensive by today's standards, is to do what has been done in the past for, like, old cartoons if there was, like, racist shit in it. In the beginning, you just make it clear, like, hey, this happened a long time ago. By those standards, it was okay, but by today's standards, it's really not. We don't support, the beliefs of it. However, we want to keep the art intact and deliver it to you as it was aired and as it was written. That is the way you handle it the correct way. Instead of just getting rid of it or rewriting it, I think that's just fucking stupid to just, pretend it doesn't exist or censor words because it's no longer fitting in today's society. It's stupid. Just make a disclaimer at the beginning like, hey, this book was like written 100 fucking years ago. There are some words in here that are no longer okay words. We recognize that, but we're not going to get rid of them. This is how it was written, thus this is how we're going to deliver it. Instead of just fucking revising it. I think that is an absolutely awful thing that is now becoming extremely commonplace. And I wanted to just rant about that a little bit and just, I don't know, it's just been grinding my gears because every couple of weeks now there's a new author that's the target of this like revision and revising, rewriting of their work because it's no longer modern sensitivity conscious. So just wanted to talk about that. This whole subject is just so fucking ridiculous. We are actually not learning from anything throughout history. It's pretty baffling stuff. That's really about it. So yeah. I've got a piping hot meal fresh out of the Olive Garden microwave straight to your dinner table here. This news is fresh off the press. The CEO of Twitch has announced that they're stepping down. Emmett Shear has been with the company at the helm for 16 years, apparently, and today has decided to move on. So he's quit his position and passed the torch. This is really interesting because it happens so soon after YouTube just experienced something very similar with Susan stepping down. Back to back, these two major companies had their CEOs walking off into the sunset together. I'm not normally conspiratorial, but perhaps there is some kind of correlation between all of the UFOs we've been sighting recently and now these CEOs stepping down. Maybe the Illuminati's making some plays for the shadow government. Things are getting very odd. But anyway, Emmett left us a blog post kind of detailing his 16-year adventure here at the helm of Twitch, and even made a Twitter post kind of going over it briefly as well. In October 2006, we started working on live video for the internet. That became Twitch. More than 16 years later, I'm now a father and ready to move to my next phase of life. I wrote a blog post, but the short version is, thank you so much to everyone who built this with me. I'd like to make note that this is probably the first time Emmett Shear has ever said a single word about Twitch on his Twitter account. I've said this a million times, but you would have no idea Emmett Shear is the CEO of a major company like Twitch if you didn't just look it up yourself. I bet you were even scratching your head when I said the name Emmett Shear. You're probably going, who the fuck is Emmett Shear? Is that like a NASCAR driver or something? Like, who's that? I bet most people were probably under the impression Twitch didn't even have a CEO. That position was filled by Amazon androids or something. Emmett Shear has been my poster child for the last couple of years for a CEO that is beyond out of touch with the company that he runs, and it really does convey the idea that he doesn't care about it. Again, he doesn't talk about it. He doesn't engage with it ever. He doesn't celebrate anything about Twitch. If you scroll through his Twitter, you'll never really find any mentions of anything going on Twitch. I imagine he probably doesn't even know 5 streamers that use the platform. Like, I've made this very clear. This is no secret. I've been very public that I'm not the biggest Emmett Shear fan. You're not going to see me heartbroken, curled up and crying over Emmett Shear no longer being Twitch's CEO. Right? I think he has been the most passive CEO of all time, and it's really felt like he is embarrassed of his position at this company. He doesn't talk about it ever. He is never at any of the functions. He doesn't know like half of the shit on his platform. I bet the reason he stepped down is because someone at the office might have accidentally like CC'd him on an email reminding him that he's the CEO of Twitch, and he's like, what? I'm the CEO of Twitch? Still? I thought I gave up this position 8 years ago. Hold on, let me rectify this. So then he just put in his 2 weeks notice. Like, he just has not, in a long time, been active in the platform he is the CEO of. So, I haven't been a big fan. Obviously, the changes that Twitch have been experiencing over the last couple of years have been overwhelmingly fucking terrible and misguided, showcasing just how out of touch a lot of the higher-ups at the company are. So, you know, Emmett Shear stepping down actually kind of had me pumping my fist a little bit. And I know I'm not alone with that sentiment either. I saw a lot of people celebrating like they had just won the fucking Super Bowl, hoping that maybe this is the turning point for Twitch where someone new will step in that's more in touch with the community and will try and correct the ship here and lead Twitch down a better path than the one that it's currently traveling over the last couple of years. But unfortunately, all of that excitement soon turned to excrement as I continued to read. They did announce who the new CEO will be. And unfortunately, it's more disappointing than Season 2 of Promised Neverland. I think this was a big fuck up, but they've chosen to give this position to the current Twitch president, Dan Clancy. I think this is a bigger blunder than when Jeffrey Toobin masturbated on that Zoom call and lost his job. Like, this is so silly. Dan Clancy is kind of just like the bearer of bad news for Twitch. By far his biggest claim to fame and the biggest stain he's already placed upon the company even before becoming CEO is this. He was the brave warrior that proudly posted this. A letter from Twitch president Dan Clancy on subscription revenue shares. This post still lives in infamy and still haunts the platform and scares a lot of creators because we're actually coming up on the period that these changes are supposed to roll out and take place. This was the post where Twitch announced that they are going to be getting rid of the 70-30 split with partnered streamers that are on those deals. So 70-30 will no longer exist. The shares will go down to 50-50 across the board, and they will never go back to 70-30 ever. So it'll be 50-50 across all of Twitch for everyone, no matter what, making it the lowest shares on any streaming platform across the entire internet. Now, in order to make up for this, they doubled down on ads. Something everyone really loves, Twitch ads. The unskippable fucking 30-second ads that play when you click on a stream. Yeah, people love those, so you can imagine how great that news went over. Like, yeah, we're taking away 20%, but we're giving you more ads. So, they are going hog wild with their ad program, incentivizing creators to run more ads to make up for this difference now in income, and just pushing ads even further down the throats of everyone on the platform. This was by far probably one of the most controversial decisions Twitch has ever made, and I still, to this day, have not seen a single person come out in support of it, because Twitch is an Amazon-backed company. Amazon, of all companies, can probably afford to keep Twitch running. Without problem, I would imagine, especially considering subscription revenue is not the main driver of revenue for the platform in general. It was just extremely greedy to have that be the target, the first thing they target when trying to be more monetizable. Instead of focusing on other aspects of monetization, they immediately went right for the throats of creators by taking away something that had been established on the platform for like a decade now, with that like 70-30 split shit. So, this was a big deal. It is still a big deal because it's supposed to roll out within the next couple of months, and Dan Clancy was the one who announced it publicly. I don't know if he was the one that suggested the idea. I don't know how involved he was with the decision-making process with this idea, though as Twitch president, and from everything I've read, it seems like he's very hands-on with these kind of decisions and these policies. So I would wager a guess that he was very on board with this. Now, even aside from just this decision, people have talked about him over the last 8 or so months, kind of speaking to his character. A popular streamer named Jake and Bake actually got to meet him and had this to say.
It'll be a long time. To be honest, dude, the president of Twitch, I'm sure personally, I have no problem personally with him. But honestly, I don't feel confident as a streamer on the platform with someone who is that out of touch.
Yeah.
What the streamers need and want.
Oh no!
I walked away feeling like depressed. Seriously, sad.
And it wasn't just Jake, a couple other people came forward as well, most notably DJ Wheat, who held a previous high position at Twitch. DJ Wheat said, Dan once told the company he relates with creators because he was involved in drama and theater clubs in high school. He's a good human, but I never felt like he was able to relate to creators and the struggles they faced through every step of their career. Wow, gamers, he's just like us. He did drama and theater in high school. Woohoo! Yippee! That's my boy! It's crazy. Like, he didn't even bother to try and pretend to be, like, a gamer or anything, or, like, ever played games. At least according to this story and a couple other things I read. He focuses on, like, drama and theater as being, like, his relatability quirks. Amazing. Yeah. It doesn't seem great. In fact, I would argue this is a recipe for disaster. Dan is almost 20 years older than Emmett Shear. He's 59, and he doesn't have a Twitter account or much social media at all. Not that I necessarily think that in and of itself is a bad thing. I usually applaud people who don't have a Twitter account, because going on Twitter is like willingly sticking a cactus into your eye. But in a case like this where Dan is the CEO of Twitch, I feel like having a social media presence is extremely important, because where else are you going to be able to see the community's feedback on new features or changes? I don't think there's very many users on Twitch that are going to the support line in order to leave reviews or give you insight on how they feel about certain things. Most people are going to talk about all of this on Twitter or other social media platforms. So if you're completely absent from there, how are you going to see it? And I feel like being able to see these responses is integral to running the company in a healthy way and delivering features people want or making changes people want to see. At least that's just my perspective on it. Maybe I'm way off the mark and they have other means for Dan to get this kind of information from the community that I'm just not really thinking about. So either way though, I'm not super optimistic with Dan Clancy as the new Twitch CEO. I would, however, love to be proven wrong and Dan Clancy comes in here like an absolute rock star and knocks it out of the park. It's probably worth mentioning I have actually met him before. In fact, Matt and I have both met him. When we went up to Texas for a week to do like some wacky content, he was at one of the functions we were attending and introduced himself. And I don't really have a whole lot to say about it. Like, he was nice and seemed passionate about Twitch. The only thing that he really like asked me was if I play games. And I was like, yeah, I play games. And he was just like, that's cool. That was really kind of like the extent of our interaction. It was just really small talk things about like, yeah, Twitch is a place for gaming. You play games. Awesome. So I can kind of just vaguely speak to his character of like he seemed very passionate about the platform, but I don't know anything else really about him. He seemed nice, I guess, but just being nice doesn't make you a good leader of the platform. So hopefully like maybe he has good intentions and has good ideas on ways to make Twitch better because it needs some drastic improvement with the directions it's been heading. So I guess we'll see how all of that goes, but just wanted to talk about all of this because it's big news. That's about it. See ya. Stand back, I'm entering stinko mode. I was about to hop in the shower, but I started watching a couple of Twitch clips as the water was getting hot, and it just made me upset what was going on about a certain situation that I turned the water off and decided to march on over here like a toddler who just got told that he was put on Santa's naughty list so I could sit down and rant about something. So that's why I'm a little greasy right now. As you can tell, I've got my white t-shirt in sport mode, got some pit stains going on, and I just need to rant right now. I'm fuming. There's fucking steam coming out of my ears like a cartoon character. Why are people so fucking weird when it comes to disliking people online, where if someone they don't like does something good, they will find every excuse to hate the good thing they're doing? It is people's complete fucking inability to recognize that a good thing done by a person they don't like is still a good thing. You don't have to all of a sudden hate the good thing they've done. Why am I talking about this? Two very large streamers are doing a really good thing right now, and there's still a pretty decent sized chunk of people that are shitting on them for it and trying to find any weaselly way of making it seem like it's a negative thing. The two big streamers are Hassan on Twitch and iShowSpeed on YouTube. Both are very controversial figures in the space, and right now they're both doing fundraising streams to raise money for people in Turkey and Syria. I'm sure all of you saw yesterday, Turkey and Syria were devastated by a massive earthquake that led to the deaths of thousands of people, and today both of these streamers went live to collect money for a fund to help out as much as possible. Right now Hassan has raised over $330,000 for the Turkey-Syria earthquake fund, which is a fucking ton of money in a pretty short amount of time, and somehow people are spinning that as a horrible thing. iShowSpeed also raised a tremendous amount of money for the fund as well, and he was getting text-to-speech donations that were fucking unhinged like this.
Pin message. Pin message. Thank you. Y'all welcome. Y'all welcome. Y'all welcome.
Hassan Piker is taking all the money for himself. He lives in a mansion. All the money is going to him so he can buy a new pool for his mansion.
Yo, chat, what is going on?
Nah. Speed, it's a scam. I am being.
It's a scam? Bro, I don't. Oh my god, dog. Y'all see, look, bro. I don't know who.
Imagine hating an internet streamer so much that you will pay money, your own hard-earned doubloons, your own hard-earned clams, to donate it to a different streamer just so you can keep shitting on the one that you don't like, and then cook up your own little tinfoil butt plug conspiracy theory on why what they're doing is actually super shady and the money's not going to the charity, it's going to luxury items. That is a wild concept to me. And then also donating to call the whole thing a scam. Another very wild thing to me, because from what I can tell, this doesn't appear to be an illegitimate organization or an illegitimate fund. It seems like this is money that's going to be extremely useful to the actual people in need to help out victims and help out, but, you know, for some reason, this is being spun by not a large group of people. I want to make this clear. It's not a ton of people. It is a pretty small, vocal group of people that are trying to find any way of spinning this as an overall negative thing that both of these streamers are doing because they don't like the streamers. Now, I'm not here to be the PR manager or tell you that you need to suck their dicks for this and fondle their balls for such a great selfless deed. I'm not trying to be that soldier in the meme who's like taking bullets while a baby is sleeping soundly right in front of me. Like, it's totally fine if you don't like either of these streamers. That is completely fine. In fact, Io still hasn't even gotten over iShowSpeed's last crypto scam with Paradox Metaverse. She's still very upset about that. She had to jump down. She was so sick from it. Of course, I'm kidding. Even my cat's not stupid enough to fall for a blatant crypto scam like that. What the fuck was that noise? Jesus Christ. Alright. Point is, you can dislike the streamers. You can say, iShowSpeed scammed and I'll never forgive him for it. But then you can still see what he's doing right now and be like, okay, big thumbs up. That's a good thing. You don't have to go out of your way to try and find any kind of like fucking wild, outrageous reason why what he's doing is bad. Because it's just not. No matter how you spin it, getting money to people in need after a fucking tragedy like this is a great thing. And the same goes for Hassan. You can dislike Hassan till the cows come home. You can dunk on him on Twitter all you like. You can say El Bozo on every fucking tweet, whatever. But when he does something good like this, you don't have to try and find some kind of crazy way that it's a horrible thing that he's doing. Because again, it's just not. And if we're going to play ball with what I see a lot of people saying, and they said the same thing about Mr. Beast, where it's selfishly motivated, they're just doing it to grow their own brand and look good, it's a PR play. Let's just assume you're right. Who cares? If that money ends up going to the victims here and helping people in need, who cares what the actual motivation behind it was when the result, the outcome, is still a great benefit to people that absolutely needed it? Why is that an issue? Yes, of course you can still question the motives. Totally fine. I think that's totally reasonable as well. But at the end of the day, it's still just not a bad thing because the people that need the help are getting the help. It's just that simple. That's how I always view these things. I understand that's not going to be how everyone views it, but it always just makes me really fucking upset when I see people doing a good thing and then still getting shit on for it because people don't like them. I feel like good things can be done by people you don't like, and you can still acknowledge the good things without, you know, all of a sudden needing to do a 180 and love the person who did it. For example, I don't really like Elon Musk. I think a lot of the shit he's done has been, like, pretty underwhelming, and he hasn't done a lot of things that I think are, like, good changes, especially for, like, Twitter and shit. But I always give credit where credit's due. He did an incredible job on Twitter with getting rid of a lot of open pedophiles. The MAP community, the minor attracted person community on Twitter that operated out in the open and flourished for years on Twitter, literal pedophiles, got decimated once Elon Musk actually finally put it in his crosshair. He did a good job there, and I can recognize that while also still not being a huge fan of Elon Musk and the other changes he's made. I just view it as a super simple thing that a lot of people lack the ability to do for some reason. Now again, I want to make it clear, I'm not like blowing this way out of proportion. I understand it's a pretty small group of people that are shitting on Speed and Hassan for the fundraiser, but even just any number of people, more than like one fucking lunatic, is mind-boggling to me. Like, how can people actually look at that and then just be like, yeah, but I hate the person, so I hate what they're doing, and here's why it's bad? It's just not. Like, it's fucking simply not. You don't have to like the person who does a good deed, but you can appreciate the good deed that was done. And, like, that's what it all boils down to. That's what I wanted to rant about today. I don't know if that whole take is super spicy and hot, or if it's pretty lukewarm or cold. Don't really know. I'm hoping it's not a hot take, though, because it seems like it really shouldn't be. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. It's finally here. A response more hyped up than the Avatar sequel. Logan Paul is addressing the massive 3-part investigation conducted by CoffeeZilla, exposing Crypto0 as a potential scam. Logan Paul was not too happy about that nomenclature, so he made a video pretty much doubling down on everything about Crypto0 never being a scam, while admitting to hiring criminals for the team and trying to poke holes in CoffeeZilla's credibility, but without ever providing evidence for why CoffeeZilla is no longer credible. It's not the best response, but it was enough to win over a lot of people's trust somehow, even though Logan Paul never actually addresses any of Coffey's claims with the evidence Coffey provides. Instead, he fixates on a couple of small things, none of which actually contribute to disproving anything from Coffeezilla's video series or his year-long investigation, and instead just kind of serves to assassinate Coffeezilla's character, and then throws the condom on the floor and says he's taken Coffeezilla to court. I'll see you in court, bub. He makes it clear that he will be pursuing legal action against Coffey for this investigation, so overall, very curious to see how this all plays out from here. I'm going to show you his response video as well as me going over it, because like I said, he never actually addresses any of the evidence-backed claims that Coffeezilla provides from his investigation. He doesn't do anything to prove his innocence. All he does is talk about, CryptoZoo's coming. I'll make sure of it. What's he going to give us? Well, so far it looks like he's given us just barely enough nutrients to survive. Like, I'm still hungry. Coffeezilla released a 3-part series on an investigation that spanned the course of a year. Logan Paul gave us a 7-minute appetizer that he's trying to serve us as the entree. Like, come on, there's no meat on these bones here. Let's ride.
Coffeezilla. I watched her 3-part series called Investigating Logan Paul's Biggest Scam, and like many on this platform, you have successfully used my name for views and money. While you're
I immediately already hate that start. Coffeezilla's entire brand is all about exposing scams in the space. You yourself commended him for his work ethic and his, like, actual great content. And you have immediately wiped your ass with that phony statement. What an awful start. We are 7 seconds into this and it's already a terrible start. You've already exposed yourself for one lie already. You called yourself a fan and how Steven always gets it right. Until now. And now all of a sudden it's all about views because of your name. Yucky.
For views and money. While your work used to be impartial, your addiction to clicks has clouded your judgment and you've made very real errors with very real repercussions. Coffee, you took a shot at my reputation. So in this video today, I'm going to be defending myself with facts, something that you have gotten in the habit of twisting as you continue to morph from an investigator to a gossip channel. You see?
Interesting. Because he gets like the whole story even from the people he's exposing. He directly talked to, like, Amio Talio for Paradox Metaverse and stuff. I am curious which ones he's referring to. That's a bold statement. Do you have anything to back that up, Logan? Is that in here somewhere? Spoiler alert, no. This is just a plot thread with no closure here. He says that he's been making very real errors as he's morphed into more of a gossip channel, yet provides nothing to substantiate that claim. No evidence. He just says, he's getting things wrong now. Source? I made it the fuck up. Trust me, bro. That's the source. Like, that is laughable. You can't state that, you can't make that claim and have nothing to back it up. Besides this situation, which you're claiming is wrong, what else? You're saying that now, as he's gotten more popular, he's no longer impartial, he's more of a gossip channel that's completely fine with getting facts wrong. Can you show me something that proves that statement from you? You didn't. Do you have anything, or are you just pulling it out of your asshole?
You see, Coffeezilla tried to work with law enforcement in the past, but his work was described as not anchored to truth and often speculative. He is a lopsided journalist with an agenda, and he's nothing more than the Keemstar of crypto and finance. But as opposed to just telling you, I'm going to show you some of the core discrepancies that I caught.
Oh, that's such a big claim. Whoa, the legendary double fist into the butthole of wild claims with no evidence, huh, Logan? A bold maneuver. Now he says that he tried to work with law enforcement but was often deemed not anchored in truth or the work was speculative. Do you have anything to back that up anywhere? You making that statement piqued my interest and I feel like I did more investigative work on me just being curious than you did for your whole response video because I reached out to Coffeezilla and talked about some of the claims here. And Coffeezilla was as confused as everyone else when you talked about this one, about wanting to work with law enforcement. According to Coffeezilla, he's never wanted to work with law enforcement, never has tried to, and in fact the only time he's ever had any communication with law enforcement is when they approached him to hand over some of his evidence on a case. So I don't know where the fuck this is coming from.
Code fled to Switzerland and held it hostage for $1 million. Well, his name is Zach Kelling. Surely, as the internet detective that you proclaim to be, you would know that he spent time in prison for multiple felonies, one for aggravated robbery, armed robbery at a liquor store, and the other for
Sounds like a good member of the Crypto Zoo
obstructing
team.
the legal process. I can see why you kept him anonymous.
Who we'll be calling Z here.
I guess among many things, had not only an agenda, but a fondness for orange jumpsuits.
Why is he on your team? In fact, him omitting that detail makes you look a little more competent. Now that I know you hired a fucking criminal to work on the project, I have even less faith in you to make good choices. This doesn't discredit anything. At all, actually. This just makes you look worse.
Or did you just hear what you wanted to hear and moved on? Because even if you're lying to yourself, Steven, you still have to believe it. And I know what you're thinking. What type of idiot would work with an unsavory individual?
That is
like
what I was
Zach
thinking.
Kelling? I guess that's what I get for trusting the team that I relied on to vet and manage Eddie's hiring process, who has turned out to be a professional con man that I have since learned fooled billionaires, the Mormon Church, the owner of the New York Yankees, and...
Hey, who'd you learn that from, Logan? Which source did you learn that information from? Surely it wasn't Steven, since you're talking about how untruthful and how often speculative and wrong it is, so surely you didn't learn that information from Steven, right, Logan?
invest in a cryptocurrency, was allegedly responsible for 2 rug pulls before you interviewed him. So either you missed that or you knew it and failed to let the public know. Why? Because it was a clear sign that he was also untrustworthy. You seemed 1 second of research would prove that to be false, as you can definitely hatch eggs and even breed your animals.
Click on that. Oh, we got a duck.
And as you pointed out in your fine print, cross-hatching was available on ETH at one point, but you perpetuated the opposite as truth with your chest out.
Basically, nothing worked.
And by the way, Guy, almost all NFTs are just pictures.
Oh, it's just a picture.
And surely is...
So the project sucks. So it's nothing new like you proposed. It is just, again, JPEG on JPEG, and that's it. It's not a game. You're right, NFTs are all worthless pictures, but you were proposing a game. In fact, your friend was like, oh, you're not even talking about this like a project. This is like a game. And your exact words was, it's a game. It's a really, really fun game. But now you're just here saying, it's just pictures. Which is the point everyone was making. It's not a game. It's more just NFT JPEGs that are just stock images. You're contradicting your own sales pitch. So I don't know about this guy. This guy could very well be super untrustworthy. I'll take Logan's word for it here. These were interviews with alleged victims of the rug pull. Now, even if this guy, and I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt here, even if this guy is a very shady character, he could have still been scammed. It's not mutually exclusive, because he's not the only one. So among the thousands upon thousands of people you scammed, one of them happens to be a douchebag scammer as well. That doesn't discredit the whole point, though. There was like 12 other people he interviewed as well, but even the non-interviewed people, there were tons of victims. Coffee used him as a spokesperson. No, he had like 12 other people there, and he just had his testimonial as part of it.
Right? So why have you allowed the illegal recording of Jeff's phone call without his permission? And then more like an internet criminal, post it online.
And it was interesting, it was like,
Crypto King Jake stole $6 million. True or not, we had already removed him from the team when we realized Conman Eddie, lead developer, stole $1.7 million. True or not, when we learned he was a bad actor as well, while myself and Jeff sold nothing and made nothing as verified through investigation and the blockchain.
Jeff, Logan's manager, to my knowledge, never sold. Neither did Logan Paul.
I repeat, and illegal. I suggest you use the money you got from pumping your Patreon to hire a good lawyer. You're gonna need it. And maybe we could have...
Oh, he's throwing it down! I guess to piggyback off that, why didn't you update the community on the project? Why didn't you talk to the community that brought all of this to light, who felt scammed for the last year and has lost tons and tons and tons of money on it? Why have you only ever sent 3 Discord messages, one of them right before posting this video? This is very easy to continue going back and forth with the finger pointing. If it's not a scam and you really are working on it, why the complete radio silence with your community? And even if he was, you can still say, hey, we're going through legal trouble, but we're still working on the game. We're not a scam. We're working on it. And what about the handmade asset, or the handmade art, which was proven to be stock photos? Is he going to address that? This is just too short to address all of the, like, actual evidence that CoffeeZilla submitted.
Talked about this. If you had reached out to me, personally, not my manager, Jeff, who is not me, Steven, but the first time you did was on Christmas Eve after you released your series so you could rely on false statements and unreliable people used recklessly. That's fine. You've denied my invitation multiple times. You're still invited. It can be a one-on-one. If not, we're going to handle this ourselves while we continue to build CryptoZoo, and I'll see you in court.
Amen. Damn, that was big. 7 minutes of fury, but not a whole lot of evidence on specific claims, just more broader things. So you hired 2 criminals because you didn't do any amount of background research. Why is there faith in CryptoZoo? Why should there be going forward? How about here? It's coming. How? Have you replaced the 2 criminals? But yeah, he did just he posted in the Discord for the first time in a year right before releasing that. So he has 3 messages in the Discord. One of them was yo, and then the other one was I'm sober right now. So he hasn't really been keeping the community up to date with what's going on, which is why for a year now everyone's felt like they've been scammed. 0 apologies, 0 addressing victims, and 0 accountability. Logan accuses me of not reaching out to him directly until December 24th, but doesn't mention I reached out over a year ago prior on Instagram. Not the optimal platform to get a response. But I also don't know how you're supposed to get in touch with someone like Logan Paul either if it's not through his manager. There's no direct means of communication that I know of. It was only after a year of not getting a response that he began calling his manager for answers about CryptoZoo and got comically stupid responses. So now you're admitting like you just didn't see it. Which, I mean, it's through Instagram. It's not optimal, but like, it's not hard to believe that he wouldn't know how to get in contact directly with you if it's not through your manager. That's the whole point of a manager. He could have used Twitter. He's blocked on Twitter. Logan blocked him. Plus, Logan Paul's DMs are closed. I can't DM Logan Paul. No, I don't expect you to see every DM, which is why I reached out to your manager and explicitly said I was trying to reach you because I hadn't gotten a response. I mean, them's the receipts. I mean, yeah, Jeff read it, so, oof. What kind of people is Logan Paul hiring? Literal criminals. He admits to it. He hired a fucking criminal. Well, 2 of them, actually. Well, 3 if you count Crypto King. 3 criminals. He had Eddie, the professional con man, who was just a blatant con man. I don't know how anyone on Logan Paul's team could hear this guy's story and think for a second he's real. He claimed to have won the fucking 2018 Super Bowl at the Philadelphia Eagles and claimed to be like a hacker responsible for AOL hacking. And also a CIA operative. And also works closely with billionaires and shit. Like, it takes minutes to deduce that this guy's probably not the real deal. And then, I don't know why he ever teamed up with Jake the Crypto King. That guy is just an actual serial scammer. I hope that he does talk more on Impulsive because, like I said, he didn't tackle specific claims with evidence such as all of the text messages and all of the actual statements from the group meetings that I believe Jake the Crypto King provided, where it showcased his, like, the whole team's motives behind the project as well as market manipulation and then everything falling apart behind the scenes. He doesn't tackle the handmade art assets being just blatantly false and provably wrong. Apparently, I didn't do the research myself, but from all the evidence seems pretty cut and dry. He didn't tackle the actual specific claims on the project. He's going more big picture with it, but he focused in on some really small ones, I think. Again, this guy being a scammer and also getting scammed by CryptoZoo doesn't really prove a point other than this one guy is a piece of shit who also got scammed by my project. He lost money on it just like everyone else. He shouldn't have been in your video. And that's fair. Definitely not a good spokesperson giving testimonials if he's also not a good person. But it also doesn't discredit all of the true victims that are there. But he doesn't prove his innocence here either. This is still a project that should have no backers. He hired 3 fucking criminals to run it with him. There's no amount of background checking. There's no communication. Everyone did lose money on it. There is no reason that this should continue to exist. What he should do is apologize to everyone that lost money and just fucking refund their investments. Just eat shit on it and move on. If you want to continue to try and have a good reputation. Even if it wasn't designed to be a scam, which, again, all of those group chat messages as well as everything provided from Jake, I believe, Seems like from the beginning it was designed to just be a money-making exploit. But even if that wasn't the point, everyone did lose money on it. It is still in a non-functional state overall for the majority of your users. Do you think there is anything Logan can actually take legal action on? I don't think so. I don't see how he could, if I'm being honest. I don't really think there was anything necessarily defamatory about CoffeeZilla's video, and I don't think that's what he's going to go for. He's going to go for the unethical record, like, I think it is, like, actually illegal to record a private phone call conversation. He's going to go for that angle, talking about an illegally recorded phone call with his manager. So if he is going for something legal, I think that's the angle he'll take, because he does have a leg there. But as for defamatory, I don't think so, since it was part of just like an actual open investigation that was publicized. Plus, I don't really think you're going to win as a crypto company that actually did have tons and tons and tons of victims that lost money on it. Not in Texas. It's not illegal in Texas. Is that right? I didn't know that. CoffeeZilla's in Texas. Well, yeah, that's why that would be relevant to this. No, it's probably not about winning. It's probably just about strong-arming, because Logan has significantly more money to hire a legal team and bully for a long, long time. You're definitely biased, though? I would have been super open to Logan Paul somehow figuring out, like, how to prove all of that wrong. It's just the evidence was, like, pretty tight. It wasn't just, like, circumstantial nonsense. It was, like, very thorough investigation, man. That's not bias. That's looking at evidence and seeing, this is, you know, not a lot of wiggle room, but I'm open to hearing. And I heard a couple of decent points. Granted, I don't think they're that strong overall, like, CoffeeZilla omitted that one of my core developers is actually a criminal. Like, okay, he didn't say that. You are right. CoffeeZilla probably knew this guy was a criminal and didn't bother mentioning it. Though I don't think mentioning it makes you look better. In fact, I think it really makes you look worse. You hired him. You did no amount of information gathering or background checking. But you're right. CoffeeZilla didn't mention that. That was omitted. Or CoffeeZilla not doing his research enough on this guy being a scammer. Fair enough. That is correct. He is not someone that should have been in the testimonials as one of the victims, though, even though he probably did lose money on it. It's a scammer who got scammed. It doesn't discount the rest of the people who gave testimonials that did lose money, but you focused on one who is a bad person, apparently. That's fair enough. Yeah, CoffeeZilla probably shouldn't have had him in the testimonials. And then the egg hatching thing. I believe there was evidence about the egg hatching not being functional fully when the game launched. And I think in CoffeeZilla's video, he did say, like, they did eventually try and get that working, but it's still not in a fully functional state. But those are, like, the only points. And then this call being illegally recorded, which apparently is not illegal in Texas. And then he confirms what CoffeeZilla confirmed about Jake stealing, Eddie stealing, and Jeff and Logan never selling. He confirmed that. So CoffeeZilla was right. I think that was it, right? There wasn't anything else. Yeah. And then it was just about him, like, saying, we're working our ass off, it's gonna come out, it's not a scam, without providing any information on what exactly they're gonna do differently. You're gonna hire more criminals? It's just scammers scamming scammers. Yeah. That's exactly what it was internally. Again, another thing he didn't address was all of the group chats that are now public. He didn't deny them either, he just legitimately didn't even bother talking about it. Or any of their internal memos about market manipulation. It's enough for his fans who didn't watch the coffee video, though. Yeah, it is going to be enough for the fans, and it's going to be enough for the CryptoZoo backers who are still holding on to that, like, false hope, but... Here, just going through Twitter takes real quick. This seems kind of representative of most of the hive mind on it, so I'm just going to read it. Though this is just one person's opinion, kind of echoed in different ways. Logan and his team need to be held accountable for picking horrible partners, but to say he scammed when he didn't sell is insane. Just because he didn't sell doesn't mean that it wasn't a scam. Tons and tons of people lost money, and his internal partners did sell, making millions. Who's to say Logan Paul wouldn't have sold if it kept going? Plus, all of the group chat that is now public seems to have confirmed that this whole thing was just all about making as much money as possible and as quickly as possible on a bad idea. Still a scam. Just because it doesn't sell doesn't mean it's not a scam. He 100% was going to sell if it didn't happen. Yeah, but that's just speculation. I don't know. I don't know if he would have sold. I will say the reason, one thing that definitely contributed to not selling is after Jake sold and made $6 million, the price right in the shitter. So obviously he wasn't going to sell too. And then Eddie sold $1.7 million and then deeper into the shitter. So clearly he wasn't going to be selling regardless. I don't know if his intention was to sell, but it seems like the intention with the project, based on all of the group chats, was to make as much money off the audience as he could for the whole team. Didn't he make money from the egg sales? That I still don't really know. Even in CoffeeZilla, I was scratching my head because I don't know. I don't think you can say for sure whether or not he himself pocketed money off of the egg sales. That I think is still just kind of tough to say for certain. Watch the CoffeeZilla video now. It's a lot different with this context. What the fuck? He didn't context? What are you talking about? I guess in this one part where this guy giving his testimonial is untrustworthy. But other than that, it doesn't change the lens. The evidence is still there. He didn't tackle any of the evidence other than saying that one of them was unethically and illegally gathered through that recorded phone call. And that's really about it. Or that Z that he was talking to was actually a criminal that Logan hired. Like, it doesn't change the lens. How the fuck is Logan still sticking with Jeff? That I don't know. Jeff just sounds like an actually observable stupid man. Like an actual stupid idiot. I don't know why he keeps Jeff around. I don't. I really don't. I actually think Logan had no idea who was being hired. It was all Jeff, but Logan's gonna still take the fall for it because he just let Jeff run rampant like a dog off the leash. Hired 2 criminals, and then those criminals hired a criminal. So then eventually they hired all 3 fucking criminals. Like, I don't know why he keeps him around. He didn't say how it was a scam. I actually think a lot of children have too much easy access to the internet. What do you mean, explain how it was a scam? Like, what do you mean? The method of scamming was gathering as much money from people, talking about how fun this game is and how you can play to earn money on this game. And then the game comes out. The game isn't in a functional state for a while. Maybe it is now, perhaps. Logan seems to insinuate that it is functional. But regardless, it is worth nothing, meaning you did not play for a while. And now when you do play, you don't earn. So you just lose money. However, his team made, in total, $7.7 million off of selling. It's called Pump and Dump. Now, Logan and Jeff didn't sell. That is true. That didn't happen. But just because they didn't sell doesn't mean it wasn't a scam. There is a group chat where they were talking about money-making ways through the crypto space and copying a certain project that was very lucrative, and the entire conversation was always about making money off of Logan's audience. They then even get into market manipulation tactics, talking about what's an acceptable amount to sell on any given day to not influence price too much. It's a scam. That is a scam. I don't know why I needed to break it down into the Cliff Notes for you. I don't see why that was necessary. But I hope we're all on the same page now. Now, Logan Paul is denying that this was ever the case. So he's not, like, apologizing to all of the people that lost money or anything. He's saying that with this guy stealing the code, it was a huge setback, and there's just been so much going on behind the scenes, and then Jake tanking it, and then Eddie tanking it. It's just been hard to rebuild, but he's been working super hard to bring it back. But he still is missing the big problem. Nothing was communicated to the buyers. They have been left in the dark for over a year. Logan Paul has made 2 Discord messages in a year. One of them was, yo, and the other was, I'm sober, shake my head. He made a 3rd Discord message 2 days ago, right before posting this video. There's nothing being conveyed to all of those people that lost a ton of money. So even if it's not, even if Logan Paul never thought it was a scam, there were very real victims that lost very real money on this project, all because of him. Do you think Logan will actually follow through with his court thing? Yes. I think 100% Logan Paul will follow through with the court thing. He has significantly more money than CoffeeZilla. He doesn't even need to win in court. He just needs to bully him. And I think that's exactly what he's going to do. 100%. Why do you think Coffee declined Logan's invite to the podcast? Because you got invited right before Christmas. And then again, right before New Year's. Who's going to want to fucking fly to LA for that on his podcast? Of course he's not doing that. CoffeeZilla also reached out saying, hey, let's just do it over a video call. Why did Logan decline a video call, which is significantly easier and more convenient? So we could try and intimidate him. There's plenty of reasons not to go on Logan's podcast to talk about it. I think the obvious one, Logan completely controls what actually makes it into the final cut. Like, there's nothing to be gained there. Why not just do it over a video call on a stream? Literally anything. CoffeeZilla offered just a full video voice call so they can talk about it, which is very convenient for both parties. Logan Paul didn't even mention Dink Doink. Like, yes, I know. We all know Logan Paul has had some very shady shit. But this was focused on CryptoZoo, and he didn't address the evidence-backed, all of the evidence-backed claims from CoffeeZilla. He focused on just a couple of nitpicks, really. And then the broader picture of, I didn't sell, and CryptoZoo's not supposed to be a scam, and I'm committed to making it real and work and fixing it. He just posted the CryptoZoo's Twitter for the first time in a year. Yeah, the timing is really weird. That is so odd that now all of a sudden he's all in on CryptoZoo despite radio silence for a year. Just a coincidence, I'm sure. You seem pretty biased. I'm so tired of that word losing all meaning. One side had evidence, the other side didn't. It's just that simple. I was very open to hearing how Logan Paul would attack the evidence, like maybe there was holes in it, maybe things are misconstrued or misrepresented, but he didn't. He didn't even address the things with actual substantial evidence. That's the whole thing. The word bias has lost all meaning right now. He discredited a witness, and that doesn't discredit him from being a victim of the scam, by the way. How many times do I have to say it? This guy, Emilio, can be a scammer himself, have a shady past, and still have been one of the many victims of CryptoZoo. It's not mutually exclusive. But yes, I agree. He should not have been in the testimonials for the victims. In fact, if he wasn't, Logan Paul would only have a single point in this video. Which is, you recorded my manager being a fucking idiot without his permission, and it's illegal somewhere. There would be absolutely no grounds at all for defamation. Plus, as he even mentions, he never made any money off CryptoZoo, allegedly. And he even says he never plans to make any money off CryptoZoo. When it comes to a defamation case, you have to prove damages. What was damaged? A reputational damage, I guess? Kind of a stretch, though, because the reputational damage is from the project failing, not so much CoffeeZilla's video. You would easily be able to argue that the actual reputational hit came from delivering or never delivering a product. I just feel like that's going to be tough. I like how he calls CoffeeZilla's videos an oversimplification when it's 3 parts of a year-long investigation and you release 7 minutes and don't debunk any of his claims. Yeah, he was the one that oversimplified the situation. Before being done with the topic, there's one more thing I'd like to say, and it's right
if
here.
I can help understand. For years of personal reform, going through trials and tribulations, and busting my ass to evolve into a person that I can say I'm actually proud of, you led the charge to drive and monetize a narrative telling millions of people that I'm a fraud or I tried to scam my audience.
So, even before CoffeeZilla made this video, every single one of the investors of CryptoZoo felt like they had been scammed by a fraud named Logan Paul. CoffeeZilla told their story. They are real victims, lost real money on your project. And CoffeeZilla told their story and tried to give an explanation for what happened. This was not CoffeeZilla that started this. Even if one of those victims is shady himself, that doesn't discredit all of the other very real, normal audience members that lost money on your shit. Jake did nothing wrong, he was screwed over. There is no such thing as a Crypto King meat writer. There's no way I just read that. That has got to be a bot, no shot. That man is a serial scammer. Do I feel bad for Logan Paul and his team getting used by Jake? No, it's scammers scamming scammers. But Jake, the Crypto King, is legitimately one of the slimiest men the internet's ever had. He bounces from Pokimane scams right into NFT scams, CryptoZoo, like, the guy sucks. But at least in this case, he scammed scammers for the most part, but that also did have the impact on normal, real people who also lost money. So fuck him. He's not some Robin Hood who stole from the rich and gave to the poor. He stole from the rich and the poor and kept it for himself. I don't know why I feel so inclined to at least briefly talk about this, but it's just kind of a captivating story. I'm sure you've at least heard some whispers about this supervillain, but there is a serial sperm bank donor who has now fathered over 500 children, which has caused a lot of outrage because there are real dangers associated with this, because he's got more kids than a male seahorse, right? And they deliver like 2,000 babies at once. He's on track to match the seahorse numbers. So the problem is, these kids will grow up, and there's a chance that they find each other and never know they're related, so it could lead to inbreeding and incest. It's an incest concern, which is why a lot of people now are starting to rally against this sperm donor, because it's a big deal. He has too many kids. He needs to be cut off. The bartender needs to shut that shit down at the sperm bank. Tell the goddamn milkman here that, you know, no more deliveries. They've got plenty of supply for a lifetime. His name is Jonathan Jacob Meyer, and his name even sounds made up. That sounds like some John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith shit right there. But he's apparently well known in the sperm scene. In fact, he was even blacklisted from donating sperm in the Netherlands in 2017. It is just a legitimate problem. I went over it a bit more on stream, so I'll show you some clips from that before getting back into it. Did you hear of the serial sperm donor with 500 plus children who's being sued for increased incest risk? Yeah, what's his name? Caleb texted me. It's like, he has like an NPC name. It's like John Madison or something. Well, it's probably not John Madison. That's one of the fucking founding fathers, but, oh, it's James Madison. What's the guy's name? Jonathan Jacob. Jonathan Jacob Meyer. Jonathan Jacob Meyer has donated sperm to at least 13 clinics, including 11 in the Netherlands, where he was blacklisted in 2017 for fathering 102 children. Man's out here trying to be the next Genghis Khan. Be the dad to half the population. The group alleges that the serial donor has lied about the number of children he's fathered. We're taking action against this man because the government is doing nothing. He has global reach via the internet, and he does business with large international sperm banks. Do they like him? Do the sperm banks like him? Is he providing them like a valuable service that they defend him? I have to imagine they have access to plenty of sperm. They probably don't need them, right? Would I ever donate sperm? Probably not. Not even because I think it'd be like a yucky, weird experience. I just feel bad because I'd condemn a kid to be short. And not everyone can deal with such a burden. Yeah, I wouldn't want him to grow up to have like short man syndrome, like short man rage. If I had known he had already fathered more than 100 children, I would have never chosen this donor. When I think about the consequences this could have for my child, I'm sick to my stomach. Going to the court is the only way to protect my child. That is quite an interesting situation. He's fathered so many children that it's now a non-zero risk that those kids grow up and then they end up, you know, reproducing with each other, not knowing that they're related. Do you think this is a kink of his? No, I think he's just some kind of, like B-tier supervillain from a comic book. Like, he hatched this nefarious plot, and it's a long-term con where it's like, I'm going to fill the Netherlands with, you know, hundreds of my children, and they'll never know. And then the inbreeding will commence and lead to generations of brain decline. I'll destroy the Netherlands from the inside out. That kind of thing. Holy shit. An Australian couple paid over $6,500 to a Danish fertility clinic for his sperm. What? We chose him because he was worldly, creative, and very intelligent. He was open to meeting his donor children, and he looks like my partner. It sounds like she was just attracted to him. He could have just given it to you au natural. You probably wouldn't have even had to pay $6,500. He won't be stopped. I think it's disgusting. I'm incredibly angry and disappointed. I can't believe I have to tell my child that he has hundreds of siblings. Yeah, it is kind of fucking wild. So right now, it's a civil lawsuit against him because he knowingly continued to donate sperm like an absolute madman, just tossing these things out like free samples at a mall food court. And he did it at 11 clinics in the Netherlands, which has led to over 100 children in the Netherlands alone. And he continues to donate it internationally as well to spread his seed even further across the planet. He himself is saying the reason he keeps donating so much sperm here, like gallons upon gallons of it, is because he just wants to make sure everyone can have the joy of having a child, and he's doing his part to give them the tools necessary for it, I suppose. I don't think he realizes just how big of an issue it is to father more than 500 kids like that. I mean, it's not like a small thing, right? You would hate for those kids to end up meeting each other not knowing that they're related and then leading to fucking inbreeding, right? That's terrible. That's awful. I'm hoping they do win the lawsuit against this guy, and I'm hoping the sperm banks are going to do their due diligence to ensure they don't keep using his samples. They're going to have to like double and triple check those to make sure that it's not John Jacob coming in again under like another pseudonym or anything like that. Going in disguise, he's got like a fucking fake mustache and glasses on and goes to jerk off into their facilities. So yeah, it is actually pretty distressing. So just wanted to talk about it because the whole thing's wild. That's about it. So yeah. The world is in a very weird state right now. Corruption has sunk its fangs into everything around us. The price of eggs just keeps going up. You could get a single carton of eggs for the same price as a down payment on a Tesla. I can't believe the wacky state of the world, eh? Who would have thought? But by far, the biggest display of injustice in our society was something that took place last night at the Streamer Awards. The Streamer Awards are an annual, high-quality production spearheaded by QT Cinderella. It's an event that every human being on the planet looks forward to every year, and they make the Oscars ceremony look like a participation trophy awards show for the second-string JV sports clubs at a high school. It's an amazing and fun event that just brings everyone in the space together to just have some fun, and it's voted on by fans to just kind of celebrate the space. As you all know, last year, I was the recipient of the prestigious Variety Streamer of the Year category. This year, radio silence. I wasn't nominated for anything. Now, me being an adult and being the strong, hulking, masculine embodiment of what it means to be a testosterone-fueled titan, I can handle that. I'm okay with it. I understand. But not everyone is as mentally strong or has my level of fortitude, so there were riots, there were protests at the Streamer Awards ceremony. And I kind of just want to talk about that a little bit because I think it's important too.
Dude, it suits you, man. Huh? It suits you like the fancy. For real? I'm nervous.
I watched it unfold live. The chaos was almost too much for me to bear. People protesting on my behalf, I never would have wanted such a thing, but as you can see, it was inevitable. I wasn't nominated for any categories, and people, they had enough. So, as you can see, a few rioters showed up there. I don't know those men, and I can only imagine the ones that didn't make it that must have been protesting right outside. But these three noble heroes snuck in. As you can see, they're strategically planted in the blind spots of security, like a game of fucking Assassin's Creed. They had no idea they were there. And, well, it only escalated from there.
As far as anyone who's anyone is here... What? Wait, what are we doing here?
They gotta work on security. You got some fucking hooligans turning up.
Pretty much, we weren't nominated this year, and it's a bigger spit in the face than spitting in God's face. It's like slapping God on his freaking ass and then asking him to come show up anyways. I don't know why we were nominated if you don't have the respect to give us the time of day. Is this a protest?
Yeah, this is a protest. Yep,
protest,
you got it right on the dot.
I think they have something. I think
like
they're onto something.
Moistcritikal right now.
Yeah.
A second-class
What does that even
citizen.
mean?
A second-class citizen.
Oh, 'cause two.
It's like an afterthought, but not like a good afterthought, like the Chow Garden in Sonic Adventure Battle 2. More like a bad afterthought, like the script in Avatar: The Way of Water.
Yeah, have you ever heard of the franchise Hunger Games? That's my arm right there.
He's speaking facts.
I kind of carried the franchise, and you didn't have the guts to nominate us. So now we're on protest.
Yeah.
All right, okay, well, let me ask you guys, what should you have been nominated for?
Everything.
Yeah, everything. Yeah.
Agreed. They're onto something.
Yep.
Look, let me show you something. What we have here is Brendan Fraser's talented actor Bathwater.
Yep.
What? So, when he was filming The Whale, After the shoot, he took off the fat suit, and for about 6 hours each day of shooting, he would soak in a bath. This is 75% Brendan Fraser sweat, 25% water.
Don't drink it.
Well, let him take a swig. It's like nectar.
It's gonna mess me up.
I'm a big fan of the Mummy.
They're treating Brendan Fraser's sweat like it's poison, which is honestly insulting. I imagine if that truly was his sweat in the jar, like I imagine it would be, probably ethically sourced right from Brendan himself, you'd be lucky enough to be able to try some of that absolute sweet potion. That'd be like a panacea. It'd heal all your wounds, make you taller, put more hair on your chest. Like, what a generous gift they came bearing. This is the most peaceful protest I've ever seen in my fucking life.
For you.
And these homeless men are really upset. I told you the corruption has really angered the entire community.
You're watching moistcritikal stream of this.
Charlie and Charlie's stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of funny he came back to us right now because he didn't have the courtesy to nominate us. It's kind of like spitting in God's face and then asking him to beg for forgiveness. It's kind of pathetic.
Back
I give
at
it
it
back
again.
because I figured that was for you. So.
What was that for me? I don't know who those guys are. It's just they're as
We
upset
are
as everyone
going
else is
to-
about this whole situation.
I'm gonna
honestly, it's a
come down
sham
right down
that I wasn't
here,
nominated,
so
and they've
then
had enough.
Valky
clearly.
Ray.
This is me extending an olive branch. I'm calling for a ceasefire. This anger is misplaced. It's not the way of the Jedi. This is a fan-nominated ceremony, which means I fell off. That means my stream wasn't clapping cheeks the way it was last year. And as hard as it is to take responsibility, there's really only one place you can point your finger, only one entity to shoulder the blame, and that's everyone but me. It's actually a giant conspiracy on the same level as Hollow Earth. There's some true foul play going on behind the scenes, not only in the community, but on the platform itself. I ask you, when was the last time my stream was on the front page of Twitch or even recommended on Twitch? Do I hear zero? Because that's the correct answer, which is weird. I mean, I do a lot of innovative, cool shit on Twitch. Like, just like a month ago, I was talking about Bill Cosby's upcoming comedy tour, and even chat was being very helpful with giving, like, ways to survive. You know, bring your own snacks. If you start yawning, immediately dial 911. Like, we go over important topics. We do crazy shit. Like, I played Sons of the Forest really fast, and I only cried twice because of how fucking bad that game was and how awful and boring the speedrun was after the fucking 20th time of running it. Point is, I mean, like, hey, you know, these streams, you know, they're just as good this year as last year. I mean, so something must have gone wrong. There must have been some kind of outer forces at work in order to keep me suppressed, or perhaps they didn't want me to win too many times, which I think is probably the leading theory. But regardless, it's clearly not me who's hurt. I'm not the one offended. It's pandemonium on the streets right now of LA. Those were only 3 protesters that made it inside the venue undetected. But I've seen pictures, I've read reports about thousands upon thousands showing up wondering, where's moistcritikal at? You know, I wasn't on the ballot. You know what, it's not important though, because at the end of the day, the event was fucking amazing. QT Cinderella and the entire production team absolutely outdid themselves. This was bigger and better than last year, and I fucking loved watching it. Huge thanks to QT Cinderella for letting me even watch party it in the first place. I really wanted to go, but I do have a legitimate debilitating fear of flying, so that was kind of off the table, and it's literally like a 3-day road trip from where I'm at to get to California, and that's just a very difficult thing to make happen. So I couldn't be there myself, but she allowed me to still co-stream it and watch it with the chat and celebrate and just be part of the fun. But luckily, you know, I've cloned myself. We have doppelgangers, and they were able to attend in my place, and they made a very fun spectacle out of it. Of course, they were kissing each other, per usual. I still don't fully understand why, but like if you watch the Twitch highlight of the Streamer Awards, when the Charlies are on screen, they do a threesome kiss for some reason. It's fantastic work. Absolutely. I guess that is what I'm known for, you know, kissing myself. Just a really huge thanks. I always appreciate that they're willing to do something like that, and it's become just a cherished tradition at this point. So big thanks to Joel Haver, Kevin Amarillo, and Demetrios Michalikis. I think it's always just spectacular. So I just want to talk about this a little bit because the Streamer Awards are something that I think is very special. I always love, like I mentioned, when a creator does something big and branches out from just standard content online from like gaming or talking or whatever and doing these huge productions and taking a risk like this. And QT does it like no one else does. The production, the event, is unlike anything else in the space. It's a huge venue, very professional, and just so well put together and fun. And it always just... It deserves a huge round of applause from everyone who enjoys live content or anything like that because it's spectacular. So I just wanted to highlight that and the great work her and her team have done for this. Absolutely fucking killed it. Can't wait for the next one next year. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Over the years, I've made a lot of content making fun of pickup artists as well as gurus who sell pickup artist books on, you know, how to get dates, how to be the most irresistible man on the planet, how to become an Adonis with 3 simple steps, and the steps are usually like, be more attractive, do 5 push-ups, and then buy my next book. Like, basically, the entire guru community boils down to getting a bunch of gullible people to start subscribing to a reoccurring service that offers the most basic information that you already have access to for free. And it's a very lucrative scam. And today I'd like to show you a gentleman who calls himself an international playboy and one of the masters of seduction. So, you know, he's like a chess grandmaster, but of pussy. He's just truly a chosen Jedi here, honestly, when it comes to getting laid. And I believe him. He's very suave. I imagine he has kissed every single girl on this planet over the age of 18. Your wife? She's probably made out with this guy. I'm just gonna break it to you. I'm gonna rip the band-aid off and let you know the truth. But not only can he have sex with any woman that his eyes happen to glance upon, he is so nice and such a saint that he is giving us the secrets for a low price with the course that he's selling. And we even get a little sneak peek of some of the content that he's offering from his YouTube channel. And now, I just want to be honest, he's of course not the biggest alpha male in the world, but it doesn't matter because from what I can tell, it's still extremely successful for him and he's made a good bit of money off of it, because that's just kind of the nature of the scam. You don't have to be super big or have a huge online presence to make a good living just selling these kind of courses that prey on desperate people. So I just want to show you a little bit of this because it's pretty wacky. How to get 5 dates in 1 day. This picture makes him look like Tom Brady's failed clone. Alright, how do I get 5 dates in 1 day, goddammit?
Major dating apps, not just one or the other. So I use
Smart.
Tinder.
Cast a wide net.
When you missay something, it's annoying. Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, and the 4th one, which you probably haven't heard of,
Omegle.
Facebook dating. Facebook dating might...
I don't know who here's using Facebook dating, I'm just gonna say it. If you are so down bad you're going to Facebook dating, you need to take a hard look in the mirror and start reevaluating some choices. That sounds like a sting operation.
How good the response rate on that app is, and
because they're all bots.
Cute girls. So those are the 4
I don't know
apps
about
I
that.
use.
It's all bots.
And then on Tinder, Bumble,
Facebook dating.
and Hinge, I bought boosts. So you can buy 2 boosts on Tinder for
Pay to
about
win?
$10,
Okay.
2 on Bumble for like... And I look at their profile quickly, and if there's some interesting thing to comment on, there was one girl who mentioned attachment theory. I happen to have a degree in psychology, so I was able to make a comment about attachment theory and how that, like, she really got me going by...
Let me take a peek here. Alright, so this guy, he's got the galaxy brain to pussy. He's got a degree in wooing women.
The second message is, I think you might be exactly my type. And then they'll say, what is your type? Or something along those lines. And then I have a third
I mean, they're not
message,
NPCs. I don't think they're all going to
she
say
is
that.
my type. And then if she responds positively to that, I just go for the...
I've always been the dominant one. Cool. Love to be dominated. Yeah, he's in. That looked AI generated. But he almost looks cell shaded. Also, what service is this? An algorithm to grade you on smart, trustworthy, and attractive based on one picture? Interesting.
Getting. That's why I include on my online course, The Spark, a complete guide to getting high quality pictures on dating apps, because most guys don't realize.
even at his size, so he's not what you'd consider a tier 1 alpha guru. Even at his size, he is still peddling paid services for shit that people just have access to for free. You need someone to say your pictures suck? Post them on Reddit or Twitter. Instead of paying money for the fucking books, courses, online guru content. It's always so wild. But I can't even be mad at this guy for it. It is just a ripe landscape for scamming. It truly is. People just love to throw money at someone they perceive to be an expert on a problem that they're doing the bare minimum to solve in the first place, like not getting dates. Like, I guarantee, this is all very generic advice. It's not even bad advice, to be fair. But I guarantee no one that's buying his course is even going to bother implementing it. Like, they throw money at the problem and think that's going to magically solve it with no effort on their own part. Or they'll try it once, it doesn't work, and they quit, but they still keep paying for the content. It's so awful. Ugh.
On the apps, make sure to click the link below. And I want to clarify that if I wanted to, I could have got a lot more than 5 dates. I only messaged probably about a third of my matches. So I could have taken this even further.
There would be no women left in Las Vegas if this guy didn't put that kind of stipulation on it. Like, if he was just left to run wild, there would actually be no pussy left for anyone. So, thank God he took it easy on the rest of us.
Hour of effort, I was able to get 5 dates in one day.
And I bet those dates went amazing. Bro used a Pokimane incense. Yeah. His riz was off the charts. Again, we are just lucky he spared the rest of us, because anyone's girlfriend or wife that happens to live in Las Vegas with them, hey, she's not yours anymore. Not when this guy's got access to a phone. So is this course all about just getting a date from dating apps? Oh, he also does, like, in-field approaches at fucking Target. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's feeling a lot like 2015 again.
You're going to get humiliated. But in this video, I'm going to show you that a normal-looking guy with a very normal approach can have success. And that means you
He's not wrong. Yeah,
you're
I
not,
mean...
no...
Imagine this. If you're just not weird... You'll probably have success at some point with a woman. It's just, don't be weird. Lesson complete. I didn't even need to buy the course. I just want to see the approach.
Hey,
he's not even doing the approach. He's grading it. Well, how about this one? How to pick up any girl in 30 seconds plus infield. Infield is a pickup artist term. It means he's like out there, boots on the ground on the front line, absolutely slaying vagina. So we get to see the master at work, I suppose. Leaving the Jedi Temple.
Pick up any girl in, give her some space, and here's what you say. I hope this isn't too forward, but I had to say that you're very beautiful, and there's something about you that really caught my attention.
I'm hoping there's some flexibility to that line, because that line's just going to get you immediately laughed at. I just can't imagine a single human being receptive to that. That's just always going to be creepy. That's that Reddit nice guy energy, which people are hardwired, like, in their DNA to reject. So hopefully that's just like a template, and you can, like, kind of freestyle in there with normal conversational tactics.
Can I just say, you're really cute. Well, the top third of your face is really cute.
Thank you.
I can't make judgments on the rest. A coffee or something?
Maybe.
Maybe? Well, let's try. Maybe we'll have a double date.
Yeah.
Since they seem to get along as well.
I know.
All right. It was great to meet you.
Yeah.
If she says, I have a boyfriend, I'm not interested, just move on. The reality is,
Thanks
some
to
women do
Liana
have
and
boyfriends, or
Rogert,
they're a lesbian,
the
or
Brad
whatever. It's
G4.
not going to happen with every girl. But a lot of the time, they'll either say, okay, or, maybe, or...
Or they're just not interested, man. I always like that. Let me make sure I got that lesson. If they say no, they either have a boyfriend or they're a lesbian.
Women do have boyfriends, or they're a lesbian, or whatever. It's not going to happen with every girl. But a lot of...
Those are, like, really the only two things. They either already have a boyfriend, who most likely bought this course and rizzed her up, or they're just straight up a lesbian.
Well, the top third of your face is really cute.
Thank you.
Oh, is this his only example for this? I thought it was going to be
Hey,
full infield
I
work
wanted to
here.
say you're really beautiful, and not hi. I just wanted to say you're very.
Picking up a hot girl in 3 minutes. It's the same example. Has this only worked a single time for him? This is from 2 years ago. It's the same clip that he just used 3 weeks ago. Surely if this is the secret formula, the Krabby Patty secret formula to getting laid, or at least guaranteeing a date, it would have worked more than once in 2 years. Why keep repeating the same clip? Guy didn't even finish the deal. He started walking away before getting her number to set up the date. Okay, I'm going to give him a very generous leap here and assume that he just cut that part out, because you are right. He's like, yeah, well, let's try. Let's go on a double date sometime. And then they start separating. Like, yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I'm assuming, and this, I understand it's a leap, they may have exchanged numbers prior.
Have a double date.
Yeah.
Since they seem to get along as well.
I know.
All right. It was great to meet you.
Yeah.
If she says I have a boyfriend,
Yeah. I'm just gonna assume they must have exchanged numbers as opposed to just instantly separating like that. How many views did the video have? The original one was 350k. So it looks like he's tried to be like the alpha male coach for quite some time now. And I'm gonna tell you, it's probably quite successful. Again, he's not like the biggest alpha male, like metric-wise, but the beauty of being a guru in this kind of space is you only need a couple of suckers that just keep coming back over and over and over again. Here, let me see how much his course costs. Give me a second. What's it called? The Spark? Yeah. Top dating expert reveals how to covertly spark attraction with any woman instantly and subliminally. Includes hidden camera footage of my method in action. Man, just reading this is rough. The nerdy virgin who became an international playboy. I used to be hopeless with women, probably worse than you ever were. I read over 270 books about what sparks that seemingly mythical emotion known as desire, and I even got a degree in psychology. Oh, here we go. Give me instant access to the Spark right now for just $7. That is so much cheaper than most of the other ones. And you get some bonus shit as well. The DTF test, which is a total value of $97, and you get it for free. The shockingly simple two-step system that will allow you to find out if a woman wants to hook up with you. I'm going to tell you, if you need to buy a test to try and verify that, the answer is likely no. She doesn't want to. This one's called the Charisma Blueprint with a total value of $47, and you get it for free with the Spark. The Obsession Formula DVD, total value of $67, and you get it for... Oh my god, Jesus. Here, I'll bring it down. I was going to leave it up there, but I don't feel like reading through all of it. So for $7, you get the Spark, and then the Spark gives you like 15,000 bonus DLCs. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. The price will increase to $50 very soon. I don't know about that. It's been 2 years. I imagine it stayed at $7 the whole time. It's like watching an old As Seen on TV commercial. Total value of $6.55 today for just $7. Holy shit, I'm losing money not buying it. I also would love to know where the valuations come from. I made it up. I'm gonna buy 1,000 courses for $7 and flip them when their value goes back up. That's genius. Beautiful idea. We're only 9 days into 2023, and I feel like we've already reached a point where scams have become more common than the cold. I just can't believe that there are still people that are falling for crypto scams in particular. It has to be the same people just doing it over and over again and not learning their lesson. Like that bit from every cartoon ever where someone steps on a rake and it hits them in the face, they turn around and step on another rake and it hits them in the face. That's people with crypto scams and losing money. just going back and forth, ping-ponging around, getting spit roasted by every shady crypto company ever until they're completely out of money, and then blame it on something else besides themselves to avoid taking any level of accountability and responsibility for their reckless actions. The reason I'm talking about this isn't because of what you think it is. Of course, Logan Paul and Crypto0 is the biggest scam right now that's been exposed and has been being talked about by everyone, including me. But there have been a handful of other high-profile scams that have all come out, but they've all fallen into the cracks, into the shadows, because Crypto0's been kind of like this bullet sponge, taking all the heat for the others so that way they can die a quiet death without anyone discussing it or making a hoopla. But hoopla is my middle name. So I'm going to come in here and make a scene out of it. I'm going to shine a light on it because there's one in particular that I'd like to talk about today that I haven't really seen anyone go over. And this is once again an influencer-led crypto scam, but it goes bigger than just one project. This was multiple, and the creator came out and said that he gambled away all of the funds. He has a gambling addiction, and all of the investors' money went to him gambling it. They say honesty is the best policy, and in this case, I'm glad he came forward with that information. But man, you absolutely need to be held accountable for this shit. This was a high-profile, blatant scam where you mishandled every investor's money and everyone lost all of it. That's a crime. That's just like an actual financial crime. So we'll go over it from the top, but I gotta tell you, it really is incredible just how frequent these scams are now. It's worse than RuneScape right now. RuneScape has less scams than the real world at the moment. It's wild. Now, usually I like to think this goes without saying, but I'm going to make a special exception here and just say it anyway. Please don't go and harass this guy for all of this. He does need to be held accountable, but the right way by the right organizations, and the people that were actually affected, the victims, are the ones that should be coming forward to hold him accountable, not just like a giant mob with pitchforks after him on Twitter or Twitch or whatever. I don't usually even bother giving this warning because I think there's a level of trust between us. You know, we're like family, only closer. Like, we're related by something far stronger than blood, content. So, please don't harass this person. Just wanted to make that clear. Their name is DNP3. Now, I'm not familiar with DNP3, and I wasn't until this whole situation. From everything I can see, this is a streamer/content creator whose entire brand was giveaways. He has over 600,000 followers on Twitter, 250k on Twitch, and over 100k on YouTube, so these are pretty big numbers, but it seems like they're heavily inflated because all he seems to do is giveaways, which is basically a real-world cheat code where you just, you know, hey, like, follow, retweet in order for a chance to win $100. Make sure to follow the stream and you might win $500, this and that. It's like a really fast growth strategy, but it doesn't have any real viewer retention or audience. People just treat you like a little money block in Mario where they can just keep jumping up and hitting coins out of it because you're frequently doing giveaways, but they're not really a fan of you. It's just people that are treating you like a giveaway fleshlight that they can fuck from time to time. So he used these giveaways to get these big numbers, which in turn conveys the idea that this person is more popular than they are and more trustworthy because bigger number, better person kind of mentality. So they use this to then platform these crypto coins, NFTs, these projects, and a lot of people bought into it, trusting that surely this guy's so well off he wouldn't be scamming us, which is a tale as old as time. People falling for that old idea. It's like my father always said, just because someone seems well off doesn't mean they won't suck a fart out of your butt. You can't be getting bewitched by this perceived popularity and think that they're automatically a trustworthy person. Now that I've kind of set the stage on who DP3 is, let's see his statement on what he's done. It's a twit longer. It says, "I'm sorry. There's no easy way to deliver this news, and this is by far one of the toughest messages I've ever had to deliver in my life. Over the last year, I got incredibly addicted to gambling. Every dollar I could find, I would put into stake in hopes of winning big. More people have lost money on stake than they have in the fucking stock market, it seems. Even when the big wins did happen, it wasn't enough. Eventually I lost everything in addition to my own life savings. I also irresponsibly used investor funds to try and get my money back from the casino, which was wrong for so many reasons. To all my friends, family, and everyone who believed in me, I'm so deeply sorry. There aren't words to describe the level of shame and guilt I feel, and I can no longer live in this dark world, and this is my attempt to break free. I am now completely broke, both financially and spiritually. My sense of trust in myself is compromised. I'm working with a help group to start the path to recovery. I'll create a separate tweet which will have next steps for each of the projects I was involved in, including Clue, Xenia, Gridcraft, and Goobers." That sounds like a Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe kind of book title right there. Gridcrafting Goobers. Like, good lord. They're two separate projects. I can get into that in a little bit, but one's an NFT and the other's just another crypto cash grab. I'm sorry that I betrayed your trust. I'm sorry that I did not live up to my values of integrity. I'm sorry that I let you all down. I'm sorry. The projects that he's listed here aren't small by any means. We're talking millions and millions of dollars that he gambled away. Now, I want to just go ahead and take a look at what I think is the biggest one, at least based on what I've seen, and that's KlueCoin. So I took a bit of a dive onto their website, and let's see what we got. And it is the most generic shitcoin imaginable, just unapologetic and shameless. This is probably copy and pasted from 1,000 other shitcoins websites. Together we can change the world. Yeah, I'm sure by purchasing these imaginary schmoobles, it'll all of a sudden change the world. It's just once again a cash grab, and there's DNP3 right there as the founder and CEO. Now, if you want to look at the graph, it's tragic, and it's as you'd expect. An absolutely colossal failure. Everyone's money lost. And DNP3 gambled all of it, most of it, I suppose. To me, even if he didn't gamble these funds, you were going to lose them anyway. It's a goddamn shitcoin. The inevitable fate of putting money into a shitcoin is that all of it vanishes as if it never existed in the first place. So, I feel like no matter what, if you put money into any of these projects, it was going to go poof right down the shitter at some point anyway. It just so happened that the person behind it is even shadier than I would have ever expected, and he's just openly taking the mask off and letting you all know that he took your money and gambled it, and he's saying it right to your face. We can also trace back where the addiction started, it seems. Go back to the genesis. Oh man, I used to watch all your streams and I really didn't notice your addiction. I thought it was just fun for you. Really sad to read these words. I hope you can find some clarity, dude. Stay in peace with yourself and your family. DNP3 responds saying, started with a sponsored stream and unleashed an addiction I never knew I had. That's very interesting. So it seems the patient zero to this disease happened to be a crypto casino itself that sponsored one of his streams and threw him deep into the rabbit hole of gambling addiction. It's crazy. These crypto casinos have claimed more souls than Shang Tsung. They really get their fangs in you, it seems. Because this is not the first story, far from it, from these new crypto casinos that are sprouting up everywhere. Gambling addiction is really popping off these days. It seems like as there's more access to this kind of shit, more people are getting hooked on it. Addiction in any of its forms is bad, but gambling addiction is a super serious and scary one. Now, having that kind of real addiction doesn't excuse anything DNP3 did here. Far from it. It's still very much his fault, his responsibility, but it is sad that he's been struggling with a gambling addiction. But it's even sadder for all the victims that he stole money from to gamble, the millions that he used to gamble. That's what's more sad than the addiction itself, is the people that were affected by it because of him. What really rubbed me the wrong way about his twit longer is he says all of these things and they're sad, and it seems like he's trying to farm a little sympathy, but at no point does he offer any kind of action to help people that have been affected by his reckless gambling. He doesn't have any plan to get their money back. He doesn't have any idea on what to do to help the victims be made whole again. And I think that's one of the most important components that he needs to address. Okay, so you fucked up, you've gambled all of their money away. Well, now what? How are you going to help all of the people that you've betrayed? So yeah, that's kind of where the story's at right now. This is a rather new development. It's only a few days old, so the story's still being written here. We'll see how everything keeps playing out. But yeah, just another awful scam situation. I'm hoping the investors get their money back somehow. I don't know how, but hoping that they get their funds returned in a giant refund or something. But anyway, just wanted to bring this up. That's about it. See ya. Earlier this week, YouTube slyly pushed out a new policy change that has had a wildly large effect on tons of channels in terms of demonetizing their content, and as well as just generally making it very difficult for some creators to continue to produce what they have been. They still haven't said anything about this, to my knowledge, at least not publicly or clearly. They're remaining silent on it, treating it like it's the Coca-Cola secret formula here. They're, for some reason, very apprehensive to tell people about this, so I've become the unofficial messenger of letting people know what's going on. I made a video on this 4 days ago, and I don't want to just repeat myself here, But they released this policy change, and it's all in plain English, but it might as well be hieroglyphics because it leaves so much room for interpretation, and the way that it's currently being enforced seems completely random. But I'm going to go ahead and give you like the general breakdown of what I've talked about and also what I've now learned. So they've changed their rules around profanity, making it a lot more strict in my opinion, where pretty much all profanity is treated equally, whereas before things like fuck were considered a different tier which could lead to demonetization. Now, if you even say ass or, you know, dirty butt, you know, there's a chance you might get demonetized for that kind of foul potty mouth if it's said within the first 8 to 15 seconds of a video. That's the safe space, like a treaty with YouTube, where if you violate it and you say anything that's not part of just standard Queen's English, you're going to get demonetized, no questions asked, and you can't really argue otherwise. It's not going to get changed. However, if you've got the mouth of a sailor and you happen to say too many naughty words throughout a video, you can also get demonetized for that, but it's very unclear exactly what the limit is. You know, what's too many naughty words? How many fucks are we allowed, you know? No one really knows yet, but it seems all over the place. And keep in mind, since now there's no longer like a tier list of swear words where, you know, fuck is S tier and we're afraid of that at YouTube, they're all in the same tier except for a couple exceptions like hell and damn. Now there's a chance that if you go on a shitting spree where you're just, you know, mentioning shit, you get real heated in a game, you're like, man, you're such a pile of shit, the worst gamer of all time. Like, if you say that too many times, I believe it now carries a risk of demonetization since it's viewed in the same light as saying fuck a lot. That's all still very muddy, but they're clearly cracking down harder on profanity in general. And now I want to talk about something that I didn't even know existed when I made the last video that a lot of people have been talking about. And it's not 100% confirmed, so take it with a grain of salt. But there's something called auto-generated captions on YouTube, which I'm sure you've seen and used before. And they can occasionally have a conniption. Like, it'll get the words wrong when they try and transcribe them, and it just looks like a fucking game of Mad Libs. Like, it's completely all over the place from time to time, very off the mark, sometimes just genuinely gibberish, like someone waking up after a deep slumber and fumbling all of their words around. But as far back as 2018, these auto-generated captions can have an effect on the monetization status of a video. So if the auto-generated captions misunderstand a word, like in this example, they thought one of the words was porn, it can lead to a demonetization, allegedly. Again, this is all speculative, but since this new policy has been rolling out in such huge force with tons of channels being hit and this massive wave of demonetization, some family-friendly channels are getting caught here, and they're all very confused because they don't use profanity, they don't play violent video games, and yet they're still getting demonetized, and they've been wondering why. So they turned back to potentially the auto-generated captions getting words wrong, and in a couple of cases it seems like that seems to have been the culprit. So again, not 100% confirmed, and that may be just like a fluke and happens occasionally, but it is worth mentioning because I think it's statistically significant in light of how strict YouTube now seems to want to be on profanity. But the big one that I'm going to be focusing on today that I've learned a lot about recently is the violent content policy changes. I did mention it in the last one, but I've learned a lot more about it now. I'm going to talk about the violent gaming content policy changes in a moment since I already touched on those and I've only learned a little bit more about it. But where I learned a lot more is just general violent content, no matter what the genre. Animation, hand-drawn, cartoon, anything. Like even just still images. So in the last video, I mentioned that one of my most recent uploads got demonetized with this new wave out of nowhere when there's no profanity until like the very end of the video, and the only thing that pops up before then is our trailer for God Slap 2, which is an animation, and there is violence towards the end of that trailer. It's about 15 seconds worth of like blood and gore, but that comes at 1:45 into the video, which is way outside of their 15 to 30 second grace period where they don't want anything violent. And it got demonetized, so I speculated it got demonetized because that content was deemed too violent. Even though I don't think it was anything disturbing or shocking over-the-top violence, I speculated that that must have been the case. Since profanity wasn't an issue, violence also wasn't an issue in the early parts of the video or anything. It's just 15 seconds that does have some blood and guts. I asked YouTube directly, and my representative told me that I was probably right. Most likely what caused that demonetization is it was flagged for being too violent to be monetized because of that one 15-second scene. Now, of course, I may be biased, but I really don't think that this is too shockingly gory and gross where people are going to be fucking puking after seeing it. But it did show me that not only are they cracking down on like violent gaming content, they're cracking down on violent content in any medium, even just animated. And I really just still don't think that this is that violent to begin with. At least not enough to warrant a demonetization, because again, this wasn't demonetized until this new policy rolled out. Not just video games, it's not just animated content, it's not just real life content where someone's like in a fight or something like that, or someone gets like a tooth knocked out. It's also just still images of just drawn images, like just a fucking picture, like a cartoon picture, not even an animated one, not even a picture that moves. I learned this by watching Comics Explained new video where he reviews our Godslap comic book. I don't know if it's just this policy hates Godslap or if this really does extend to just any kind of medium at all, including just still images, but regardless, Comics Explained posted this video reviewing issue 1 of Godslap. It was a very, very sweet review, and I really appreciated it. The whole team found it to be super, super nice, and I'm really happy to hear that he liked it so much. However, he got demonetized for even posting some of the frames. Now, there is violence and gore in the comic, of course, but once again, it's just comic book pages. I don't think it's anything that's like egregious and tasteless or anything that I feel warrants demonetization. It's kind of ridiculous just how strict this violent content policy is. There's no profanity in the first 30 seconds or anything. Everything from this video plays by YouTube's ad guideline rules, except for the vagueness of their violent content policy change. So just even showing some panels that have violence got him demonetized. So it is extremely strict. They're coming down very, very hard on anything that's not YouTube Kids oriented, it feels like. Violent gaming content now can get age restricted and demonetized far more frequently than we've ever seen before. I've been on this platform since 2006, on this channel since 2007. I have never seen such strict enforcement of violent gaming videos. I swear to God, if you're playing a game where you're not giving kisses to the enemy to defeat them, you're probably going to get demonetized for it now. I've had a ton more videos on games get demonetized recently than I would have ever expected. Of course, I'm exaggerating a bit. I'm not trying to put the fear of God in anyone. I'm not trying to say that if you play Roblox Shadow Company and you get too many kills too quickly, the video's going to get demonetized for fucking violent terrorism because you piled up too many bodies too quickly. I'm just saying that they're cracking down on violent gaming content, and a lot of videos I've made on just normal shooters that weren't demonetized before are demonetized now. When it's not anything that's like shocking or disturbing or anything like that, it's just normal games. And if we turn our attention to the policy itself when it comes to gaming, it becomes even more confusing because in this policy here on what can earn ad revenue under gaming, it says graphic scenes like gory attacks outside the first 15 seconds of the video or violence that's unrealistic, all of that. Like, this is the old policy. Like, that sounds normal. The only difference is now it seems like they just don't want the video to start with violent gaming content. Like, they don't want the video to open and all of a sudden it's the scene out of Outlast where you're getting your dick cut off or anything. Which is, that's fine. That's not like the biggest change in the world that's gonna like ruin entire creators' channels or anything. It's pretty easy just to make sure that for 15 seconds you don't have like wild blood and gore splattering all over the screen, and also keeping violent thumbnails out of it is another thing that they clearly don't want. All of that's totally normal and totally easy to play around. But then I started scratching my head because when you go into the limited or no ad revenue section and go to gaming, again, the first thing makes sense, you know, don't want any gory shit or anything violent in the thumbnail or in the beginning. That they've made that clear. But underneath that, graphic game violence includes brutal killings or severe injuries focusing on bodily fluids and parts such as beheading and dismemberment. I get the bodily fluids. They don't want pee, poop, vomit, cum squirting all over the place. Okay, I get that. But dismemberment and, you know, severe graphic killings, what exactly does that mean? Like, I don't think in any of the gaming videos that most creators make, the focus is on the dismemberment and gore and, you know, like doing snow angels and intestines and blood on the floor. However, it seems like those videos are getting hit regardless just because there is that component to the games sometimes. And dismemberment in games has been commonplace for fucking 20 years now. Team Fortress 2, when you die, you can get like insta-gibbed. You have body parts and you explode into blood and stuff, like, does that now count as being too severe because there is dismemberment there? I mean, shit, even in Roblox when I was playing those squid games with the boogeyman Jim Wool, in a couple of the games, if you fail, your like arms and head pop off. Like, it's what is the line? This vagueness and this reluctance to communicate leads to this situation where the community can only speculate on what exactly is and is not allowed, because even though YouTube writes out their definitions of what is and is not advertiser friendly, the enforcement paints a very different picture. It's very hard to play by their rules when we don't have a clear understanding of what they are or how they apply to the platform. It is so fucking frustrating that I continue to have to get splintered information from a ton of creators, as well as my own research, as well as my own YouTube contact, who also doesn't have all of the information at hand because internally YouTube doesn't allow him access to all the information at hand. So it's so fucking frustrating and so goddamn difficult. But it really seems like they're cracking down on a lot of things that make no sense at all. I just wanted to give a little follow-up here with more information I learned to keep everyone as knowledgeable on the policy changes as possible, so that way you can navigate what's best for your careers, your channels going forward. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Hooey! Do I have something special to share with you today? It's been a little while since I've just dragged something wacky into your lap and set it down like a cat bringing in a mouse from outside. It's rare that I see a video in 2023 that leaves me confused and even a bit shocked by what I just witnessed. That just happened today. I saw this video a few hours ago, and I couldn't get it out of my head because there's so many questions with so little answers.
Ok. J'étais en train de manger. Ça fait 3/4 d'heure qu'il est là, devant ma voiture. Et voilà qu'il se met à aller chez ma voiture.
The look on this man's face conveys 1,000 different emotions, and all of them are off-putting. He looks like he's cheating on his SATs and cautiously looking around to make sure no one's looking at him to catch him in the act. He almost looks a little bit proud as well. This is clearly some kind of weird fetish from this guy, and this isn't the first car fetishist. In fact, I watched the whole documentary on a guy who loves fucking cars, so he'll like make out with cars, and a camera crew actually went out to film an entire like piece on him. And they were staying in a hotel, and one evening, he actually went and busted a nut on their SUV in the middle of the fucking night. The guy is not even like a car fetishist, he's a car rapist. It wasn't even his vehicle, so I can only imagine the heartbreak and betrayal that his car must have felt at that moment. Unless, of course, they're not monogamous. I actually don't remember all the details on that, but regardless, if that guy was cruising your neighborhood or the local Walmart parking lot, make sure you got a chastity belt on your car's muffler, because he is coming for that cussy like a man possessed. He was a fiend. I'm getting sidetracked. Point is, there are car fetishists out there, and this dude is probably one of them, I would imagine. Or this is his desperate, pitiful attempt at getting this woman's attention to try and, like, flirt with her somehow by throwing himself on top of her car and sexually licking it, tongue-fucking it, like he's trying to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop. I don't know, but he's doing it right in front of not only her, but her spaghetti as well. The spaghetti that's sitting like right in front of her steering wheel. You know, he's got no shame, clearly.
C'est un mec, mais trop bizarre. Allez, dégage! Allez, dégage! Dégage! Allez, dégage!
I've got to tell you, I don't think this was the best decision from her given these circumstances. Blasting the windshield wiper fluid was probably the most erotic moment of that man's life. He clearly curls his toes when watching the car's animated films, and now you've just convinced him that his cunnilingus on your car was so good that he made it squirt. Now he thinks it's a squirter. So he absolutely filled his trousers there, blew the whole load.
Allez, dégage! Mais dégage de ma voiture!
Oh, also, she was backing up while doing this, so he was actually like waddling along with her car while holding on to the hood and licking it. He is determined. Now, I've tried looking up information about exactly what was going on here, like what led up to this moment. Is this just a complete stranger At first, when I watched this, I thought it was the security guard. I was like, wow, that's one hell of a way of enforcing order at the business place, I suppose, if she wasn't supposed to be parking there. Instead of like asking her to leave or anything, just immediately start licking the car and freak her out enough to make her want to leave. It is a bold, interesting strategy, but I couldn't really find anything like that. All I've seen is people hypothesizing what could have been the cause here, and the leading theory seems to suggest that this guy just wanted her parking spot and she wouldn't budge, so he hopped on top of her hood and started licking it as like a gross out kind of thing to make her want to get out of that spot. And I guess that would make sense to a certain degree if you're a fucking psychopath. Like, I don't know who's going that far for a fucking parking spot. Like, just park somewhere else.
Non mais je suis en train de rouler, le mec il reste sur ma voiture.
Boss battle completed. She managed to get him off the hood by just accelerating, driving away. And he holds on for quite a little while there. He goes on a little adventure, really gripping onto the hood tight like it's a fucking roller coaster ride, but then eventually she slows down and he gets off and runs away, I guess. What a wild encounter, though. This is one of those weird, random events in like an MMO almost. It feels so odd that this actually happened, and I have no fucking idea why it happened at all. And also, while she was driving away with him on the hood, it really looked like a green screen. Like, it actually just looked like him in front of a fucking green screen. It was so comical. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to share this because I've been thinking about it ever since I watched it this afternoon. So, yeah, that's really about it. See ya. Brace yourself, Rick and Morty fans. I've got another huge squanch for you today. It's more bad news. For those that are unfamiliar with the situation, I'll go ahead and briefly break down the cliff notes for you. It recently came to light that one of the series creators, Justin Roiland, has been facing felony domestic violence charges for an incident that took place in 2020. It's been an ongoing thing, but has only recently made it to the public eye, and as you can imagine, this news has been a massive hit to the plumbus for the entire fandom. They're very serious charges. Felony domestic violence as well as a false imprisonment charge. Like, that's serious shit. There's nothing swifty about domestic violence. So when all of this news broke, a lot of people were rightfully upset. But since he still hasn't stood trial for these things, it still was left up in the air with what's going to happen to the series going forward. There's been a ton of hearings and even a pre-trial, but still no official trial date has been set, though that does seem like it's right around the corner. And as I mentioned, I was assuming that Adult Swim wouldn't make any statements or any changes like firing Justin Roiland or anything like that until after the trial, whether it's a conviction and he's found guilty or he's found innocent. I didn't think they would act in the meantime. But just like my doctor when he said I would grow up to be 5'8", I was wrong. Just a couple hours ago, Adult Swim flopped their meat on the table, releasing this statement, which is super cut and dry and to the point. Adult Swim has ended its association with Justin Roiland. Rick and Morty will continue. The talent and dedicated crew are hard at work on Season 7. This was very shocking to me because, again, I didn't think they'd do this when he still hasn't been found guilty on the charges yet. So it really seems like they must know at least more than the public does about this case and feel confident that whatever's happened here is not good and it's not someone that they'd want to associate with their brand anymore. Though it is also possible that they're just doing this because keeping him around is bad optics for Rick and Morty, which is by far their biggest cash cow that Adult Swim is still suckling the tits off of. So maybe they're worried that by keeping Justin Roiland around, it'll be a huge hit to their bottom line because of everything that's already surfaced. Even outside of the charges here, the majority of people have already kind of ruled that Justin Roiland is creepy at the very least. There was this massive flood, this opening of Pandora's box of weird DMs that Justin Roiland was accused of sending to people, as well as text messages going out to people and employees. I'm not sure if those are 100% confirmed, but they are turbo stinky. That shit is fucking foul. The flirting sounds like it's actually him playing the Morty character and trying to flirt with real people, so he'd say things like insane in the membrane and even text like he's Morty saying like, oh, whoa, hubba, hubba, whoa, jeez. It's all pretty bad, but again, I don't know if any of that's 100% confirmed, so I'm not going to bother pulling it up. But yeah, once all of that shit pulled itself out from the deepest pits of hell and hit the Twitter space, it pretty much banished his reputation to the Shadow Realm even before the courts did it for him. So the people have already charged and found Justin Roiland guilty of cringe, which is another massive crime and huge sin. But I'm hoping Adult Swim did their due diligence and actually investigated this themselves internally to see what was true and what's not, as opposed to just looking at Twitter screenshots, since some of the people that accused him of sending these fucking weird messages were former employees, I believe. So surely there'd be a way for Adult Swim to verify the authenticity of some of the claims, and I'm hoping that's what they did before making this decision. I hope it wasn't just impulsively done as a way of trying to save face in the public eye. But as of right now, we just don't know a whole lot about it. There's not a ton of information about the specifics of the case, and Adult Swim's statement is only 26 words in total. Like, there's just barely more letters in this statement than a single League of Legends username. And there's also not any deeper information from other outlets. There's no big scoop that's breaking somewhere. Right now, everything's just pretty unclear of exactly what's going on behind the scenes. And I don't think the statement Adult Swim put out is a problem or anything with it being so brief. It makes sense considering how serious and sensitive this case is. So I'm not surprised that they didn't go into details about it, because I imagine they probably can't. Now, there is another big development that I haven't seen a ton of people mention yet, and it has to do with Justin Roiland's video game company, Squanch Games. Now, I'm sure you know of the game High on Life. It's been glorbing a ton of trick holes all over the planet, a very divisive game, but a very popular one nonetheless. That was published by Squanch Games, and now they've put out a statement letting everyone know that Justin Roiland has resigned. But Squanch Games will continue to develop games even without him at the helm. Squanch Games is also no stranger to controversy here, because they also had their own little scandal where they settled a sexual harassment lawsuit in 2019. Yep, once again, just more horrible shit all around. There's just nothing good recently for Rick and Morty fans, but I will quickly wiggle my finger and say, I told you so, because I made the prediction that if they do shit-can Justin Roiland for all of this, they would still continue Rick and Morty without him. A lot of people said that if Justin Roiland isn't there at Rick and Morty, you know, developing it, writing it, voicing it, that they just wouldn't let it continue, it would just die. But I made the argument that it is just too lucrative. It's a fucking billion-dollar franchise that is by far the biggest thing Adult Swim has under their belt. I said that with that kind of money, there's no way they just bury it, even with Justin Roiland not being there anymore. That's exactly what they've done. Justin Roiland will no longer be there, but they are going to continue to make it going forward without his presence. That means there's going to be new voice actors voicing Rick and Morty, as well as probably very different writing. For some people, that might actually be exciting, but for most fans of the franchise, I imagine that's pretty upsetting to hear, and I think a lot of people will drop it after Season 7 if it's super drastically different. I made the prediction that should they continue going forward without Justin Roiland, Rick and Morty would peter out like a little sad wet fart over time, just falling off, dwindling further and further. And I stand by that shit like a proud kid at a science fair with his little baking soda volcano. I really do think that this will be the slow demise of Rick and Morty with the entire different group at the helm. I think if Justin Roiland's not there, the best thing to have done would just be stop it altogether. But like I said, there's far too many clams on the table for that. The amount of doubloons Rick and Morty brings in is ridiculous. So there was never really any chance of that, but this is going to be just a very slow and steady decline in the quality of it, I would imagine. But who knows? Maybe I'm super wrong about that as well. It's very possible. Maybe they bring in a really talented team and they just fucking knock it out of the park without Justin Roiland being there. Maybe it's even better without him being there. A lot of people, myself included, have become very tired of his style of writing, where it's all just kind of the same formula of stutter through a joke and then over-explain everything and repeat yourself 50 fucking times in the space of like 20 seconds. So maybe it actually does improve. It's possible, but I do find it unlikely. But anyway, that's kind of where this whole situation's at. Justin Roiland himself hasn't put out a statement. His legal team did put out a statement talking about how optimistic they are with the case and proving his innocence. but he himself hasn't said anything, which I think is obvious and par for the course here given the magnitude of this situation. So I don't think we'll hear from him anytime soon, but we'll see. Anyway, that's about it. See ya.
Congratulations. You're on the finals. It's the big league.
This reminds me of the culling instantly.
On the planet.
I know this is nothing like the culling, but I just mean this immediate concept.
In the finals, our arenas are destructible, so be sure to use your special.
It is so nostalgic to see destruction back in a game. It's been so long. Real destruction.
So we're going to make it interesting.
Alright, so Charlie, what you're gonna want to do is jump right away.
Okay.
How long does it take for you to jump?
The sun is shining and visibility is normal.
Okay. That doesn't feel good at all. Okay.
Oh, now move around. Do like WASD.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
I see. Okay. There's like there's a buffer on it.
Yeah, it's like a whole half a second of input lag.
What the fuck?
It feels so weird.
On the roof.
Well, like, that's the biggest problem the game has. Like, if they can fix that, like, it'll be really nice.
Holy shit. Wait, that is like an outrageous amount. At first I was like, that's not too bad. Oh, I just got my first kill too. I'm nasty.
Reaching. Bozo with a rifle.
This is pathetic. Gotcha.
You good?
Yeah, it was the worst knife fight of all time, though.
In the building.
I'm here, I'm in the building. I killed the guy outside. I'm just running through the fire, fuck it! Got him! I got him!
Nice.
Hey, so how do you do the one shot? Is it just, you have to be behind them?
It has to be a backstab.
Okay.
And it's not a one shot on heavies.
Gotcha.
Alright, we're good. Good day.
On me.
Got him. I'm popping off, boys. That's 3-0. Use the cannon. Can you use these?
You can?
Oh, yeah, you can. I just fired it.
Holy shit, he just blew up that building.
Yeah, holy shit.
Can you aim them?
No, I don't think so. I'm just blowing shit up, though. I love the destruction. Destruction is always so good in games. It is a shame that more games don't do it. It's such an old-fashioned thing now.
Battlefield 2042, it didn't do it. Oh my god.
Hey, get an easy win at the beginning.
The two of the other teams just got wiped, I'm pretty sure.
Hey, keep on. We just need to get through this round.
Oh, they're pushing.
I'm coming back.
I'm just destroying some buildings.
It's Charlie shooting the cannons.
God damn it.
Oh, yeah, no, that was just me. I'm just blowing up houses here.
Here, Charlie, you can shoot these things. Look. Barrels.
What? Oh, let's go!
Wait, do you have a goo grenade, Charlie?
Oh,
why did you run into it?
I did. I didn't.
What was that?
Oh, I didn't know it would just explode on contact. Fuck, I didn't know. So how does the backstab work? Because I hit one guy in the back twice and he didn't die.
I'll tell you what you need to do. You use the silence pistol. That's all you gotta do.
Holy shit.
Just set that guy to the shot.
That guy's one shot.
I got him.
Oh, I've been gassed.
Oh, let's go. Oh, what? I didn't get that kill?
What the fuck?
I'm still up, boys. I'm going for it.
Oh, it's martyrdom right now.
What's that? Oh, when you die, it just drops a grenade.
Yeah. God, look at us.
We popped off. That was an easy game. I had like 9 kills off the knife. That shit was going hard for me. I see him in the house.
I see him too because I've removed the wall. Why are the turrets so much
here?
Yeah,
they need to nerf the turrets.
I got him.
You were checking them out though.
I'm gassing it out. Oh, they're coming up behind you. One's really
going nuts.
low.
I'm going nuts. Here's one.
Yep. I gotta get out though because of the gas grenade. Scoots, I don't know if I can get back up here. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you.
But I've got lines all over the place, so and I just killed him. Let's go. Just res me. Oh wait, I don't think bullets hurt those.
Bullets don't hurt the turrets?
I'm pretty sure they don't.
They do.
Somebody's outside.
It's just very tanky. They need to nerf the turrets big time.
Oh, outside in the alley. I've got another mine on the thing, but no promises.
One of them's very low.
Okay, I killed the heavy. There's 2 lights on me. They're reviving their buddy. Or they're trying to. Nice, good shit. Can you get the res on me?
There's still one more.
Yeah, hold on. I'm scaring him away. I got him.
Nice, good chip.
I got
Was that
thinking.
Nick Merckx? Holy shit.
They're dropping.
That guy's, oh my god, he's getting pocketed.
Oh, we got him.
Nice, good shit.
Ooh.
Nice shoots.
Nice.
One guy on point.
Got him, I got him, I got him.
Nice.
Fucking huge. Gotcha, thank you.
I thought you died, Charlie.
What's that?
I thought you died.
No. I'm fucking schmoving on him with all this input delay.
Dude. I got this shitty little corner I'm in. Look at me. I'm tanked up.
Oh, that's nice.
Nice, good shit.
God, we are disgusting at this game.
This is so free.
On it. Okay.
Oh, yes, sir. That's Maddie B. Raps down. Alright.
Put a jump pad somewhere.
Oh,
Me and this guy just crossed streams.
Bro, they have a turret in there, man. Oh.
I hit one coming up stairs. He's half health.
I destroyed the stairs. This guy. Ah, I fell.
Behind you, Duncan.
I got him.
Right there.
Another one on stairs. He's already kind of low.
I'm gonna throw it up to you, Duncan.
Alright, that's cool.
That's a good zip.
Oh my god, all 3 on me. Church.
One's very low.
Get a quick res on me. Go for it.
The other guy's down.
He's huge.
Alright, well, good news is they're kind of dog shit.
They're pretty bad. Oh, there he is. There he is.
Oh, all we gotta do is just.
Oh, there's 2. There's 2. There's 2 on me. They're both low. Got one.
Did you plug it in? Oh, yeah, you did.
On ping.
Yep. Got mine all over the place.
I'm just
Can't see
checking
him,
if he's
Charlie,
in Viz. No, I was just checking if he was in Viz. There's just one guy. Oh, there he is. Oh, shit!
He's one shot.
Where is he?
By Charlie.
Two. Got one.
Nice.
One more.
Got the other.
Dude, I'm making a gamer play.
Oh, the other one's dead. That's free. That's free.
Oh, on me. They just res.
Coming. There's a turret on the stairs. Holy shit, that does so much damage. While I'm blowing up the floor.
Okay, they're heading up the stairs.
Oh my god, the turret. Oh fuck, I'm so dead.
Oh, run.
They're on the first floor. That turret. Yeah, just run.
Just get out of there.
Do not go downstairs though, because that turret's gonna melt you.
Thank you.
Don't be a hero.
Oh, the defib play? I'm in the corner, so I'll be able to. There's mines on my body, so they can't chase you.
I'm gonna wait for.
Oh wait,
Scoots
yeah, my
to get
response
up.
good.
Yeah.
My response good.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm gonna go for Charlie though.
I don't even think they have the thing. Oh yeah, they do.
Ah, that turret.
Yeah, just get the fuck out.
If there's some sort of hidden overtime, I'm gonna be pissed.
I was getting shot in the ass somewhere. He's one. I got him. One down.
Oh,
hey,
let's go! We are the finals.
Easy game. Oh, I only got 16 limbs.
Yikes, Charlie.
12 assists though. 12 assists.
I'm breaking 20. That's couldn't be me.
Oh, we're almost silver already.
Wow.
The first 2 rounds I only used dagger.
They have a turret in the back.
I hit
oh
them.
my
I
god.
destroyed them with the C4.
Alright, I got him.
Got him.
Nice, steal.
That's all of them.
Wait, steal.
They firebombed it. Come on.
Bro, these. Oh, there's one more. There's one more behind you. One more behind you.
I'm
you.
tanking.
2 more behind you. 2 more behind you. One's in Viz.
We're good.
No, there's still one more.
I'm insane.
There is no way they didn't kill you. They are terrible.
Let's go!
They are awful.
Did you cash that out?
Yeah.
Holy
We still
fuck.
got wiped though, but
that's fine.
We're at 8,000, so.
Man, that team was some ass. Holy.
He was missing scoots when he was standing still.
Hope it won't be like Hyperspace. Man, it's so sad what happened to that game. You can't even remember the name correctly. It was Hyperscape. That game died such an undignified death.
Let's
That
not
game.
get ahead of ourselves.
It was fun for a little bit.
It was fun. I wouldn't say so good.
It was so good until they buffed aim assist. And then I wanted it to die.
You just upgrade the D-tap and just don't ever aim.
That game still, to this day, has the most disgusting aim assist I've ever seen in a video game. It is like genuine aimbot. I don't know what the fuck they were smoking.
Oh, it's a turret.
Oh, it's a turret. God damn it.
Oh my god.
Dude, the
It's
turret
covering
is
the
so
whole
broken.
area, too.
That turret is so filthy.
Wait, the turret has a sniper scope on it. What the hell?
Look at the
It shoots you across a map.
look at the
Holy
rate of
shit.
fire on it, man. Holy shit.
Just lock this down real good.
Oh, underneath. He's in the house, bottom floor. Oh, what a piece of shit. He's invisible on top of you, Scoots. He's jumping down.
Did you get him?
I'm
on
on
point.
fire. I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh,
my
no.
Oh, I'm stealing.
That's tragic, Dankin.
Let's go.
We got it.
Oh my fucking god. Don't pick me up. I'm just gonna res.
That was at like 0.01 second CSGO bomb defuse there.
Got the heavy.
Jesus fucking Christ. Medic's one.
Heal.
Got the heavy. Oh, that's a triple kill for your
Still.
boy. I got it. Team on the right, coming.
Send it up.
There's a team on the right.
On the left?
No, on the right, on top of that building.
We got it. Nice, good shit.
Huge, boys. Oh, man, that'd be so nice. Got
Damn,
him.
fuck that guy. Holy.
Underneath. Guys on top of the church, too.
Oh, that was clean. That
They're on
was
top of the
TTV.
goddamn- They're on top of the thing.
Alright, I'm cashing my shit out.
I'm getting you, Duncan. Once I learn how to climb.
Nobody outperforms me in a 1v1.
That was a little...
Oh.
You suck.
I was looking pretty good there for a minute, though.
True.
I'm just gonna hang out.
Oh, that's a TTV guy. Let's go. Go, Jerdot.
Is there enough time? Oh, baby.
God, we're nuts.
Just right at the last second, they had just enough time.
Wait, we're already on the final round?
Yeah, we've been
Holy
shit,
shit, we're nuts.
That last game, I went fucking crazy. Oh, yep, nice. Got him. Second floor, and third floor. Second and third floor, heavy. He's bottom floor now. He's behind you, Scoots, behind you. Just take some pop shots at him. I mean, one of them actually is only RPG.
Got him.
RPG and sledgehammer. You fired your cannon too. Nice.
Yeah.
He's sliding in. He's one shot. Oh my god, that guy. I don't know what the fuck his plan was. Another one coming in.
Get in high ground.
That's two down. Here comes the squad wipe for Charles.
On right.
Yeah, on right.
The Google's actually really nice.
Right.
I might have to put that on. Just be able to make like crazy cover with the goo.
That guy's actually one shot. Fuck.
Where is he? Oh.
Chase him.
I got him.
Nice.
Squad wipe! And that's going to be a big stagger from that guy. Nice zip line. Wait, this is so stupid. What? How the fuck would you ever take this back?
You don't. That's the fun part.
You don't.
This is a terrible idea. Having to take... Because you can just camp the zip lines. There's like nothing else they can do. I guess you could go... Oh, you can't even go invisible and use a zip line, huh?
Sledgehammer bozo.
Whoa! He's on the point. He's kind of low, though.
He fell off. Got him.
Damn. Poor guy.
Wow, they waited so long. What the fuck? What was that strat?
God.
Oh.
2 in a row.
I'm about to go crazy.
Let's go, Dankin. I feel it. Oh god, you chose me. Time to snipe.
No, that's preferable, actually. Oh, wait, you have a sniper rifle?
Yeah, oh, that didn't go.
Never mind, not so
Oh,
much.
fuck! Oh!
Insane!
Woo! Quick scope headshot, baby, and then the grenade killed the other.
The wreck, Sonny.
Damn, that's going in the highlight reel. That's going on the finals official Twitter right there. I'm fucking celebrating that moment.
I emoted. Press H, boys.
We just did it at the same time, Dank, and I'm right behind you. Nice, that was cute. Okay.
Ooh.
Let's go! It's still going.
it's gone.
Wait, it's actually stuck.
Goodbye.
Wait, it's going straight to heaven.
We just robbed the lobby.
Whoa, mama! It's
Let's go to the
fucking
other vault.
haunted.
It's stuck on the wire.
Oh, also we do need to cap C or something, otherwise we're gonna lose.
Oh, shit, yeah, we're gonna be in third.
Well, at least we don't have to worry about Vault 4 anymore. That would have been a strat.
Wait, reset. No, it didn't. It's going back up.
Oh.
What the
That,
fuck?
that could be a legitimate
it's like lagging
strat.
the game.
Yeah, it is actually lagging the game badly right now.
Wait,
Holy
fall back,
shit.
fall back, fall back.
Charlie, get behind me. We can do our shield push.
Boys, it's back.
I'm coming, I'm
Reset.
coming, I'm coming, I'm coming.
He's going for it. No, holy fuck. Never mind.
C4's on it.
Oh, I'm reloading. Yep, they're on it.
Blow him up. It's a heavy.
It's a headshot, I got him.
Nice, good shit.
Nice.
Got the other one, let's go! Clutch at the end. They made a desperate push, but it wasn't enough.
We're the tough shells.
Tough shells, baby!
That shit goes hard. The more we play, like, I didn't really enjoy this game when we first played this Goose, but the more we play, I can, like, I see the potential.
The potential
it
is
just
there,
needs
yeah.
to fix the movement system.
It's just janky as fuck.
Yeah.
Spawn right next to you guys.
Fantastic steal by the Retros.
Oh my god, I just brought the whole thing down.
What the fuck?
I'm sealing. I don't give a fuck. Cover
I
me.
got one. I just killed that guy. That's big.
What the? That's so broken. That is so broken.
Res him.
Okay, that shield is like a mandatory.
Good shit, gentlemen.
Does the sniping at least like feel good? Like, I know it
Yeah.
doesn't do damage, but
It doesn't feel bad or anything. It just doesn't do a lot of damage to even on headshots, unfortunately.
Holy shit!
The
What a
tough
fucking
shells.
stomp!
I should just be a mercy rule, honestly.
If I blew that up. People are throwing barrels in there. It's kind of funny.
That's me. I threw two in there.
You know?
Dankin, I actually just grappled onto that guy. Holy fuck. That was the worst moment of his life. On my X, there's another. Nice.
Kill?
Yep.
On it.
Oh fuck, what the fuck is happening?
Holy shit, I am shredding.
What the fuck is happening?
This is chaotic. I can't tell what's going on.
Okay, just watch point. It's right on point.
Got it.
Nice.
I have the perfect.
Bottom
Bro,
floor.
There are so many
Fuck
corpses
just
on it.
happened?
Bottom floor, he's
Okay,
low.
I'm
He's
just
going
gonna-
around.
One on me. Down below.
I got him.
Res?
Yeah, I got you. Save your defibrillator, Dankin. I got him.
Reloading.
On
I think
point.
they're going for his body. Oh, they're not. Got him?
What the fuck?
No, he's a one.
Oh, where is he going, dude?
I got him.
There's one
he's
more.
got
He
a
just
dash
jumped
on,
down.
bro.
He just jumped
Oh
down.
shit, Scoots, fuck.
Moving. We're gonna leave it and they're gonna like stealth defuse. Although I have mines on it, so. 3, 2, 1.
Another dub. Nice. Easy game.
Yeah, very easy.
Monster Energy files lawsuit against indie game over title. Monster Energy has filed a lawsuit against the indie game Dark Deception Monsters and Mortals. This time the company claimed the developer Glowstick Entertainment broke copyright with the horror game's title. So, no, wait. So if I go on Steam right now, I bet I have a game with monster in the title. Clash of Monsters, Garshasp. Well, they wouldn't fuck with Garshasp. He's way too powerful. Monster Hunter, Monster Challenge. So are they trying to like own the word monster? Because this seems like such a weird topic or target. I don't know this game, but I can't imagine it's like super huge. Yeah, I just read that they did this to Ubisoft Gods and Monsters. And of course, Ubisoft being the cucks they are fucking bent the knee to it, I guess. Company has expanded its settlement terms by preventing Glowstick Entertainment from ever using green and white logo on a black background. What the fuck? Huh? How is their title confusingly similar to the energy drink in any way? What incarnation? How? It's not like it's just called Monster. It is literally called Dark Deception Monsters and Mortals. So it's even plural, too. How is there any level of confusion? This is some awful, litigious bullying for no reason. How popular is this game? I'm unfamiliar with it. Is it a big game? Is that why they're doing it? There's 8 people playing this game right now with a 24-hour peak of 17 hours, and the all-time peak was 254. Why are you targeting them? Why? What the fuck? This doesn't make any sense. They actually went out of their way to find an obscure title to be an asshole to them. This game came out in 2020 as well. It's not even like it's a new thing. It looks like they're trying to set a legal precedent to sue bigger companies. Oh, interesting. That is very nefarious. I'm not knowledgeable enough on the law to know if that's like actually a plausible strategy, but they did successfully bully Ubisoft, which is... It's a lot bigger than Dark Deception Monsters and Mortals. So why would they then downsize? Own the right to the word monster. That fucking sucked for me because my Steam name is Monster. That'd be brutal for me. It's gotta be personal. Yeah, maybe someone on the Monster legal force played Dark Deception Monsters and Mortals and was like, man, this is fucking awful. I'm gonna send them something. I'm gonna sue them. Imagine Rockstar doing that. Brother, we don't even have to imagine. Did you guys forget when Take-Two did that to It Takes Two? Take-Two owns Rockstar. So I guess it wasn't Rockstar themselves, it was Extension. Additionally, Livings posted an official document from Monster Energy to explain their lawsuit's terms. As seen in the image, Monster is pushing to prohibit the word monster in the game's name, claw-like designs, or green and black imagery. Glowstick Entertainment also won't be able to use the word beast or unleash. What is this? What has happened to us as a species? What the fuck? It is well known that Monster Energy is a notorious trademark troll. Unfortunately, they're at it again. For a company that likes to target their drinks at gamers, they also like to try and bully and bankrupt game studios with lengthy, high-dollar litigation. Monster was actually shoehorned into Death Stranding. I guarantee you, somewhere in that game, the words monster, beast, or unleashed was used. That'd be quite a beautiful plot twist if they sued that game after forcing their way in there to be ham-fisted into it. Oh, that's right. They did remove it, didn't they? That's right. Living's plans to fight Monster Energy in court. Dishonest companies like Monster Energy depend on doing their bullying in secret while presenting a clean image to their base, athletes and gamers, he said. Showing their true face publicly is the only real way to stop them. Bro, hats off to this guy. Like I said, I don't know the game. It's not a game I have ever heard of before, but I really hope this blows up their game. I hope they get tons of players and it turns out to be just like this hidden gem. This guy seems to have a good head on his shoulders. He gets it. Monster Energy's past legal battles include suing an Ohio restaurant for containing the word monster on its sign, a Georgia welder for using a similar M logo, and a man's aquarium hobby forum called Monster Fish Keepers. Yeah, this one makes sense. Shame on you. This would have confused me too. If I go to Monster Fish Keepers, I would be wondering, where can I purchase the energy drink? What's all this shit about crustaceans, right? Like, I'd be confused as fuck. That would be a legitimate cause for concern. Those are so close. It has the electrolytes the fish crave. They're gonna try to copyright the Monster Mash next. Thanks to the bits, doobie. That's a great fucking idea, actually. Make MWL with Monster vs. Dasani. Not the Dasani part, but having a character in the MWL just named Monster and see if we can get our names in the headlines with Monster Energy suing us. That'd be huge for us. Spread the Moist Wrestling League a bit further. That's a great idea. By getting sued. Yeah, but they wouldn't win the lawsuit. There's no shot. Having a wrestler named Monster and then trying to make the argument that it's confusing for Monster Energy somehow. Like, this is just a frivolous dog shit nothingness. There's just, I can't imagine a world where they could actually win this if it ever makes it to trial. Because who the fuck is going to confuse a Steam game called Dark Deception Monsters and Mortals with Monster Energy? It's just to bully them and keep trying to monopolize the word monster, I guess. I mean, Apple tried to trademark the word apple and the court just said no. I'm sure it'll be a similar case here. Oh, I'm confident they win this. I mean, again, I can't imagine a world where Monster Energy somehow makes a compelling argument that this game is somehow confusing for their brand to their customers, unless Monster's going to have some kind of bombshell revelation during discovery where it's revealed that Monster Energy is actually shrinking everyone's IQ and turning everyone into fucking lobotomites where they can't process a difference between a video game and an energy drink. If they think their customers are so fucking stupid that they're gonna get confused here because they see the word monster and caveman brain activate, so they assume it's an energy drink. Like, I just can't imagine a world where they can make, like, a compelling argument. I wonder how they even found the game. The only way that I could envision the way they found this is that they were on Steam literally looking for anything with the word monster in it to be a target of a lawsuit. That's the only way they'd be able to find it, because again, this game has only ever had 274 players at its peak. That is its biggest player count. It's not a massive game, but I hope it turns into one as a result of all of this. They went out of their way to find someone to sue. It's not the game, it's the font. You're putting words in their mouth, unless it's in this lawsuit. I didn't read the actual lawsuit, but even still, the font is still far removed, and it is still plural monsters, and doesn't match that closely. The only thing in common is that it's all squiggly and spooky, whereas this one, I just don't see it even being close. But that's also not even the argument they were making, I don't think. They were saying that it's confusing for their brand to the customers. Right now, we are living in the golden age of information. The collective knowledge of all of humanity is right at your fingertips on the World Wide Web, the magical cyberspace. And actually, it's become somewhat of an overload of information because you can always find evidence to support any belief you want to have. No matter how unhinged or how unrealistic it is, you can find entire communities of people backed up by their own proof that is convincing enough for them and maybe even you. It's just a matter of asking, typing it in on a search engine, and you can find unlimited information to confirm any belief you want. So, it's clearly led to a problem where people are believing everything and anything. And that's not exclusive to just, like, dumb people. I see that cope a lot where it's like, oh, only stupid people fall for things like flat earth or goblins. Like, believe it or not, there is a very real community of people that post goblin sightings in the real world. I'm not yanking your chain. It is a community of people that believe goblins walk amongst us, and they'll take these little videos at night of what I imagine is just like little like raccoons or something, and they're like, holy shit, it's a goblin ran across my front yard at 4 a.m. And the same community exists for gnomes. Gnomes have recently been popping off in popularity with people believing there are actually gnomes that walk amongst us. Giants, another one. We recently had a big giant hoopla where a TikToker thought he saw a giant on top of a mountain, and a lot of people believed it. Point is, anyone will believe anything, as long as they just want to, and they can always find evidence for it. And this extends to people that aren't just traditionally, observably stupid people. Anyone, regardless of their intelligence, can easily fall into this rabbit hole where if they hear something that sounds interesting, or maybe they just want to live in a fairy tale or, you know, escape from reality, believe in fantasies, they can easily find evidence to cement those beliefs and have them locked into actually thinking that it's real. And they just kind of fall for it, even if they are just like actually smart people. It can happen. And this extends to even people in power, like the president of Mexico, who recently made a statement about an elf, believing that he had found a real elf picture. And he proudly posted this so-called elf evidence, and my god, how beautiful it was. Did you see the president of Mexico posted a picture of an elf he saw? Is it like a confirmed elf sighting? Mexican president posts photo of what he claims is a Mayan elf. Well, I'll withhold judgment. Let me take a peek here. A mischievous woodland spirit in Maya folklore. Jesus Christ, he's found it. That looks more like one of the NPCs out of Destiny 2 than an elf. This is like the world's most demented elf. Why does this shit look like Darth Sidious up there? How the fuck is that an elf? In what universe? Like, even suspending disbelief, like, obviously this is clearly not anything paranormal or any kind of cryptid. But, like, in what universe would this even be misconstrued as an elf? This is not one of Santa's little helpers, I'll tell you that much. It's 100% an owl doing a hunched shoulder thing. Well, bah humbug to you too, Ebenezer Scrooge. I think this could very well be like a Jawa, perhaps, from Star Wars. Maybe he was disassembling the president of Mexico's car or something and then ran away when he heard him coming. Goatman returns. Oh, no. You don't get a picture of Goatman. If you're close enough to get a picture of Goatman, you're already dead. That guy does not fuck around. I think Goatman is the only cryptid with an actual confirmed kill, because some group of teenagers that was hunting down Goatman fell off a train track. One of the teenagers fell off and died because Goatman resides at the other end of a train track. One of them fell off and died. So Goatman does actually have a kill under his belt. Goatman is real and he ate my ass. Yeah, I believe it. That guy's a fucking pervert, honestly. Mothman. Too small to be Mothman, and there's no giant wings. We watched an entire breakdown on the lore of Mothman. This looks nothing like him. Unless he's wearing a hoodie. It also looks nothing like this. I like how he puts the side by side, though. As if it's supposed to be, like, definitive proof. Like, look! They're the same picture. It's the same thing. This looks like a Jimmy Neutron carving. According to the traditional Maya belief, Aluxes are small, mischievous creatures that inhabit forests and fields and prone to playing tricks on people, such as hiding things. Some people leave small offerings to appease them. Well, why would you leave small offerings? Wouldn't that just entice them to keep coming back for the offerings? That seems like a terrible plan. That'd just make them gluttonous. You're feeding them? Interesting. Hey, maybe the joke's on us. Maybe he's right. Maybe that really is a little elf. A little goofball up there. This picture is from 2 years ago. What? I thought he took the picture. I thought that was the whole point. You're telling me this guy just Googled, like, Aluxes, whatever they're called? The fuck is the point of that? Massachusetts police on the hunt for a 200-pound stolen Shrek statue. Wow, that thing's beautiful. This is 200 pounds. This looks like someone made it out of clay in arts and crafts. I haven't read very much so far, but I'm going to tell you, this feels like a psyop. I feel like this is all a big scam. They just wanted to get this in the headlines, so they made this knowing it's an abomination, a beautiful one at that, and they pretended that it's been stolen, reported it missing in order for all of the news agencies to pick up on it as a massive ploy. I see right through the scheme. Stolen by the deep state. Yeah. God damn it. The Illuminati's taking our Shrek statues. I find it so fascinating how often people just film their own crimes or post on Twitter about illegal activities that they're doing, and then it eventually comes back to haunt them where they lose their job or get arrested. It's just wild that so often people have this complete lack of self-control and inability to stop themselves from saying or doing dumb, stupid things on Twitter. Like, posting cringe on Twitter has cost more jobs than the invention of machines. And today I want to go over a disturbing new case of gross shit. This was something that went viral a few days ago, but I've only just now caught up on it. It's really gross, and I actually think that this is a deeper onion than most people realize. I think that this was all a manufactured marketing campaign conducted by a shameless degenerate in order to get OnlyFans subscribers. So, let's take it from the top. I'm sure if you were on Twitter a few days ago, you saw this post floating around. This little bit of eyeball poison was getting dunked on by everyone around the globe. And if people weren't shitting on it, they were shitting themselves out of just pure repulsion. So the post is talking about how they're coming out as trans canine and talking about how they've been with 6 dogs. So they celebrate fucking dogs, and they double down on this, triple down on it, and have made it their entire brand identity now. Like, this is now their online presence, is being the dog fucker. And they're very open about it, talking about it, and trying to make it like some kind of powerful movement about why fucking dogs is a great thing. Obviously, I'm on the side of common sense here. Animals can't consent to having sex. Thus, you're not even having sex with the animals, you're raping them. You're a dog raper. It's called bestiality, and it's a crime. It's illegal. It's not something to be celebrated or encouraged. Now, I think the person behind this knows it and was making this as a giant post that would hopefully gather a lot of hoopla and put eyes on their content. Because even prior to this post, they were dropping nude photos, lewd photos, and just talking like about trying to monetize their sexual content. And then after this post got so much steam, they made a statement saying that this had cost them their job, they now no longer have a way of making money, so in desperation, they're saying fuck it and starting an OnlyFans. When I'm pretty sure that was the entire plan from the get-go, and by having so many eyes on them from all of this spotlight that was shined there, they immediately got a giant head start. Like, they're way over 150,000 followers at this point, and I'm pretty sure that this was their intention from the get-go. They chose something that they knew most people would have a problem with. No one likes to see animals being abused, and no one likes to hear about animals being used as like sexual objects or sexual props for people in their content. It's like, that is beyond weird. So they are probably aware that by making that post, it would have gathered a lot of steam, which it did, and then they immediately went around with this narrative that they were fired. There's no way of knowing 100% for sure if they were fired. I take all of that with a grain of salt. And even the way they talk about it, like in that post they're saying they're going to sue everyone that got them fired, that just seems like a troll. That legitimately just seems like a weak, low-effort troll statement at the end there. There is evidence to suggest they may have actually lost their job from this, but even still, I don't think it's 100% confirmed as of this moment. Like, it just, to me, feels like this was all part of the plan. And you can also even see them, like, lean into it. If you go back a couple days before this blew up, they made this post about how OnlyFans models are the devil. You know, this is terrible stuff. Look, what kind of example are you setting for children, you godless heathens? And then only days later, turning around and dropping one of their own. OnlyFans is disgusting and you're going to hell for it, as they're signing up for an account. I could be wrong. This all could be done genuinely and wasn't meant as a marketing play for OnlyFans subscribers. But to me, that's just really what it feels like. It feels like someone that is very aware of what they're doing and trying to capitalize off outrage and being the villain. I've said this a million times, but on Twitter, since everyone has unlimited access to every unhinged thought and person imaginable across the globe, you will always find people that agree with you. No matter how outrageous the belief, you will always find supporters. And that's exactly what's happened here. They now do have legitimate supporters backing them and the dog fucking stuff from other equally deranged animal fuckers. It's pathetic, sad, and it's just really depressing that this is actually succeeding for them financially. Now, if I'm correct and this is all just revolting marketing for their OnlyFans, it doesn't make any of this justifiable, excusable, and it doesn't make the whole situation any better. But it would at least be nice knowing that the person behind all of this isn't actually a danger to animals around them and having sex with them, as well as other awful things that they've been talking about recently. Though I do think that there is a possibility that this is all true and they are actually out there harming animals, and they're just spitting in the face of anyone with any level of human decency, making posts like this saying that they'll buy a wolf pup with their first OnlyFans check, which is of course them not so subtly letting people know that they're going to be buying an animal for the sole purpose of having sex with it. They even mention that they're a size queen in reference to buying that wolf pup. So that's like something that needs to be like actually investigated, if this person is a legitimate danger or not to animals. Now, if I may, I'd like to turn your attention to another piece of evidence that I've collected in this case, and I'd like to present it to the court. So this is Exhibit D here. This is a post from them today, which is now seeming to champion for incest, talking about how having sex with your cousin is fine, it's all good, it's normal, and it shouldn't be like stigmatized and this and that. So this reinforces to me the thought that the person behind all of this is someone who is just trying to choose the most disgusting stances possible in order to attract as many tomatoes being thrown at them, so that way hopefully they can then catch a couple of like mentally unwell stragglers that are agreeing with them and then signing up to the OnlyFans. That's what this whole thing seems to me. Of course, I could be wrong, and this really could be someone that really believes in fucking dogs as well as incest, because they go on and on to try and defend this whole cousin sexual relationship thing. It's more really gross, repulsive stuff. But I just really do think that this is all just supposed to drive traffic to their OnlyFans through outrage. But yeah, regardless, the whole thing is horrible, the person is horrible. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. It's 6 a.m. right now. I was unable to fall asleep. I was tossing and turning due to just overwhelming excitement. I felt like a little kid again on Christmas Eve, anxiously waiting for Santa Claus to come down the chimney with the presents. But my excitement wasn't in anticipation of presents. I had already received an incredible gift. I got to witness a world record live on stream. But not something lame that no one cares about, no one competes for, that underwhelming stuff you see so often in the Guinness Book of World Records, like introducing Biff, the man who stuck the most toothpicks to his eyeballs in 30 seconds. I'm talking about a real record in one of the most prestigious and competitive fields imaginable, AMOC runner speedrunning. That's right, a name that sends shivers down the spine of all gamers. This is the conclusion to my $10,000 speedrun challenge that I posted 2 weeks ago, and what a thrilling finale it was. It had a little bit of something for everyone. Drama, suspense, action, mystery, erotica. It had everything you could have ever wanted from life. So, for those that don't know what I'm talking about, 2 weeks ago I made a challenge where I wanted to see who could have the fastest speedrun time for a game that I know no one in the world besides me has played. It's called AMOC Runner. I thought it'd be fun to choose a game that's never really been played by anyone besides me to see who can beat it the fastest. I'm a huge fan of speedrunning and watching speedruns, so I wanted to see how wacky this could get in 2 weeks starting from absolute zero. And the results were beyond shocking. I plan on doing a full Summoning Salt inspired video going over the history of everything that happened within this 2-week competition, because it's a lot and it's really, really interesting. But for this video, I want to talk about the winners. So, This was a $10,000 competition, and it's being split between first, second, and third place. First place is walking home with a crisp $6 grand, 6,000 clams. Second place is taking home 2.5 thousand, and third place is taking home 1.5k. Now, I'll of course show you the world record run as well as my reaction to it since I got to watch the second half of it live. But before diving into that as well as the other winners in the leaderboard, I would like to let you all know right up front that I do plan on doing this at least once a month. Once a month, I'm going to be doing these $10,000 speedrun competitions on games that nobody has ever played or heard of in their entire fucking life. The most obscure little dingleberries that Steam has to offer, maybe the target for the next bounty. And a new addition I'm adding to the bounties is I'm also going to have another prize that you can win. It'll be $1,000 for whoever finds the most impactful glitch that's used in the speedrun at the end of the 2 weeks. That'll be voted on by the community and the top runners for what they deem to be the most important glitch that was found, and whoever found it will get $1,000 for its discovery. I thought this would be fun because it incentivized people to find cool glitches and find good tech, since that's like one of the most important parts of it. So even if you're not the most talented speedrunner, if you're the most talented glitch hunter, you can still walk away with some prize money from this. It'll be about $1,000. I had so much fun watching this, and I couldn't be more pleased with how it all turned out. We even had some returning faces to the competition, such as Jervailin, the absolute inhuman android madman that was able to complete my $20,000 Halo 2 challenge that a lot of people deemed impossible. And we even had Fraser come back, who competed in that same bounty that I put up. And then we also just had some of the best speedrunning talent in the business, like from all across the globe. We had Distortion 2, Cheese, Ouija, Simply, so many incredibly talented runners, all running AMOC for the last 2 weeks, putting in hundreds of hours. I'm not going to spoil who won yet, but the winner put in 192 hours across the 2 weeks grinding this fucking thing. And he's far from alone. In fact, pretty much everyone in the top 10 has put in over 150 hours each. It's like a curse, the AMOC runner curse. I've seen it go all the way up to 205 with one runner in particular. So it's not uncommon here from this challenge. Like, the commitment was unrivaled. It's just a winner's mentality. And for a game like AMOC, you know, you gotta put it all on the line. It's gotta be nuts to butts or nothing. And god damn it, we got the nuts. Now let's get into the meat. At third place, taking home 1.5k, is a runner named Bob Toad. Bob Toad squeaked out a ferocious stinker of a run at 25 minutes 37 seconds. Now this run's not only big because it went into the top 3, but it's also big because it's 1 second faster than Distortion's run. Distortion 2 is one of the biggest names in speedrunning, and he got a 25:38 and was looking primed to secure a top 3 spot at the very least, until Bob Toad came in with the attitude and dropped this mean one on him. So a heartbreaker for Distortion getting pushed out towards the end here, but huge congrats to Bob Toad because what a performance. Now, moving on to second place, we have a runner named Zach777. Zach was constantly getting world records throughout this competition and seemed to be a front runner to take the whole thing at first place. And he was, until 2 hours before closing. Zach clocked in a 25:33. So 4 seconds better than Bob Toad, and this stood for quite some time, really, you know, given the circumstances and how frequently things were shifting. But this 25:33 looked almost unbeatable until 2 hours before closing. So Zach takes a second place, and in first place we have one of the wildest fucking runs from Ouija, a very popular Super Mario 64 speedrunner. He took his talents to AMOC runner, and it paid off big time. It paid off exactly $6,000. Now, according to some people in chat, they did the math. He made about $31 per hour from this competition, so not a bad payday for the work. And his name's going to be cemented in the history books of AMOC running. So, AMOC runner world record is held by Ouija, who clocked a 25:32. Beating Zach by 1 second to steal first place at the very end. Now, I'm going to show you the beginning of the run, and then I'm going to show you when I came in to watch it, which is in the second half. I didn't get to see him start the run live, but god damn it, I got to see him finish it live and witness history. Now for the sake of keeping this brief, I'm only going to show you the most important bits of the run. This is where runs are really made or broken. Right at the beginning, it's called cock skip or cock launch. It's a super precise, super stupid glitch that if you don't hit it on your first try, you're basically just going to have to reset at this point. And it's tough. It's not easy. I've tried running a mock runner myself, and it is the hardest fucking speedrun game of all time because there's just so much RNG to some of these glitches and tricks. But a professional like Ouija, as well as the other top runners, can do it very consistently, so he hits a perfect cock skip. That skips a lot of running. You can see how slow the running speed is. It's basically like running as a fucking brain-dead zombie. You don't move fast at all. So then the next big skip is right here. This is the next major moment. It's called cone skip. And this skips a very long crane puzzle that is beyond boring. So it's very important. And cone skip is a very cruel mistress sometimes. So you have to launch this cone in the perfect position. You have to time a map bringing. You have to bring out your map at the perfect time like this. Gives you a huge launch, and then you hit a checkpoint trigger right on the other side here.
That could be perfect, or it might be bad. It's perfect, pretty much.
You go through the house doing some chores, and then eventually you go back outside, and then you go into the hardest trick in the entire game, mansion launch, which sometimes just decides not to work for no fucking reason at all, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Sketch angle. Alright, you have one more shot. Just... I'm not throwing this time. I'm not throwing this time. I want $6,000.
Come on.
Anytime someone hits mansion skip in a run, the alarms are blaring, sirens are howling, because then the game is really on. That's when the pressure starts to mount. Because mansion skip is just so unforgiving. When you actually do get that launch, that's when it actually really begins. That's when the competition is at its most fierce. So, when he hit that, chat immediately erupted, letting me know that he was on a big run. So I came in and I got to see the rest of it. There's no other major tricks like this throughout the rest of the run, but there are a ton of places where mistakes can happen, especially with the amount of pressure after mansion skip. Alright, let's see if he pulls off world record here. We've got just over 2 hours left. And Ouija's in 4th place, so he's just out of prize money. There's no way he's going to do a Chinatown launch here, though. No shot. Chinatown launch is only going to be if someone's, like, behind. And it's going to be close. He's just going to play, like, tried and true method here. Nothing too crazy. Do I think people will still speedrun AMOC after the challenge? No. Unfortunately not. I tried running it for 2 days. This is the hardest speedrun I've ever tried. All of the tricks rely on such precision and also luck. And that is such a headache. Like, Distortion and Ouija in particular have done, like, fucking... Ouija did, like, a 35-hour non-stop stream just practicing the launches over and over and over and over again. And Distortion did, like, multiple 18-hour streams just practicing launches over and over and over and over again. And I'm sure the same can be said for Zach and Spicy, the other two in the top 5. It is brutal. It's so fucking brutal. It doesn't look impressive if you haven't played the game, but the driving in this is some of the most nonsensical when it comes to its physics. There is no driving quite like AMOC. So the driving is actually such a fucking hurdle, by the way.
To reload. Alright, so there's a different route I should do here. Oh my god, my hand's shaking so bad.
That's AMOC, baby. He's AMOCing.
Dude, I can't fucking walk in a straight line.
You can actually see his hand shaking in his character.
Stop. Get it together, fucker. Stop.
Let's go. Here we go. Now he's coming up to graveyard, then boss fight. No way he goes for moist skip. That'd be outrageous. He's not gonna bother with that skip, I don't think. Unless he's like a real man. You'd have to be a fucking real boy to go for a moist skip in a run like this with only 2 hours left. What's moist skip? That's what I found during the stream that made me pick this game. On the ship, from the very beginning of the game, there's a clip you can make that I found that takes you to the coffin, but since this game uses a very strict checkpoint system, you can't actually finish the game at the beginning. You have to go through every other objective. So if you do every other objective, then moist skip, it works. But it's not super consistent. And what he's doing right here skips a little cutscene. But it's like a 3-second save. Yeah, but he doesn't need it right now. If he just does everything by the book and clean, he'll have it. So he doesn't need the moist skip. And it would be a big risk to take. He'd only do it if he fucks this boss fight up. If he blows ass on this boss fight, he'll probably do moist skip. Ooh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. And he just took a hit. That's rough. That's rough. He should still be okay, though. Yeah. Oh, that is rough.
What the fuck?
That is actually, unironically, probably like a 1-second time loss because that car turned there. For no reason. Not even exaggerating, that probably just cost him a full fucking second just because of that. His best time includes moist skip. If he doesn't world record. He doesn't need world record, like I said, though. He just needs top 3. And I'm pretty sure he will top 3 because this will be a 25, 35. No, it'll be lower than that. It'll be like a 25. Oh wait, never mind. What do you mean his best included moist skip? Doesn't look like it. It's still like a 25, 32. That's world record. There it is. Your new first place. You were right though. It did include moist skip. My fucking brain malfunctioned there at the end. With 2 hours left, he went from 4th to 1st place. That right there was a $6,000 run. Assuming no one beats it. There's still 2 hours, and with that, he pushed Distortion into 4th.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I have a lot of conflicting thoughts, so that's kind of why I'm not like popping off super hard, but...
Thanks to the resub, Slips, Neil, and the Bits Salty.
I don't have time. I gotta do more. I really have to do more.
That's a grinder right there. He got world record, but knows with 2 hours left, anything's possible.
We
Smart.
got world record.
Right back into it.
I'm happy. And thanks for the subs and the support.
It's like my job's not done here.
To make sure.
That run was a work of art, truly exquisite. Now, like I said, we're doing a Summoning Salt style video covering everything with the AMOC runner competition, all the runs, the history of, the finding of the glitches and everything like that. So obviously all of these runs will be covered more in depth and all of it will be more focused in that video. I just wanted to put this out there, let everyone know who won, as well as showcasing just the world record run's best moments and talking about the future of it going forward, because this is something I am going to make a regular occurrence at least once a month. So yeah, it was very exciting and looking forward to doing more. That's about it. So yeah. There's been a huge update to the Justin Roiland situation. A new chapter has dropped, and man, what a plot twist this one came with. I'm sure all of you already know, but I'll just briefly bring you up to speed since it's been a couple months. It recently came to light that Justin Roiland has been secretly battling domestic battery and false imprisonment charges from his ex-girlfriend. He was accused following an incident in 2020, and since then, over the last few years, has gone to like pre-trials and hearings about the situation. And all of it was revealed earlier this year, which shocked the world and left the Rick and Morty fans thoroughly squanched. Following this news, Justin Roiland was fired from Adult Swim, he was fired from Solar Opposites, and he resigned from his development studio, Squanch Games. It was also scheduled to go into the next phase of all of this with a trial. However, today, everyone's trick hole got glorbed. It was announced that the domestic violence charges against Justin Roiland, this whole case, was dismissed. According to a spokesperson for the district attorney's office, they said, "We dismissed the charges today because there was insufficient evidence to prove the case beyond reasonable doubt." They further added that significant additional information came to light. That additional information that came to light that surfaced here in the fourth quarter with the buzzer beater to stop this from going to trial is not elaborated upon. It hasn't been made public, obviously, so we can only speculate. I have no fucking idea what it could have been. Maybe Justin Roiland sent a rough draft for Rick and Morty Season 9 to the district attorney and he loved it so much he dismissed the case on the spot. There's no telling. Nothing about the case really has ever been made public. Not even the actual incident that occurred in 2020. None of it has been made public, so a lot of this has just been through legal speak and pretty vague about the actual occurrence as well as the particulars around it. So this additional information that eventually led to the case being dismissed, we don't know what it was. So because of that, it's left a lot of people on Twitter to start talking about how foul play could have been involved here, some under-the-table dealings, bribery, or things like that, corruption. I don't know about all of that. There's really no telling, since again, none of the information about any of this was ever really made public. Though I will admit, I do think it is a little odd how quickly it got thrown out once it made it into the media cycle. This has been something that's been going on for a few years now. I'm assuming there must have been some level of substantiated evidence behind the claims. Otherwise, how the fuck would it have made it this far along the legal process? I would imagine this would have got slapped down immediately if they never had any evidence in the first place, just this giant fucking nothing burger. I assume there must have been something, but now they're citing an insufficient evidence to support the claims. So I do get why people are a little heebie-jeebied about it. I do understand. And like I said in my last video, I am still surprised that Adult Swim and Solar Opposites both acted so quickly to shit-can Roiland before he was ever even found guilty on the charges. I assumed at the time that they must have had additional information that the public didn't have into the insights and the inner workings of this case, and they fired Roiland based on that. But it's looking like that wasn't the case, since he is presumably innocent now since this case has been dropped. So that leads me to believe that either they acted in order to wipe the dog shit of his reputation off of their shoe as quickly as possible as to not hurt their brand, and it was just bad optics to keep him around, or they fired him based on all of the other allegations against him, some of which were made by co-workers and still current employees of these productions. None of these have been fully confirmed, so of course take them with a grain of salt, but a lot of his co-workers have come out very strong against him, citing that he was extremely lazy and actually hadn't had an active role in the development of Rick and Morty in a long time, refusing to work, difficult to work with. And the way some other colleagues talk about him make it sound like he was an actual toddler in the office, so they'd say, like, they didn't even know he was in until they'd hear his dogs or his remote-controlled toy car zooming around the office. So they describe him as just being difficult to work with and that they didn't really like his presence, which I guess may have been something Adult Swim and Solar Opposites would have taken into account. And then a lot of these degenerate DMs started leaking. Of course, none of the sources are 100% confirmed as authentic or anything. He would flirt as if he was actually fucking Morty from the show in real life, so he'd say things like insane in the membrane and like, "Auga, boobies, boobies." Like, the text messages were really fucking embarrassing. And there are even allegations that at least one of the people that he was flirting with was underage, and, you know, others were like people he had worked with before. None of it has been confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt, like as 100% real or anything, but this was just another big shitstorm that Justin Roiland was facing in the midst of all of this, and a lot of allegations. Now, since the case has been dismissed, he has made a statement, but he doesn't address anything outside of the felonies he was facing. Roiland says, "I've always known that these claims were false, and I had never had any doubt that this day would come. I'm thankful that this case has been dismissed, but at the same time, I'm still deeply shaken by the horrible lies that were reported about me during this process. Most of all, I'm disappointed that so many people were so quick to judge without knowing the facts, based solely on the word of an embittered ex trying to bypass due process and have me cancelled. That it may have succeeded, even partially, is shameful. However, now that the legal case is ended, I'm determined to move forward and focus both on my creative projects and restoring my good name." I do think it's a little odd that he's choosing to use the word cancelled here when all of these charges were private. None of this was ever made public. The X has never come out publicly. None of the information has ever been made public. All of this was handled behind closed doors and only made it to the public eye because of some sleuthing from media outlets, I believe. since the trial was not too far into the future. If the allegations are actually false, I still don't know if cancellation would have been the motivation behind it, because I feel like if the goal was cancellation, the ex would have come forward and publicly revealed all of this information instead of trying to handle it legally. Like, that wouldn't really make sense for that goal if it was cancellation to try and handle it, like, behind closed doors. I feel like they would have wanted to do everything in their power to, like, publicly drag Justin Roiland around and talk about all of this. Now, as you can imagine, a lot of people aren't super happy about Roiland's response here, citing that he doesn't really seem to understand that even though he was able to prove his innocence to the legal system and prove at least that the charges didn't have enough evidence to support them, they weren't strong enough to lead to a conviction on the accusations, that innocence wasn't proven to the public. And in fact, the public has never even known exactly what the fuck even happened in the first place with the incident. So a lot of people took issue with him talking about how disappointed he is that people believed lies from his embittered ex, which I do agree is kind of odd because, again, there's never been any specifics about what happened or even what this whole thing is even about, other than the fact that Roiland, for a few years now, has had 2 felonies that he's been fighting: domestic violence and false imprisonment. And people were talking about, like, oh wow, that's pretty concerning that that's happening. Those are scary charges. So that's all people have ever had access to, and even now, after the case has been dismissed, people still don't know what the fuck was even going on to begin with. All of the evidence and everything has been kept under lock and key, so even though the charges got dropped, for a lot of people, that's not good enough since he wasn't proven innocent publicly, since none of the information is public, so a lot of people are still saying that there is a chance that there really was a victim here that was just unable to provide enough evidence to convince others that this event happened, even if it really did. So it's just been a mess. So all the public can do is look at the fact that he was battling these very serious felonies and say, fuck, that's not good. That is scary. Those aren't, light felonies by any means. That's the only information that the public has ever had access to and the only thing that they can base their perspective on. Now that the case has been dismissed, obviously that changes a bit. And if all of the allegations are truly false, then that is a crime in and of itself and should be taken very seriously. If it is proven that everything that has happened was based upon an embittered ex lying to ruin Justin Roiland's reputation and try and ruin his life, that is a very serious thing as well that also needs to be addressed. So the whole thing is just a pretty fucking horrible situation top to bottom. Again, he doesn't talk about any of the other allegations, at least not yet. I imagine he probably will going forward, especially the ones from the coworkers and the DMs. But anyway, just wanted to give a quick update on all of this, and that's about it. See ya. I'm about to scare every mainstream media outlet with one single word: gamer. That word is the boogeyman to so many outlets. Gaming is a hobby that's been put in the crosshairs of mainstream media for decades now. They treat gaming like the devil, the root of all evil. It takes the blame for everything that goes wrong. If anything bad happens in the world, mainstream media does their absolute best to tie it into gaming in some way. If some guy commits some atrocities, they'll bring up like his Steam account and be like, well, we saw all the signs there because he once played Sims 3, so we knew that this was inevitable. This has been a trend that's been going on for a long, long time and shows no signs of slowing down. In fact, it's only speeding up. They're putting more coals in this train and they're driving it right off the fucking tracks here. They're going super hard on attacking gaming for everything that goes wrong in the world. And recently a YouTuber named The Act Man made a great journey through time looking at some of mainstream media's finest pieces on gaming. So I just wanted to share some of their highlight montage here with their best takes in gaming. I'll put a link to Actman's video in the description so that way you can see all of the stories, because, wow, they're really something special. Oh, will gaming kill you? I imagine this is going to be talking about this recent fascination with obsession and blaming the subjects of obsession as opposed to the actual underlying cause of the addiction. That would be my guess. There's this recent trend, and it's not just gaming, where things that become a subject of addiction, which is literally anything, food, porn, games, any of it, instead of like talking about addiction itself, it's about these things should be banned because people get addicted to it. It's so weird. We've regressed so fucking much.
Over the years, is Fortnite too addictive? How many games put your kids at risk of pedophiles? There's a lot of fun questions for us to answer.
Now, when I
The answer is
launched my
Roblox.
investigation,
Your odds of encountering a pedophile in a video game are exponentially higher on Roblox than anything else. That shit seems like almost commonplace with how often that happens there.
Across the country, and kids have no say as to what some of these characters say to them. For example, this character could be the man in California police are warning about tonight that asked for images from Missouri children.
Wait, whoa, Tortimer! You bastard! I thought it was weird in Animal Crossing he kept asking for pictures of my nutsack. God damn it! Did we finally catch him? Is he behind bars? In a Supermax cell? Son of a bitch! He infiltrated the cyberspace.
Could be. It could be or it could be the fucking goose on the left. Could also
He could be
her.
anywhere.
and kids have no say as to what some of these characters might say to them. For example, this could be the man police are warning about tonight who asked for pictures from Cyrodiil children.
I cannot come up with any legitimate reason that an adult would be playing that particular game.
No reason. No reason for an adult to play Animal Crossing. Only bad reasons.
Well, you know what? That's where Sheriff Popeye and I are going to have to agree. I can't think of a single reason any adult would be playing Animal Crossing. Especially when better games exist. Like Fortnite. Yeah. He's actually making good points now.
Crime alert. We abuse.
Anderson says it is going to take
This is
parents
hype.
paying attention to keep this problem from exploding.
Oh, you don't say. Having parents pay attention to their children and what they're doing. How dare you even suggest parenting in the modern age? You absolute harlot. You're telling people to be parents? No. That makes no sense. Just give them an iPad and unlimited access to everything online and then get mad when they find something they're not supposed to find. That's parenting. That's real parenting.
When really all it comes back to is just parents knowing what the fuck their kids are doing.
Now, right now, we know that only 3 children have been reported as being involved in this. Anderson says this is
What?
not a reason to be paranoid, but is something to be aware of.
While it's not a reason to be paranoid, we are
Involved
still
in
going
what?
to produce a new...
What did... Involved in sending photographs to Tortimer in Animal Crossing? Is Tortimer not just an NPC? I'm pretty sure it is. Who are they sending it to? Nintendo headquarters? What are they involved in? I need to look up Tortimer. Is he in jail? That slimy son of a bitch. Tortimer is an elderly tortoise. He's a fucking NPC. He's the mayor in the town the player moves to. Who the fuck? What are they involved in?
Is going to redefine portable handheld gaming the way iPod is redefining music.
Well, stop the music, because it's also redefining how vulnerable your kids are to child molesters.
God! How? Explain to me how you arrived at this point.
What do you mean? We just watched about how Tortimer from Animal Crossing was soliciting nude photos of minors through Animal Crossing. Are you not paying any attention at all, Act Man? He's in the mainframe. He's in their hands right now.
Nintendo DS comes with a feature called PictoChat.
PictoChat? PictoChat?
Well, let me explain. You open the DS
Oh, he
unit,
actually takes
you
a dick
turn it
pic on cam?
You push PictoChat, and your DS unit is an open book.
Oh my goodness. Then there's no safeguards in place in order to stop you from sending a nude photo of yourself. And he just pulls down his pants and like actually goatsies. And look what I've done with PictoChat. Now I will fall victim to a bad actor on the DS.
Here's an example of what can happen. With Melanie and Marissa upstairs in the bedroom, I was downstairs sending them messages.
PictoChat. Oh, I don't know shit about it. PictoChat only works within 100 feet. You just gave me like a crazy idea for a horror movie that I don't know if it exists or not. Imagine you and your family, you're out, you know, in the middle of nowhere. This cabin in the woods, it's an escape retreat. Very cliche, very tropey. But your kid's got the PictoChat. And he's you know, you're sending dick pics, or, you're sending the drawn penises to your siblings, you're giggling about it, and then all of a sudden, a new PictoChat player pops up within 100 feet. He's in the radius. He's in the house. And then it's a game of cat and mouse. They have to use PictoChat to track down the pedophile, the killer. That'd be hype. That'd be a movie.
What's your dog's name? What's your name? Where do you go to school? Where do you live?
Fucking creep. Where do you live?
What are you buying?
Where do you live?
In this house that I'm messaging you in?
Marissa's mom was watching as Melanie and Marissa answered my questions, and she didn't like what she saw.
Melanie reading the address. Well, that's true.
Wait, it's the news anchor downstairs. Your kids know he's there. There's cameras in their face. What do you mean you don't like what they saw? He's fucking on your staircase right now. What are you talking about? This is weird. The news anchor's wondering where I live, but he's literally sitting on my staircase. I mean, maybe he has like some kind of memory issue. Okay, I mean, I'll send it.
Granted, the girls knew it was me sending the messages, but they'd only met me minutes before.
And I could have been a child molester.
And remember Marissa chatting with her friend in the other car? That means a molester driving along could see your child in the back seat and start sending messages while you're in the front seat, totally oblivious to what's happening.
Holy shit!
Who the fuck is driving and like trying to join PictoChat lobbies? The logistics of that alone. Make my head spin.
Well, a Colorado family.
That's amazing. What the fuck? Imagine a drive-by pedophile. He's got like 6 PictoChats open for maximum potential to infiltrate nearby car PictoChats. Holy shit.
A DS with porn on it. So not only did this kid experience some traumatic shit, but he probably hates Santa now.
His father first called GameStop where he
that fucking pervert old St. Nicholas, damn you. Damn you.
And they weren't caught.
Is full of some real life dangers.
He said, "Excuse me, Hellslayer, can I speak to you for a moment?"
That does sound dangerous. Don't answer him.
God,
Don't answer him.
Like 9-year-old kid.
He's gonna have you train rune
His
crafting.
name is Hellslayer.
In just minutes, Timmy's password was hacked, stolen. His
Oh,
account with
fuck.
all these points and belongings empty.
What is that? What up there is for 12 mil? I can't even read the item. Yeah, he fell for the old Jagex blocks your password. That's a really old scam. That one actually got a few people I knew. Is it Bando's chest plate? It might be. You might be right. Yeah, that scam was you'd go into like, I don't know, any bank really. It was pretty big in Sears Village. You go into Sears Village, you spam Jagex blocks your password when you type it, watch this, and then you just hit like 8 stars, and dumb fucking milk drinking kids would be like, oh, that's interesting. They type their password and it doesn't block it, and they're like, ah. That's what Hellslayer fell victim to for sure.
So you can see right here, I'm getting ready to serve. All
Where do the
these people
pedophiles
got
infiltrate
balls in
the tennis court?
And oh, geez.
Oh,
And there
Christ.
goes the tennis racket.
Oh my god. Seeing all my buddies playing Pokemon and like my mom is the only one that's like, nope, you can't. It's dangerous. Violent.
Because the message is violence.
Oh, this isn't actually Satanic Panic? That was, I don't know if he's going to cover that one. Satanic Panic for Pokemon was such a big one. Actually still kind of exists to this day. There is a big Facebook group about like how Pokemon is actually like devil worship because they're using energy. And energy is a force that's only meant for God to control. So like that was big back in the day.
Fights, and the constant trading is not only distracting kids from classwork, but turning the playground into a black market.
Hey Timmy.
What do you mean a black market? It's just trading.
Give you Blastoise for your lunch money. I feel like
Is it a movement? Is it a craze? Is it a state
It's a
of being?
craze for little kids to enjoy themselves with. Adults are not going to get into this a lot. I think through the holidays.
Whoa! Wow, that's... Ooh, you didn't really have the future sight prowess on that one. It is largely adults at the moment. Well, you're a little off the mark on that prediction, but everything else was right.
PSPs are good, clean fun, right?
Yeah.
So why are they also known by the name PlayStation Pornable?
Oh, that's kind of hype. Actually, I do remember that. I do actually remember. There was a time where porn was kind of big on the PSP. Because it was one of the few times where you could just have like actual internet access on your like handheld device, so you could actually just watch porn. I do remember that.
We don't want to
It means you might not take iron crosses all over a website as a warning sign that you should immediately leave. And if you don't leave, you might start reading and buying into hateful ideas there.
The greatest danger of all may be a child predator posing as another gamer.
Oh boy.
One of these, man, it's all the
That's always so scary. Like, you never know who you're gonna run into around Varrock. That's something I often think about. When I'm grinding Slayer and I have to go back to the Grand Exchange, I'm like, Jesus Christ. Any one of these guys could be a pedophile. And that's the stress of being a gamer, honestly. Don't let anyone tell you gamers have it easy.
So that's the first thing. The damage is this. We know that all the research shows that violence has a desensitizing effect. Well, sexuality does too.
No, it doesn't.
These objects of desire as these, you know, hot bodies. I mean, they don't show women as being valued for anything other than their sexuality. And it's a man in this game deciding how many women he wants to be with.
First of all, you
Jeff!
can play as a man or a woman in the game. Cooper, have you ever played Mass Effect?
No.
That's it. That's all.
Jeff Keighley is a fucking saint. I love Jeff Keighley. God, that's just so hard. I love that. So everything you're talking about, you've played and experienced it? Absolutely not, Jeff. Ah. Okay then.
It's just like modeling your life, and I think that's a much more powerful form of media.
Darling, I gotta go with the research. And the research says there's a new study out of University of Maryland right now that says that boys that play video games cannot tell the difference between what they're seeing in a video game and the real world.
Whoa, what a claim! Who did they take the research from? Who was their test subjects? They can't tell the difference between a video game and real life, huh? Also, love the condescending tone, calling him darling. What an insufferable little asshole. Let's see, the University of Maryland. Well, University of Maryland. The potential for video games to improve mental health. Is that what you were quoting? University of Maryland. Video gaming may be associated with better cognitive function. Which one of these were you quoting here? Do you expect these people to actually read? No, not really. But isn't she like a psychologist? Isn't that why they brought her on? And I'm assuming she was trying to quote a real study, or I guess she truly just made it up from absolutely fucking nothing. Because I am finding nothing on that particular topic. But maybe I'm just not using the correct terms here to find it. Though even still, that seems like such a crazy study conclusion. People can't tell the difference between a video game and the real world. You would like, that is a crazy fucking claim to make. I don't know where the fuck this came from. But she apparently has a PhD in psychology and has published 7 books. And in 2008 she apologized for it. She just fully admits to knowing nothing about it. Yeah, at least she owned up to it. She didn't try and double down on it again. I guess that's good.
It's the highest rating that it can have. So first of all, this board that rates them needs to have their head examined. And this made me feel old watching this. What happened to Atari and Pinball and Pac-Man?
God, you are old. You are so old.
Why is technology advancing? What happened to the good old days of Betamax? You know, why do we have streaming music? What happened to the good old days of tube television and black and white TVs? This is stupid. Is it fucking stupid? Why are things advancing? Why can't they stay archaic?
She accidentally stumbled into a strip club on Roblox.
And that's where we're gonna call it a day.
That one, Roblox is actually dangerous, though. The amount of fucking pedophiles that have been caught from Roblox, like real, like actual pedophiles that have preyed on kids from Roblox, is fucking actually astonishing. So, you know what? If they're going to run a story about, like, hey, maybe monitor your kids on Roblox, I'll be like, you know what? That's fair. Yeah, that's fine. I actually agree.
Reporting live from ACT News, this has been the Act Reporter.
Good shit.
Signing out.
I hadn't seen any of those stories. Way to find some gold. Good shit, Act Man. I had legitimately never seen any of those stories. I remembered a couple of the controversies, but I never actually saw the segments. Why do people keep blasting video games when they should blast other stuff? Where have you been? They blast everything. Literally everything. I saw a big Twitter thread about why it should be really frowned upon to ask your friends to help you move. Everything gets blasted. Literally anything and everything is a problem. I don't know where you're getting, like, why, like, it's just games. It's everything. People make up shit to get upset about. That's just Twitter. Yeah, but Twitter is like everyone now. I used to think it's just Twitter, but Twitter is so big, everyone has an account pretty much, so those people exist in the real world. Like, it's no longer just these, like, isolated cryptids that use it. It's like actual people. Wait, that thing about helping friends move, that was a study? What? No, fuck, no. Literally nothing people get mad about on Twitter is anything like a scientifically backed statement or anything. It was this lady melting down about, like, people who ask their friends to help them move. She called it, like, childish. Like, you need to do it yourself. Pick yourself up by your own fucking bootstraps. Move yourself. Don't inconvenience your friends or some shit. It was so dumb. It was so fucking dumb. Another day, another disaster in the esports industry. Today, we have to mourn the loss of an esports icon. Someone whose passion for the industry, as well as their non-stop involvement in the space, is something that's very powerful and special. Something I think we can all learn from. I'm talking, of course, about Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg, as you know, is one of the founding fathers of FaZe. He's been with the company for about a year now, and honestly, it's probably what he's most known for now. Aside from all of the other success he's had in his career, FaZe is probably what Snoop Dogg is most known for, and unfortunately, we're gonna have to hold a funeral service for him now. Not because he's, like, actually dead, but because he's dead to esports. He has resigned from FaZe. According to their SEC filing, it wasn't due to any disagreements between Snoop Dogg and FaZe Clan, and it's only been a little over a year since he joined in the first place. I'm of course kidding. I imagine most of you didn't even know Snoop Dogg was part of FaZe Clan because they made this big hoopla one time when he signed up, but he couldn't even be bothered to show up to the announcement in person, so instead all they've ever done together is have a picture of Snoop Dogg holding the FaZe Clan chain. That's really about it. That's about where his involvement in FaZe stops. He took one picture with their chain, and that's it. He said, "Alright, my job's done here. Thanks for the shares and the payday, I guess. Glad to be here." And he just kind of rode that for over a year. Just a severe case of goofball brain here with the decision to bring Snoop Dogg on to FaZe as part of their board of directors as well. This isn't a decision that is exclusive to just FaZe. This was actually a trend in the esports space where a lot of mainstream celebrities that have never touched the video game in their life all started being brought on board as kind of the face of organizations. So Snoop Dogg, that was supposed to be his role. And the idea is these mainstream celebrities open their brand up to new viewers, new potential customers, which will hopefully allow them to make more money because those new customers now might buy merch and help them actually generate a profit in an industry where profit is a forbidden, illegal word to use because it just doesn't fucking exist. In esports, profit is like finding a leprechaun's pot of gold. It's impossible. There's no such thing. There's very few orgs that turn any level of profit. It's very rare. So they all got desperate and thought this might be the play. Grab celebrities like Snoop Dogg and hopefully we'll get some new customers that'll help us get in the green. And it clearly has not worked at all. I think the idea, like the logic behind it, makes sense, but you'd need a celebrity who actually knows what the fuck is going on in the industry, or at the very least plays games. Snoop Dogg streams occasionally, but for over a month he couldn't even be bothered to turn audio on. He streamed completely muted, and he never noticed. He'd go over a month, with just a completely fucking muted stream, like you were sitting in a fucking sensory deprivation tank when you had a Snoop Dogg stream on. I guess maybe it was good for, like, sleep aid. That, you know, might be a real argument you can make, but he is clearly not someone who ever understood esports to begin with. This was just supposed to be like a desperate Hail Mary to hopefully get new audience to, you know, buy into the FaZe brand. And we can really see how well that worked for FaZe in particular here. The proof is in the pudding. This is a recipe for home runs. They can't stop winning here. Look at this fucking stock price, absolutely crushing it. So the point is, it's not something that FaZe alone is struggling with. All of esports is kind of imploding right now. The bubble has finally burst. In addition to Snoop Dogg making his grand departure from the space, CLG yesterday announced that they're pretty much folding as well. I believe they're being purchased by a different entity, but overall their operations are ceasing. They're halting all of their esports spending. I think the only thing they're keeping intact is their league-related arm. All the rest are being flushed down the shitter, so there's been mass layoffs, a ton of people banished to the Shadow Realm overnight here from the CLG closing of their doors, and it's a huge surprise to everybody. Especially because even just like a couple weeks ago, they were making new signings. Like they just signed 2 new Smash Brothers Melee players, and now, not even a full month later, they're like, actually, company's gone. We're completely changing everything. So a spokesperson has apparently said that they're trying to, better position their company for long-term success and, looking at alternative business strategy. I guess that strategy is give up and roll over, because that's what it really feels like. Hoping that someone will purchase the, remnants, the skeleton crew of CLG. And it's not like I blame them. Like I said, the industry is just not generating money at all. Esports does not make money. And that is a lesson that everyone is now learning in that space. And it's something that myself, Ludwig, Matt, Danny, all of us knew beforehand when we made Moist Esports. We knew that this industry was held up with fucking imagination, like SpongeBob and Patrick in their box. All it was imaginary valuation on all their shit and hopium that eventually they'll be able to somehow make money. And that's not the reality of the situation. So we knew going into it this was going to be losing money out the wazoo, maybe forever, and we're fine with it because it's a space we are genuinely passionate about, but all of these other companies don't have the same luxury that we have. They do need to make money in order to continue to exist, and they really can't right now, so all of their business strategy over the last 5 or 6 years is eating them alive, which is why so many of them are experiencing these massive layoffs or just completely vanishing. Like another one, eUnited recently had to fold as well. It's just been a really tumultuous period in the esports scene. I don't think esports as a whole are going to die, like competitive gaming isn't going anywhere, but these orgs they're having to swallow a very tough pill and learn that they've been making terrible decisions for years now and it's not working out. So CLG is the most recent victim here. But again, them and FaZe, they're still not alone. Even earlier this week, TSM, one of the biggest names in gaming, had to announce that they are going to have to be making changes as well. They're pulling out of several titles as well as just kind of pumping the brakes pretty hard on a lot of their other ventures that they were pursuing. It was even reported that they were considering selling their slot in the LCS, which is almost blasphemous because TSM's been in League of Legends since the fucking start. I mean, that is crazy. And of course, most of you probably remember that they had a huge deal with FTX, a $200 million deal that was also included with naming rights, so they were TSM FTX. But we all know how FTX, turned out, that fucking fairy tale ending. Absolute disaster, which of course was a huge hit to TSM, but they did make a statement saying that they were strong, profitable, and stable following the cancellation with FTX. But now I've got to question if that's true, or if that was just a load of hooey. Because, Jesus Christ, this is a huge deal. Selling an LCS slot, especially for an org like TSM, is a crazy thing to even think is right around the corner, potentially. Now, I understand LCS itself is kind of dying. It's treading water. Let's just call it like it is. We don't need to be huffing any copium here. The LCS itself has not been doing great. League overall has been fine. Other regions have been doing great in some cases, but the LCS in particular, not so much. Viewership is not looking amazing. People don't really get excited about it, so that is also something to consider with the TSM situation here. Maybe they just feel like it's in their best interest to sell it, because they want to ensure that they can remain profitable and stable. So they could be doing this as a preventative cautionary measure to make sure they don't bite off more than they can chew down the line should the esports industry continue to get worse. So maybe they aren't as bad as it initially appears here with them halting a lot of things and pulling out of some titles. But either way, it's still at least alarming because the industry itself, all of esports, is just not healthy at all. It is held together by fucking toothpicks and glue. It's like making those old spaghetti fortresses back in science class where you're supposed to make a little spaghetti building. That is pretty much the entire esports space, and right now that spaghetti building is really wobbling. It's sad to see, but it was also the most predictable shit ever. I don't know how people didn't see this coming sooner. Like, even on the outside, I know a lot of viewers are like, man, how the fuck are these esports orgs even profitable? And the answer was always, they're not. But for some reason, the orgs themselves never had this eureka moment, this, flip of the light switch to like, holy shit, this is going to be bad pretty soon. We're not able to actually recoup our costs. And now they're panicking, they're folding, and it's chaos, pandemonium. And I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because obviously I'm in the industry with Moist Esports, of course, so I see a lot of it and I have a lot of information on like the back end of what's going on with other orgs, and it's always just so surprising to hear that this is something they didn't foresee and didn't plan for accordingly. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of go over this whole topic, and once again, it is sad to see Snoop Dogg leave. I know most of gamers out there looked up to him as a hero in the esports scene, as kind of their inspiration behind the drive to compete in esports, and now he's left FaZe, so that's rough. But anyway, that's really about it. See ya. There's no shortage of horrible companies in the video game industry, but there's one that's been able to fly under the radar for way too long now, even though it's just as slimy and scummy as some of the more mainstream ones people like to spit on, and that's Nexon. You've probably heard of them because of MapleStory. That's by far their biggest game, their magnum opus, the cash cow that they're addicted to milking, and for a long time now they've been able to tiptoe around in the shadows, hiding their stink from the public nostrils. But last month, they flew a little too close to the sun, and we could start to smell their odor. And I swear to God, it smelled like shit. About a month ago, they decided to start bullying a smaller developer named Iron Mace, who's working on a game that I am a massive fan of called Dark and Darker. I've played every playtest so far, and I have been absolutely loving it. But love is a concept that doesn't exist at Nexon. Only cold, hard dollar bills that they were missing out on. They're like the Mr. Krabs of video games. So they started to put Iron Mace in their crosshairs, claiming that the Dark and Darker developers stole from Nexon. They said that not only did they steal code from an unreleased project at Nexon called P3, they stole assets from that project. And basically the claims boiled down to there was an employee at Nexon back in 2021 who was working on a project called P3 that is similar to Dark and Darker. That employee apparently was talking about like leaving and starting their own company, kind of expanding upon this P3 idea. He ended up being fired, and then, fast forward to late 2022, we have Dark and Darker, which bears some resemblance to that P3 project. So Nexon is claiming that they stole from them, citing assets and code that was ripped directly from that unreleased project, as well as idea theft, saying that this was a Nexon idea and thus they don't really have the right to use it, which is why that title is You Can't Copyright a Game Genre, because this is an extraction style game. It's a genre that's well established. The only spin on it is instead of being guns like Tarkov, it's medieval weaponry, and it fucking bangs. This shit fucks. It is amazing. I love Dark and Darker. And unfortunately now, Nexon has gone so far as to issue a police raid on their studio headquarters, and as I understand it, they didn't find anything there. They reassured fans that it was quick and nothing was found, and there will be no delay in development and nothing to worry about. So I'm guessing they went there and got a giant fucking nothing sandwich served to them. There was, I suppose, no stolen code, no hidden secret documents from Nexon, no Krabby Patty secret formula, just some hardworking developers and their project. But that's not where this story stops. In fact, today, this is why we're talking about it, today Nexon has once again escalated this conflict and issued a full-blown cease and desist to Dark and Darker, which has led to it being pulled from Steam. So effectively shut down for the time being, all based on these claims that it was stolen from them. Of course, Iron Mace denies all the allegations, saying that Dark and Darker's code was built from scratch and its assets were either purchased from the Unreal Marketplace or designed internally. And if you've played Dark and Darker, you're going to notice like half of the assets in this game come from the Unreal Marketplace. I play a lot of shit on Steam new releases, and I can recognize half of the models in Dark and Darker from all of the other games I've played. And that's not a problem. The assets are there for a reason. Plus, it's still like in very early playtesting stages, so of course they're going to be using assets. I don't know what fucking assets they're even claiming are stolen from Nexon, unless Nexon like has some kind of monopoly on the Unreal Marketplace where it's all their assets. They're like the kingpin and their drug empire is the Unreal Marketplace. It just doesn't make any sense because, again, half or even maybe more than half of Dark and Darker uses just standard store-bought Unreal assets. So to me, the claim is extremely confusing. Like, I don't even feel like Phoenix Wright could make an argument that some of these assets are stolen from Nexon's unreleased P3 project, because again, so much of Dark and Darker is Unreal assets. Like, I can't imagine them being like, oh my god, that rock that's in the middle of that prison cell is actually from P3. I'd recognize it anywhere. That is a distinct rock that was developed in-house at Nexon. It's our pride and joy. Oh my god, and that chalice that players can collect, that golden goblet of fire, that was from Nexon. You've stolen it from us. Like, I don't know where there's even wiggle room for them to make claims that some of these assets were stolen, because so much is from fucking Unreal assets. But regardless, moving forward, Iron Mace developers have of course made a statement about this whole thing. They've said, to all our fans, we have recently been served a cease and desist letter and DMC takedown by Nexon regarding Dark and Darker based on distorted claims. We are currently working with our legal team to remedy this issue in the best manner possible. Due to the sensitive legal nature of this issue, we must be careful with our statements so as to not jeopardize our position. We ask for your understanding as we work to get the game back up as quickly as possible. Please know that we will do all that is possible for our fans. Thanks. A very sweet message. Throughout this entire discourse, Iron Mace has seemed extremely professional. I just want to point that out. They have seemed like absolute sweethearts here in the face of bullshit. This, to me, I'll break this down and give my whole perspective on this after researching all of it. This, to me, feels like Nexon bullying a smaller company because they feel like they've missed out on a golden goose here, because Dark and Darker has become extremely popular, and they did have an idea that was similar to it called P3. P3 never got off the ground, Dark and Darker did. This really feels like it's almost some level of vengeance and spite against Dark and Darker's success. Nexon has hundreds and millions of dollars they can throw into the shitter at this and completely bleed Iron Mace dry, since they are a smaller company and they're going to fight this legal battle tooth and nail, it seems, which is extremely upsetting considering these claims aren't 100% proven to be accurate anyway. In fact, at least according to Police Raid, they didn't even find any evidence to support the claims, but yet they've still managed to DMCA cease and desist this game and get it removed from Steam. And now Iron Mace is going to have to engage in a lengthy and very expensive legal battle with this absolute titan of douchebaggery. Nexon is just an absolute trash company, and even if every single one of their claims is accurate, 100% truthful, they're still a horrible, garbage piece of shit company regardless, even from everything outside of Dark and Darker. Even before this, they've been a terrible company, but this especially. And I'll go a step further. Maybe we're getting into dicey, spicy territory here, but I'm just gonna say it with my whole chest. If all of Nexon's claims are accurate, Dark and Darker did take that idea from Nexon and build upon it, and even if they used a couple of assets that they developed while working at Nexon, I don't give a fuck. In fact, I view them more as heroes. I respect them more if they did that, because Nexon can suck the dirtiest part of my asshole. I cannot stand that company. I think that would be great if that really was the case. I don't think the Nexon Corporation should have the legal right to have this stranglehold on a video game idea that they didn't even make themselves. This idea was cooked up by the creative minds that were let go from Nexon in the first place. Thus, since they're no longer at Nexon, I feel they should be able to explore that idea and build upon it privately in their own way at their own studio, even though that idea was something they may have had while working elsewhere. They are no longer working there, that company is no longer working on that project, thus the team that actually made the idea and the prototypes should be able to take that work and build upon it on their own. I don't know if that's a hot take, but again, assuming every claim from Nexon is accurate, even still, it makes it clear that the idea and the work was done by employees that were let go from Nexon. Thus, it shouldn't be their idea anymore, Nexon's idea. It should be the individual's idea who actually came up with it in the first place. Thus, I feel like they should have the right to continue to work on it if they choose to. But again, it's important to reiterate that as of right now, there's still no real hard evidence against Iron Mace. Nothing that's really supporting Nexon's big claims of stolen code, stolen assets, and shit like that. So we're just gonna have to wait to see how all this unfolds, but it's really disappointing to see that Dark and Darker is no longer up on Steam, because another playtest was right around the corner that I was extremely excited for, as were a lot of people. So hopefully this situation can get resolved pretty quickly. That's about it. See ya. For far too long now, the unexplainable mysteries of our universe have plagued humanity's greatest minds. But now, that time has passed. We've entered into an age of enlightenment. And I actually am convinced now that those so-called intellectuals, those scientists, weren't all that smart to begin with, because those idiots never even thought to ask a YouTuber what the secrets of the universe hold. Because YouTubers know far more than anyone else on this planet. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say what everyone's thinking. YouTubers are probably the smartest people humanity has to offer, period. Bar none. And then under that, maybe then we could talk about astrophysicists, but even then, the gap between first and second place is so wide. When it comes to the intellectual food chain of society, YouTubers are at the tippy top, the cream of the crop. We're the apex predators of big brain. So, what am I talking about here? Well, Logan Paul, with his degree in influencing, flexed his mega mind, all the billions of wrinkles in his brain, firing neurons working overtime in order to produce irrefutable evidence in how the universe actually functions. And he posted the receipts. He posted that proof on Twitter. He just flopped that meat on the table and said, "Here, I'll do it myself then." And I gotta tell you, it's impressive stuff. It's very compelling. And I think all of us are smarter now for having witnessed it. Please tell me you've seen Logan Paul's tweet about understanding the universe. Infinity as a concept doesn't exist in natural universe. Sphere, circle equals God shape, celestial body. Universe is likely finite. 3 contained, 3 spherical. Time infinite. Eventually all stars will die equals no more light. That's an and? What? This is an and? I've never seen that. That doesn't look anything like a normal and symbol, but alright. Eventually all stars will die, no more light. If universe is contained, has an end, can we assume apple in a box theory? When everything is dead and dust and becomes a dense collection of matter because gravity, black holes everywhere. Bro, what, did he go on like an ayahuasca trip or something? Like what the fuck is this? The universe essentially collapses on itself, high density and temperature, Big Bang. Universe repeats. Life is cyclical. We become the apple again. Conclusion. Nothing matters except the time we have now and each other. Love. A force of attraction similar to gravity. Black holes, wormholes, laws of physics no longer apply. Infinity exists. Multiverse. But who/what created and why? God. He's done it. He's achieved nirvana. He's in the mainframe of the universe. It's all laid out right in front of us. We can see her bare bottom. On the table, he has placed it upon us. We get to gaze into the infinite wisdom and see the universe for the truth of what it is. This is like some filler shit they'd have in like a B movie for a villain. Like right before the villain commits some kind of horrible atrocity, they're like flipping through his sketchbook and it's like, "Oh, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this?" And then the next page is like burning bodies. What in the Moonfall? This is some very Moonfall shit. I'm surprised he didn't go into like mega structurist kind of shit. Exactly, yeah. Moon hollow, but why? Because infinite temperature, but apple. I don't think Logan's an idiot. I think he knows exactly what he's doing with this shit. I think he was hoping to get people talking by posting some lunacy. It didn't, I don't think it like really worked for him though. This didn't get like crazy engagement. He just kind of got laughed at, it seems. He's trying to get people to buy Prime. I know. I am curious if Logan Paul actually converts and gets people to buy the product. Because I feel like it's KSI that actually does all of the heavy lifting. I feel like every promotional piece Logan Paul does is laughable. Like, I feel like he actively deters from people taking it seriously. Meanwhile, KSI fucking crushes it. Admittedly, I'm not a huge book reader, which I'm sure doesn't come as a surprise to anyone watching this, because if you just look at me, you probably assume that I'm some inbred, illiterate Florida man. But I can read, I just really choose not to read novels. I used to love reading the Magic Treehouse books, which I think still counts, but I think the last book that I read cover to cover was The Outsiders in 6th grade as part of a reading assignment. And that book slapped. But afterwards, I kind of just fell out of love with reading books. Maybe The Outsiders was so good that I knew nothing would ever live up to it. I couldn't really tell you, but from that point forward, I only ever read the Cliff Notes to books that we were assigned in school in order to pass the tests. Yeah, that's right, can't put the genie back in the bottle now. I cheated my way through every single English class and assignment I ever received. What are you gonna do about it, huh? Throw me in jail? Statute of limitations, bitch. It's been like fucking 10, 15 years now since I've been in high school, which is such a sad thing to think about. I'm getting sidetracked. The point is, I don't read a lot of books, but over the last 2 years, I have been reading a lot of comics and manga. Mainly manga, to be fair. And I've gotten really into that medium. So much so that, as most of you know, we started our own comic book series called Godslap. Everyone who's read Godslap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and Godslap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and Issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at godslapbook.com, and per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at godslapbook.com. But the point of this video isn't just to toot our own horn about how amazing Godslap is. The purpose of today's video is to show you a wild comic series that I started reading, because it's a very long-running one. I think it's been going for almost 24 years now. It's called Tarot, Witch of the Black Rose, and it's got a lot of nudity in it. In fact, I would argue the focal point of this series is huge titties. And I didn't know that going into it. I started my comic research just looking for like long-running comics in order to like really dive in deep and follow a story along for a while. So I read 54 issues of Tarot, Witch of the Black Rose, and I'll be honest, I probably couldn't tell you a single narrative plot point that happens across any of them because the focus is mainly on like pornographic material. However, there is one that I'd really like to focus on today because it's so wild that I just felt the urge to share it, because I don't know how popular the series is and I haven't seen anyone really talk about it, and I think this is just such a banger. Issue 53. I'll tell you right now, issue 53 is a fucking diamond. It's a masterpiece of art. It tells the emotional story of a ghost nurse haunting some woman's vagina and trying to get it back, to steal her pussy. So I'm not going to show you every page here, but I'll give you the crucial ones. So here's our 2 main characters. It's Crypt Chick and Skeleton Man. So their backstory is Crypt Chick died in a car accident, Skeleton Man feels guilty, and he was blessed with the ability to still see her, and now they work together for the sake of justice. And this crackshot team takes on a new case with these 5 clients, some ghost nurses. You'll notice they're bleeding, and they're bleeding in spots where body parts were taken from them. So while they were alive, they were organ donors, and, well, their organs got donated, and then they decided to change their mind, and they want those body parts back. So you can tell by my censoring, one of them got her vagina donated. This information startles Skeleton Man and Crypt Chick, and being the good guys, they can't let it slide. They plan on stopping them from stealing those body parts because it's no longer theirs. They donated it. You can't change your mind. It's in the contract. So they try and prevent them from killing the people that now have the body parts in order to get them back. Unfortunately, they're too late for the first victim. The first nurse pops in like the boogeyman here and rips the lips right off of this innocent woman's face, saying, "You're too late. I have already retrieved what I came for," as she dangles those lips like they're a fucking piece of Mr. Potato Head. He says, "You took her lips," to which she clarifies and corrects him, "My collagen. She used my collagen to inject into her lips. They are now mine again." Also, there's big tits on the page. The woman's lips were ripped off, but her titties are laid bare. So, I don't even understand what the real point of that is. That's not even like a sexy thing. This is a woman who's now dead because her lips got ripped off, I guess, which instantly killed her. You know, I'm no doctor and I'm not an expert on anatomy or anything, but I feel like if you get your lips ripped off, it's not just going to be like this instant death switch on the human body. It'll probably just be one of those things you'll be like, oh, fuck, ouch, my lips. Ooh, jeez, God, goodness, Jiminy Christmas, that hurt. I don't think it just like instantly kill her. But regardless, she has passed away now, rest in peace. Anyway, moving on, Skeleton Man is traumatized knowing that this is a real menace. He has to stop these undead nurses from taking body parts from the innocent women that received them. So, he tracks down the next victim, which is the woman who's received a vaginal transplant. And he knows this is going to be a race against the clock. So this fucking madman busts through her window like it's the DEA raiding a meth lab in order to warn her. So he shouts, "Samantha Brown, you have to get out of here. Your vagina is haunted." Which is an absolutely iconic line. The fact that this isn't more well known is criminal. Now, not to be the Grinch that stole the vagina and took the magic away here, you know, I'm not trying to be like Scrooge and ruin the season, but let's take a deeper look at this statement. Get out of here, your vagina is haunted. Well, how the fuck is she supposed to get away from it? It's on her body. She pees from there. Like, it's always going to be haunted, even if she does take Skeleton Man's advice and gets out of there. Her vagina will continue to be haunted no matter what, so she's just fucked. Samantha clearly has a hard time believing him, so he tries to explain. You recently had an operation done on your vagina to make it look more jovial. Now a bunch of zombie ghost nurses are coming to take it. You have to leave now. To which Samantha says, "Get out of here, you're crazy." But then the zombie ghost nurses show up to confirm what he's just said. No, he's not. And Samantha Brown says, "Oh my God." Now the story has reached its climax, and so have the readers, because in the following page, the zombie ghost nurse rips her panties off, and it's just, you know, full pussy action, tits, the whole nine, and then she cuts her vagina out. So, that's pretty much where the story ends. Crypt Chick gets jumped by the other zombie ghost nurses who strangle her, which kills her again. Which is a wild concept, like a ghost strangling a ghost kills that ghost that got strangled. I feel like that's an interesting idea of how ghost combat would work. But anyway, Crypt Chick doesn't stay dead for long because Skeleton Man arrives at the scene, drop kicks one of the zombie ghost nurses, and then hugs Crypt Chick back to life. And through the warm embrace of the hug, the energy was enough to revive her back into being dead. But, like, not super dead like she just was. So, like, there's, like, two levels of death. There's death in the form of, like, spiritual zombie ghost, like Crypt Chick. And then super death where it's even more dead than that. So he brings her back to that lesser death layer. Thanks to the good bear hug. And then the other three nurses, they have, like, their heart, lungs, and something else that they need to go get from other victims. That's not important because by far the star of the show was the pussy nurse. Having to reclaim the vaginal transplant was a compelling story that I've never really seen tackled before, which surprises me because when you really stop to think about it and break it down, it's a story about be careful what you wish for. In this case, Samantha Brown wanted a more jovial pussy, but never really stopped to think about the price of such an operation. And I'm not talking about the financial price, I'm talking about the iron price that she would have to pay down the line. Because that jovial vagina had to come from somewhere, and unfortunately in this case it was a vengeful zombie ghost nurse spirit. You can see why I have such a deep appreciation for this issue. It's very interesting. I don't usually read, like, hentai or porn comics or anything, but Tarot, Witch of the Black Rose is still an interesting adventure nonetheless. And I just wanted to share this one because it's criminal that it's not more well known about how hard issue 53 goes. But yeah, anyway, that's really about it. Godslap issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. Be sure to pick up a copy. I'm sure you're going to absolutely love it. And yeah, that's about it. See ya.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap. Issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. You can find links below in the description. Go check it out.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the new Shazam movie, Shazam! Fury of the Gods. I mean, it's not great. I mean, it's not horrible, but it's not very good. I don't know what to tell you. It really feels like DC's serving up Naruto filler for movies at the moment. This whole film felt so utterly worthless. I can't even like fully explain it without getting into spoilers, so I'm not going to, because I try and avoid spoilers to the best of my ability. But it feels like the stakes are super duper low, and it goes into the most cliche superhero film I may have ever seen. This feels like Marvel's first attempt at superhero films back in like early 2000s, but somehow this came out this year. Everything we've learned from superhero films over the last fucking 2 decades is thrown out the window for this one, and it falls back on the most generic shit ever. The villains are beyond bland and forgettable. They literally come out of nowhere and it's like, we're mad, we're gods, and you've made us mad because of this wizard that did this, and we're mad, so we're gonna destroy your world now. Maybe. But they're also just not powerful at all. They're not intimidating or strong. They had to have a little doodad, a little plot device gizmo that's able to instantly sap their power when they get shot by it. They literally have plot convenience darts that they can fire out of a staff, and when it hits them, it steals their power back and they just become normal kids again. Because if it was to be like an actual toe-to-toe fight, they'd lose, and it wouldn't even be close. One of the villain's powers is she can whisper in your ear and make you do things, but she can't even do that half the time. She only demonstrates this working twice. The other, like, 3 times she uses it, a child overcomes it every time. A literal kid. It's supposed to showcase the kid being strong, but really it just showcases that god being weak as fuck, where she can't even, like, mind control a child. So, and that's all she does. She doesn't even demonstrate, like, super strength or anything. All she can do is whisper, tell you little secrets, and, like, inception you. And that's it. And then, like, the main villain, she can control elements, but all she uses that for is to make a box hit Shazam at one point, or throw a amalgamation of concrete and traffic cones at Shazam once, and then put up a barrier twice. It's like, it's all so unbelievably underwhelming. They're just not good villains at all. Like, from a writing perspective, a motive perspective, power perspective, they're not cool. There's a dragon in the movie, and even the dragon's not cool. The dragon's so fucking weak. They hype up the dragon like it's the eater of worlds and all that, but we don't see it do anything at all that demonstrates it being anything more than just this flying nuisance like a mosquito. But anyway, I'm focusing on that a little too much. This is, at its core, a movie for children. In fact, the entire auditorium was filled with families and their kids that would cheer anytime anything at all happened with, like, jingling keys. Like, I know Shazam, the first one, is very much a family film, but this one is, like, 10x the childishness of that. From its jokes to its, like, actual plot and things that happen, this is very, very clearly geared towards a young audience. So, that was a little disappointing. But even, like, the shit that happens in this film is so goofily non-important that even the main characters, for the most part, don't take it even remotely seriously for even a second. It just never feels like there's any real peril. And I absolutely fucking hate that since this has gone so far back in time into superhero movies, it has this big clusterfuck of bad CGI monsters that get spawned in. Literally like some Power Rangers shit. Just like these monsters that get spawned in, they're super shitty. They don't do anything. They, like, kind of move around a little bit. and I think they kill like 2 civilians. Kill, I'm using loosely. They throw them like 2 feet in the air, and it's presumed that that civilian got hurt. It's just not very good at anything. I think the actors do a great job with the material that they're forced to work with. Like, the acting I actually thought was even, like, improved. In the first film, it didn't really feel like Shazam the adult was the kid. It was 2 separate characters. Here, they feel a lot more in line, which is clearly what they're going for, and they definitely did a better job of that. But he's not really the main character in this one. Freddy's really, like, the heart of this film and where most of the emotion comes from. And Freddy's actor does a great job, honestly. Like, Freddy's a pretty decent character. Probably the best character in the movie, honestly. Like, he does get a bit annoying, but that's also one of his main traits. Overall, it just feels like this movie served no purpose. It felt like they made it because they felt forced to. I would imagine initially Black Adam was supposed to play a role in this because fucking obviously it's Shazam and Black Adam, but The Rock wasn't really willing to play ball. So instead they had Black Adam be completely separate, which ended up tanking this film as well. So they had to fucking ham-fist and cobble together this mess of a movie. And I'm calling it a mess, but it's not like it's fucking horrible or anything. It clearly knows that it's a movie for kids, and it leans into that. So I guess a lot of it's supposed to be something that you just give a pass to, but it's just not interesting at all. It really isn't. And I really hate a lot of the back and forth that happens, in particular in the middle act of this, where it's hard to talk about with spoilers, but there's a lot of back and forth with things getting taken and then getting taken back and then taken again and then taken back. It's just, I don't know. Not a lot of this movie worked for me. The movie was really at its best when it still had like elements of adventure, which were kind of in the beginning, where, for example, they went into a room that had a lot of doors leading to a lot of places. It was a cool little environment and a cool concept that wasn't really explored. But it was a cool idea, you know, it was interesting. Then they go to a library with flying books and like this omniscient pen that can write down anything and answer any question you have. Those 2 things are cool, but you don't see a lot of that here. There's really just not a lot of magic in general, especially for something that involves a wizard and the powers being of magic origin and the villains having magic powers. It's crazy how not prominent the magic is in the film, which is a weird decision. But yeah, aside from a couple instances of a few scenes that I thought were done well, there just wasn't a whole lot I really liked about the movie. Plugging Shazam Fury of the Gods into the moist meter, I'm gonna have to give it a 40%. I really don't think it's horrible, and definitely I can see kids enjoying this movie. I heard kids enjoying this movie while at the theater. They were going fucking crazy anytime any kind of fucking fight or anything would happen, really. So I guess it might be a hit for a young audience, but I certainly wasn't in there pumping my fist at the film or anything. So that's really about it. As most of you know, we started our own comic book series called Godslap. Everyone who's read Godslap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and Godslap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and Issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at godslapbook.com, and per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at godslapbook.com. Give me that. Alright, let's get a good hand, and take it to him. Make sure he has no fun. This is to get the princess in my hand, so I don't need that. So it's Buzzsaw and then right hand. Thanks for your sub, Tony. That sounds right. So it definitely is Buzzsaw. It should be Buzzsaw. I think this is right. Take this! You fool! That doesn't work! Good try, though. So this is smashing ground. It would have destroyed my monster. Had it not been Crooked Cook, he didn't even decide to read a little bit. Okay, this guy has no idea what he's doing. You fucking idiot. Just read for 2 seconds. Spend 2 seconds reading. I end my turn. Now we wait 33 turns for me to draw all of Exodia. What does Crooked Cook do? He's just fucking immortal. So he can't be he's untargetable, like he can't be killed, or not untargetable, he's unaffected by any card effects, he can't be destroyed by battle. The only thing you can do is kaiju him, tribute him, or piercing damage him. He doesn't even use the pot. I can't. He has to be the only card on my field for that effect, for those effects to work. So if I play any of these cards for the brief moment they're on the field, he's vulnerable. He has to be the only card. So I can't play any of these. He's using a structure deck? Oh god, don't tell me that. That doesn't even feel good then. Now I just feel bad. I think you're right. I think he is using a structure deck. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna do him a favor. Here, just, I'll beat you normally. This isn't even worth the time investment. Poor kid just wanted to learn Yu-Gi-Oh! Yep, unlucky for him. Can you stop summoning monsters? Why are you prolonging this? Oh my god, can you just stop? You are wasting my time! You fucking fool! I am only running one Crooked Cook though, so if I fly a little too close to the sun and start summoning other monsters and he kills my cook, I'm so fucked. You got me fucked up. He's actually just gonna destroy one of my monsters? Why? Oh my god, wait, he's beginning to believe. He's going for my cook. That's actually so big brain. I'm gonna wait till the last second to ruin his plan. It's a quick effect, right? So I'll just do it during battle phase. I want him to have a glimmer of hope before I shut that shit down. He's not even going for my cook! Jeepers creepers! Jiminy Christmas! He did buy him. I'm gonna have to kill him with Exodia. That's the only way I get lethal. I hope you're ready, bub! And then some of this! Exodia! Headbutt! That was the worst duel I've ever seen in my fucking life. I've actually never seen a duel win or end by final countdown. Let's see if we can get that to work here. Cause I got everything I need. Buzzsaw, Shark in the hand, 2 Exodia pieces. Brother, I'm fucking cooking. We are cooking up some ass right now. This is the best possible start for my Crooked Cook deck. You better hope you've got a kaiju in there, my man. Alright, 19 more turns. I swear, if this is another structure deck, I'm gonna scream. I'd be so upset. What in tarnation? The whole kit and caboodle, eh? He can pop a card in your hand. If he pops Exodia, I'm gonna be so upset. But I've already used Final Countdown, so it shouldn't matter. Can't Ash that, otherwise my cook is vulnerable. I can't play any other cards or else my cook's no longer immortal. Ash doesn't go to the field. Oh, true, I guess that wouldn't count. I didn't even think about that. It doesn't matter. As long as he just doesn't go into a kaiju or piercing, we're fine. Nice! Welcome to the wall. You smell that? That's a kitchen and we're fucking cooking in it, baby. Okay. That was a frustration move right there. He's a Prime Tyler. Is Final Countdown or Exodia the primary win condition? Neither. It's frustration surrenders. That's the primary win con. Do they run any links? Because if not, his whole field is now completely locked up. Whoa! Whoa! Hey, stop it! Hey, stop it! Hey, you're tickling. Hey, whoa! 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 Trying to bounce my cook? He stays in the kitchen! You can't just send him home. He's on the clock. This guy will be on Google after this match looking for a counter. True. What is he using right now? Do I want to ash that? Do I care? Does he have an out? He has nothing? Then I'm not even gonna bother. I want him to sit here and marinate in it. In fact, while he tinkers around, I'm gonna take a pee. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. Can't even go pee without getting a W. Oh boy. Is this a cheese strap? Yeah, this deck sucks. The deck I'm using is actually so fucking trash. Most decks have an out to cook. But then there are some meta ones that don't, like we just beat Labyrinth with it. I don't know if Labyrinth is meta, but it's definitely not a shit deck. And it didn't have an out. It's a Prime Aussie. Exodia! Let's go! We didn't even have to wait the full 17 turns! Yeah! What a fun duel. 36 turns later. Slow draw one at a time. Big obliterate. That had to be the worst moment of my opponent's life. He just waited 38, whatever, 39 turns of doing nothing. He couldn't do shit. Rough. Alright, time to retire the Crooked Cook. We'll use a different deck now. Great way of ending the Cook run. What did I go? 3-1 with the Cook? Hey, that ain't bad. That is not bad. Alright, what's another fun one? Oh, the Gamble deck is super fun. This one just puts it all in the hands of fate. Gambling got banned on Twitch, but they forgot Yu-Gi-Oh! The first primal form of gambling. Oh my god, he's playing an Exodia deck. Wait, and this guy's got RNG in his name. Oh fuck. Oh no! Oh no, two degenerate decks are colliding! Oh shit! Oh boy. We're in some hot water now. Oh, he didn't get it. He didn't get the first turn kill. He didn't get into Exodia. Bad RNG. Let's see if my RNG is any better. I can actually fuck him right now. Well, not right now. This is a flip one. If I roll a 6, he insta-loses because it does 6k damage to him with my dice roll. We're definitely throwing that out, assuming we get there. Okay, let's go. Let's just use this. Let's go for it. Let's see how my dice luck is looking. A 6! Why? Jesus Christ! Alright, here's hoping I can get my dice jar flipped to be a 6 for me and immediately pop him. That would be so poetic. Let's hope that happens. Let's hope he doesn't go full combo Exodia here. Hopefully he drew dog shit. Oh, here we go! Come on! Come on, baby! Give me a 6. Pappy... Whoa. It's 50-50. He does or he doesn't. True. I think we just send it. I think we go straight for fate. Run it. Doing it raw. Well, actually, hold on. First. Just because. We're fucking doing it raw. Bang. Give me a 6. Ah! Luckily, he gave me 1,000 life points to survive. Okay, we're hanging on. We still got one fingernail on this breast and we're trying to suckle. Okay, okay. Alright, I really want to get that magic library out of here. I'm going for it. Okay, now anything but a 1 or a 6 would be great. Okay. I'll bop them out the old-fashioned way. What does this do again? Oh yeah, it's no damage. Fuck you anyway, bitch. The RNG is absolutely on this guy's side right now. Yeah, and I'm playing against an Exodia right now. I think I might be fucked. He doesn't have Magic Library on the field. I destroyed it, so maybe I'll be able to get out of this alive. We'll see. Okay. We're getting into the thick of it here. I think I have one Gamba card in my deck that targets in the hand. So he definitely has, I think, 3 Exodia pieces here, and now that Blue Eyes Toon Dragon. So if I can target in the hand and just get one of the Exodia pieces, he's fucked. Oh, this is the one, yeah. Your opponent discards 1 card if we roll a 3. We do have Crazy Box to gamble. We're doing it. We're gambling on Crazy Box. Here she comes. Let's go, Crazy Box. Give me a 3. Give me a 3. Come on, let me see it. Let's have RNG on my side. Man, that's wild. Sometimes it's just not in the cards. Yeah, there's no winners when it comes to gambling. Just Exodia me, just get it over with. I can't fucking believe that. That would have been so clutch. Ah, man. Real rough dice rolls tonight. Eek. Maybe he misses it by 1. And then I can get like a crazy Gamba card. Holy shit. He didn't finish me there. The biggest mistake you'll ever make. Heart of the cards, give me something. Something! Ah, yikes. Not enough. Misjudge! Does this activate an opponent's card effect? Does it count for spells? Misjudge, please tell me you activate here. 2 heads! Give me 2 heads! Yes! No! I forgot about that one! Oh, actually, I couldn't have done anything about that. It didn't take chicken game yet. Misjudge! Misjudge! No! It's only once per turn. Fuck! Yeah, almost. If I could have just done a little bit more damage, he wouldn't have been able to chicken game. Damn. Real shit RNG on my dice rolls, though. If I just didn't roll that 6 on Crazy Box, I would have won. I could have rolled anything besides that 6 on Crazy Box and been fine. If you don't, can you really say you won? You know what? Yeah, let's see if I've earned the dub. I will gamble on Lucky Punch, thank you very much. And if I get 3 tails, then so be it. Run it. This will insta-kill me if it's 3 tails, but anything besides 3 tails and I'm good. Let's get it, baby. I'm down to get a little crazy. Stop! Can you stop wasting your fucking time here? I want to see if I lose this. Let's see if I can pull defeat from the jaws of victory. I just need you to throw an attack at me. Just throw an attack at me and I'm using its effect. Oh my god, you fucking fool. He doesn't know what that card does. You know what? We're going Turbo Gamba. I'm putting it in Dice Jar's hands. This can insta-kill me as well if luck is not on my side. Back to you. I want to win this with Dice Jar. It's been a huge bitch to me all night until now. I believe in Dice Jar. Okay, I need Dice Typhoon now. Whoa! Heart of the cards. Anything but a 1 or a 6. Come on, baby. Can you stop with your silliness over here? All that fish paste you're doing. Get this out of here. Dice Jar, on you. Do it for me, brother. Woo! That's the one. That's the one. That's how we do it, baby. That's Dice Jar. That's the Dice Jar diff.